Recording in progress.
Open session to hear public comments before closed session is beginning. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez absent. Vice Mayor McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Can you read the closed session items?
Yes. The items to be discussed during today's closed session are item C1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time unit and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management unit and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, conference with real property negotiator, property 222 Marina Way, Neestrom Village, agency negotiators, Nanette Beecham, Gabino Arredondos, and Susan Block, negotiating parties, McCormick, Barron, Salazar, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services, under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And we don't have any in-person speakers, but I do see some Zoom speakers. I'm not sure if they're speaking on this item, but Jaswara, can you please call them?
Sure. I have 5 speakers. I have Leslie Jacoby, Hillary Killermanick, Teresa Drenick, Lisa Malou, and Matthew Mendel. And just as a reminder, these are for items on the closed session agenda. Leslie Jacoby, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
for allowing me to speak. And I didn't hear where you mentioned I want to voice my opposition to the resolution affirming Richmond's support and solidarity with the Palestinians.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's for the open agenda, which will be starting at the earliest at 6:30. So you can tune in then and make your comments at that time.
Okay, great. I didn't hear you say it. So thank you very much. I will be back at 6 p.m. Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next speaker is Hillary Kiliminik. Hillary, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Also calling to voice my opposition to the anti-Israel resolution. I will be back at 6 p.m.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Correction, 6:30.
6:30, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew Mandel. Matthew, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, apologies, same issue. I'll be back at 6:30. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. And that was the last speaker.
All right, if that's the end of the speakers, it's open forum is closed, and we are ready to adjourn for closed session. The regular meeting of the Richmond City Council is now called to order. May I have order in the chambers? Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item.
Next item is roll call. Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez will be absent the entire meeting. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here. Next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Hearing none.
The next item is agenda review.
We are going to make major alterations to accommodate the issue that most of you are here for. We will dispense with the city manager's report that will be done at the next city council meeting. We will also do away with the crime report from the police chief, which will also follow the following meeting. Reports for officers, I believe we can also hold off to the next meeting. So that will take us directly to the open forum. Then the consent calendar, we will also hold over Q1, the budget session, the Q4 financial report and administrative budget adjustments for the following meeting. So, if it's okay with you, R2, can we also hold that over? Of course. Okay, so we will also hold over R2, itemized budget for public emergency preparedness for public disasters, earthquake, and wildfire. So, with those changes, we're ready to move on.
Mayor, did you?
Actually, we're going to do K, report for the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the closed session items, the first item, which was C1, which was a threat of litigation on one case, we gave a status report. There was no reportable action that was taken. The second item listed is the various bargaining sessions with our 6 different bargaining units. With regards to that, there was no report tonight, so there was no report, no action on that item. C3 involved initiation of litigation in one case. We gave a status report on that. That item actually, due to the large audience tonight, we did not finish that report, so there was no reportable action, and we'll put that back on the next agenda. And then the real property negotiation, which was on Marina Way, Nystrom Village, we gave a status report on where the negotiations are with that, and the council gave direction to the negotiators for further negotiations. And that's the closed session report.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is open forum for public comment. And during open forum, comments can be made for items not on the agenda and those that remain on the consent calendar. We have 7 in-person speakers tonight. As a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. Speaker card, sorry. The speakers are Don Gosney, Antoinette Siguenza, Mark Wasper, Marcus Foamy, Donnie Rath, Courtney Cummings, Daifala Moe, and Jamin Purcell. Don Gosney?
I'm trying. Thank you very much.
Oh, can you please press the button?
very much. Since Richmond was forced to elect council members by district, there has been a misconception that they only represent the district from whence they were elected. While the only people legally allowed to vote for them must reside in that district, once elected, they swear an oath to represent everyone in Richmond, all 116,000 plus residents. And when members of the council sit at the dais, they stop being individuals. They are now the voices of the people, all of the people. If any member of the council wants to pontificate about their own personal beliefs, the beliefs of their social groups, their religious friends, or their core supporters believe, they're free to do so, but they need to step down from the dais, fill out a speaker slip, and stare at the 2-minute timer just like everyone else. And when they speak from way down here, they need to ensure that the world and the record clearly understands that they are no longer speaking as Councilmember Jones, but as Citizen Jones. How many times have we heard council members tell on the record that the people have spoken? We've even heard council members keep a running tally of how many speakers spoke in favor, for, or against an item. And when the tally comes out as 17 to 11, they will proclaim that the people have spoken, as though those 28 speakers actually represent the people of Richmond. It's bad enough that they will employ this method, but it scares the bejesus out of me that they might actually believe it. How many times do we see a member of the council reach out not to the people they elected them, but to the people they swore to represent, to learn what they think? One of the keys to a successful community leader is to reach out far from their core group of supporters to actually listen to the people that disagree with them so they can learn the viewpoints from everyone. How often do they reach out only to those who have not yet drank the Kool-Aid? I'm fully aware that my viewpoints rarely mesh with those of some members of this council. As blind as I am, I can still see your faces and the look of disdain, disapproval, and even disgust while you're wondering why you have to listen to people like me. But I am still one of your constituents. Yet with only 1 or 2 exceptions over the years, have any of you ever spoken to me? Have you ever returned a phone call or responded to an email? Yet you still delude yourself into thinking that you represent me?
The next speaker is Antoinette Siguenza.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Antoinette Siguenza, and I am proud to serve as the local government liaison for the California Public Utilities Commission's External Affairs for Contra Costa County. The CPUC is committed to empowering California through safe, clean, affordable utility service and infrastructure. We regulate investor-owned utilities, including electric, natural gas, communications, water companies, as well as railroad safety, rail transit, passenger transportation carriers, transportation network companies, and autonomous vehicle passenger services. Furthermore, the CPUC actively works to implement policies that support California's ambitious climate and clean energy goals, bridge the digital divide, enhance the safety and reliability of utility services, and adapt to the escalating impacts of climate change while upholding principles of equity and social justice. In my role as the local government liaison, I'm dedicated to several key responsibilities: community presence, being here in the community, attending city council meetings. My primary objective in that part is to be available as a point of contact for any inquiries, concerns, or even collaboration. Also support and assistance. If you have any questions or concerns related to electric, natural gas, communications, water, or other aspects of the CPUC's purview, feel free to reach out to me. Also here to help amplify the voice of city leaders as well as the public, and I can help with getting close. And also I have a monthly newsletter for this territory. So feel free to contact me. My phone number is 628-249-6467. And you have my contact information. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
In the year 2000 BC, in the book of Genesis, chapter 12, verse 1, the Hebrew God told Abraham to leave the city of Ur and travel through the Middle East to the land of Canaan. In the meantime, he was killing thousands of people. So after Abraham died, his son Isaac took over. So after Isaac died, Jacob took over. Now he had 12 sons. Now after Jacob's wife died, Rachel, he was so depressed. In Genesis chapter 35, verse 10, God says, I will change your name to Israel. Now the 12 sons that Jacob had was the 12 tribes of Israel. That's how the nation of Israel got started. And after King David died, his son Solomon took over. But see, David wanted to build the temple, but God said no, he's going to have Solomon do it. So after he built the temple, then Solomon died, and then the nation of Israel was split in two. You had the northern part, and you had the southern part. The northern part was controlled by Solomon's servant. And the northern part, this tribe of Judah, was controlled by Solomon's son. So little history about the nation of Israel. But since Israel was in rebellion against God, he destroyed the temple. He had the Babylonians come and take the 12 tribes away. They scattered throughout the whole entire nation. Then in 1948, Israel became a nation. According to the UN, they had the right to be a nation. And biblical scholars was going crazy because they couldn't figure out what was going on. Now, don't you want to know the history?
I do, but
I'm not talking about. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I told you before. Don't interrupt me because you don't know what the hell you're talking.
To the item.
The next speaker is Marcus Fomi.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Shmooly. I'm the local vice president of Richmond Firefighters Local 188. I'm here to talk to you about something that you already know, the horrendous leadership that's going on within the fire department. Everyone knows that within the fire department, we work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't get to go home. That's not our option. And we're here to serve the community day in, day out. So please tell me why it is that some of my members can't go home. They can't go home for months at a time. I have people that are working 20 plus days. So think about that. When I say 20 plus days, that's 24 hours a day. They don't get to go home. And think about my job, what I have to do every single day. I have to make split decisions. People's inside of a fire, people in vehicle accidents. Think of the things I see every day, and I still have to walk around with a smile on my face. And that's what we're here still willing to do, because that's what we're here, is to work well with the community and work so that we can provide for our community. And that's not what we're not being led by a leader. He is somebody that's absent. He has the ability to send some of our people home right now, to promote some people, to get some of our engineers home, but he instead decides to delay that. And what I relate that to is a reflection of his boss, as he calls her, the city manager. She's somebody that's not taking charge and not getting rid of this guy. He's not for us. He's not for the community. I'm from Richmond. I grew up here. I went to middle school with you. You were my 5th grade teacher. I'm really from Richmond. I've really slept on these streets. So I'm somebody that's here to give back to this community, not just through the department, but getting people, the youth up and getting them interested in the fire service. I'm one of the main instructors for the Youth Academy, something that the fire chief is not involved in. I'm the president of the toy program, something the fire chief is not involved in. But guaranteed, when the time comes for it to be handshakes, for you to take pictures, he's going to be there. And with that said, me being a main instructor for the Youth Academy, you think I'm going to want to uplift these children to tell them to come and work for this department? I'm going to tell them to go somewhere else, because we're leaderless right now. We need somebody to step up, get this guy out of here so we can continue to do what we do best to serve this community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Donnie Rath. Donnie Rath.
Good evening. My name is Donnie Rath. I'm an engineer for the fire department. So far this year, I've been mandated to work an additional 1,364 hours on top of my regular 56-hour work week. I did not have a choice. I just had to stay at work and didn't get to go home. I don't know in what world it's appropriate for fire engineers to be on duty against our will for weeks at a time and still be expected to take care of our apparatus, go to training, and serve the citizens of Richmond, all while being awake most nights and being expected to function efficiently and safely on emergency scenes. It's only a matter of time before something really bad happens. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't yet. I'm a father of 2. One has special needs. She's been harming herself and having behaviors at school every time I'm unable to tell her what day I'm coming home. For an example, if you tell your kid you're going to be home in 2 days and you come home 700 hours later, 30 days later, that's been a normal occurrence in our department. It's just frustrating. I'm getting calls from her school. I can't go home, can't mitigate the situation. I have 2 daughters. I missed every single thing for both of them. I've seen my oldest daughter twice all year. I just obviously frustrated. In July, I was on my way home from a long mandatory stretch, crashed my personal vehicle, slept through the entire thing. Luckily, nobody was seriously injured, but that's just another example of our employer constantly putting us in unsafe situations. My wife quit her job to care for my daughter while I'm at work. She tried to reduce hours, but she can't even go per diem or choose shifts because we have no idea what day I'm coming home. I tell her I think it's going to be 4 days. It turns into 17. And that's just been all year long. It's not fair to our spouses. It's fair to our families. When I do occasionally get a day off, I'm a shell of myself around my family. None of this is worth it, and it's time for a leadership change, end the dysfunction, hire somebody that cares about this city and the department, get rid of the one that doesn't.
The next speaker is Courtney Cummings.
Ojidewa Kangu Dadish, Courtney Bearcover Cummings, Richmond resident. Hello, our esteemed mayor and city council and leaders for the city of Richmond. I am a Richmond resident and here to invite everybody to our 13th annual Richmond Contest Powwow happening Veterans Day, November the 11th at Veterans Hall this year. So it's a free event and open to everybody to come experience your Native American community. And we want to thank our sponsors, the City of Richmond, Richmond Police Activities League, and many others. So if you can only come for just a few hours, it's going to be, we open up at 10 and it's going to last until 8, but please join us for 11 to 12, which will be the gourd dancing in addition to the start of the grand entry. We're going to have a powwow princess contest, which will be a young lady chosen between the ages of 11 to 16 to represent our fine city across the state of California for 1 year. And begin your holiday shopping. We're going to have unique, one-of-a-kind arts and crafts by our local Native American indigenous vendors. In addition, fry bread. So hope to see you there. Any questions? Our Instagram page is Richmond/powwow. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Daifala Mo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. Thank you for having us today. I just want to say something to everyone here. Like Muslim and Jewish doesn't have any issues.
Excuse me.
And I know.
Excuse me, sir. I don't want to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt you, but if this is about R2, the resolution, you will need to R1. I'm sorry, R1.
Can I speak for 1 minute because I want to be with my family? Can I say to the end? Allow me, please. Because you allow one person, I think it's fair to allow me. It's fair because you guys allow one person. I think it's fair to allow another person from the other side. And I'm here to support the mayor and the vice mayor R1. And I just want to say something. On October 18th, Jews Voice for Peace organized a protest, and more than 10,000 people allowed to show up to support Gaza. You don't need to be Muslim to support Gaza.
With all due respect, the other person was speaking of history. When he got to the present day, I shut him down. So I do appreciate your support. I appreciate your sentiments. But if I allow you, I've opened up the gates for anyone to argue their point.
Can you switch That's fine. Can you switch mine to R1? Thank you.
The next speaker is
Thank
Jamin
you.
Purcell.
Each October, LGBT History Month tries to focus on the history of the LGBT community throughout the world and show through an intersectional and through a global lens how much it has contributed to history and contributed to the future. It was created back in 1994, and it was set in October to coincide with National Coming Out Month. But one of the things that it really tries to do is show that LGBT people are members of all communities and that we are very complex people that cross over geographically, politically, philosophically, racially, and all other methods of intersectionality. That we are a community that contributes to the betterment of all people. And I hope that one of the things that we look forward to as we're closing out this month is to look and reflect on what people have done in various communities that are under dire stress and show that and look to their endurance and their fortitude in the face of adversity. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker, and we currently have 42 speakers on Zoom. As a reminder, this item is open forum. If you have your hand raised for item R1, please lower it now and raise it when the item is called. Jaswara, can you please call the speakers?
Sure. Just 1 second. The first group of speakers will be Mike Velasquez, Kyle Mellinger, Frank, Teresa Drinick, and Chris. Mike Velasquez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mike Velasquez, you can go ahead and start.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Mike Velasquez, Union President for Local 188. City Manager Curl, because of your unwillingness to take action on the pressing issues with the fire chief, we have no other option but to shine light on the decisions you have made that are directly affecting the members of the fire department. You have allowed the fire chief to directly lie to the mayor and council members about the dealings with the fire department matters in council meetings. You did not even try to step in when the fire chief stated that we, Local 188, never tried to meet and confer with the fire chief. You have continued to protect the fire chief who puts a burden of liability on the city and is the sole source of why Local 188 pursued a complaint. You seem to like to have power over the fire chief as shown in the October 3rd City Council meeting. You shut him down in mid-sentence to give your version of the answer because you can't trust him. You're protecting a fire chief who has been the sole reason why 2 of our admin staff personnel quit. It was due to the working conditions that the fire chief consistently put them under. We have other people in the city who are on admin leave for lesser issues than what the fire chief has already done, and yet he is still here and comes to work as if nothing is wrong. You have failed to protect your firefighters and have stayed idle as we brought up these issues for months. You have failed to provide any documentation regarding a report that was issued by MRG about the fire department. We filed a PRA request for over 10 days ago, and your response stated that you did not have such a document. We all know that there is a report. Why are you protecting this fire chief? What is the liability for not responding to a PRA request? And most of all, what is the top city leadership hiding and for why of the fire chief? Everyone sees that you are allowing this to happen to a major department in the city. From our wasted meetings and lack of transparency, I am full believer that if you are doing this to one of the most important departments in the city in this situation, I can't see you standing up for another. This is ridiculous and a way to try to union bust.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Kyle Mellinger. Kyle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Kyle Mellinger, and I'm a fire engineer with the City of Richmond Fire Department. I'm here tonight to let you know that your fire chief does not care about his employees, and he does not care about the City of Richmond. As of today, October 24th, 2023, I alone have accumulated 1,396 hours of mandatory forced overtime since March 2nd of this year. That is more than 58 additional 24-hour working days in addition to our 56-hour work week that frequently consists of responding to death, destruction, and chaos in our very own community. These are 58 additional duty days where if I do not report to work, I would face administrative reprimand, and one of our community fire stations would most likely be forced to close due to the ongoing severe staffing crisis and lack of effective leadership within the fire department. As you can imagine, all of these extra forced working hours do not come without a sacrifice. In this case, the sacrifice has been my mental and physical health, along with being an absent father and husband to my wife and 1-year-old daughter at home. When you and your family are expecting you to come home after a regular 48-hour continuous shift, and then find out that you will now be there for 192 continuous hours, it puts a person in a dark place, a very dark place, especially when it is happening week after week for the past 10 months. I've missed countless firsts with my daughter due to being an absent father. Her first steps, her first words, and now it seems I'll be absent much of her first year of life. The mental and internal demons definitely come out. I can 100% attest to you that my level of unhealthy lifestyle habits have increased exponentially due to the current working conditions. Dependence on alcohol to, quote, relax after a 196-hour continuous shift, loss in interest in maintaining a healthy lifestyle and diet, no time to continue what was once a robust level of physical activity, and restless, unpredictable nights of sleep on the few nights that I do have off to sleep at home. Now I ask you, does it sound like a healthy employee? It certainly doesn't to me. I assure you that I am not alone, and I'm not the only one experiencing these same effects of being held captive to this rudderless ship known as the Richmond Fire Department. Why has our city manager not taken swift action?
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Frank. Frank, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, and city staff. My name is Frank Marin, and I work for the Richmond Fire Department as a captain at Station 64. I'm speaking tonight as a concerned member of the Richmond Firefighters Local 188. It is apparent that over the last couple of years, the fire chief has been incapable of running this fire department efficiently and with no regard for the health and safety of its members. All personnel that work beneath Fire Chief Montoya distrust and lack confidence in his leadership and abilities. This in turn only puts the firefighters of Richmond and the community at risk. We have tried to work with him for months now with no avail. This is evident within our PERB charge that the city is currently working on and which needs to be responded to by tomorrow, October 25th. Fire Chief Montoya has not shown any remorse for the acts that he has committed and oddly seems to be only concerned about us completing yard work at the stations. Our members are beyond exhausted and need relief. We have proposed a side letter that is in alignment with what we do already. It was provided early last month, and the only thing we've heard is that it's being worked on. What is it that needs to be done to get this letter going? Last year, we established a similar side letter that was kept within the fire department, and it was approved within a few weeks. We need this letter for our members so we can get some of them home to see their families, as you've heard from the last couple speakers. In closing, I would like for each of you to put yourself in our shoes and ask yourself if this is a place that you would continue to work for and be involved in if you had to work under these conditions, especially if you had other options for employment. Because right now we have many members that are looking elsewhere, and this is not good for us as a department, and this is not a good recruiting strategy by the city. I grew up in Richmond. My parents, I have a lot of family that still live in Richmond, and trust me, we're gonna have a problem if something happens in the future about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Teresa Drinick, and the following group of speakers after that is Philip Rosenthal, Yenny Garcia, Julia Fowler, Carol Johnson, and Holly Beer. Teresa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, I want to speak on the Gaza resolution. Is this the appropriate time?
No, it's the next item after the consent calendar.
I'll re-raise my hand then. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Philip, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council. First and foremost, throughout this evening, I urge you, as I have in the past, to find out where the speakers live and whether or not the speakers represent the people of Richmond or they have been bussed in from throughout the state for political purposes. This evening, you pushed the mayor pushed aside the crime report, the safety report, and the city manager's report so that taxpayer dollars and city staff and taxpayer time could be spent on international affairs. Whatever one's feeling about this resolution that is upcoming, if they are for it or against it, it is irrelevant. The city staff is paid to work on city issues to make city services available to city taxpayers who pay the salary of the council and who pay the salary of the city manager and the city attorney. Not one penny of city money in a place where we are knee-deep in trash. We have a homeless crisis. Our fire department is in crisis. And we only have one trash pickup truck for years, should be spent on anything other than city services. Doria Robinson went on and on with me yesterday about how she cared about building housing in Richmond. So I would like Ms. Robinson and the other council members to spend city taxpayer money and city staff time on things like housing, taking care of trash and pollution, and making sure that our public services and our safety services are in order. If you want to be players on the political world stage, please step down from your seats and go and work in international politics. And I welcome you to do so, and that's what you should do. But this is our taxpayer money, and you don't speak for us on international affairs.
And this is five. Thank you. The next speaker is Yanni Garcia. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start. Go ahead, Yanni.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yanni. I'm here to invite you to 2 events coming up in the community. The first one this coming Thursday, the Community Cleanup Day on 23rd Street is happening between 4 and 6. This is an event that happens in anticipation of the Trick or Treat event that's going to happen on 23rd Street on Tuesday, October 31st, between 4 and 6. I invite the community to come to either or. If you want to volunteer, we are still looking for volunteers. Let me know. I would love to have some folks there to support this efforts that we're doing to have fun on Halloween and have a cleaner community. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Johnson. Carol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
So I just want to say thank you to the mayor and the city council and the general public, but I am in full agreement with the comment made by the speaker who spoke before, Yanni Garcia. And I apologize for not remembering his name, but we do have a lot of city business that is being ignored and or not enough attention is paid to. So if anyone is doubtful about that, I would invite you to just take a ride around the Bay Area Rescue Mission and see how many unhoused people are there, literally on the street, sleeping there on the sidewalk because they have nowhere else to go. They can't go to Brookside Shelter. They can't go to the Rescue Mission or Grip Family Shelter because they are severely mentally ill, and these shelters cannot accommodate them, so they're getting little or no help at all. So we need to focus more on that, and then we're hearing much more about what is going on wrong in the fire department, and the police are understaffed, and the community doesn't feel safe. So can we please focus more on these city issues rather than international affairs that have been going on since the Bible days, which we have very little control over? And I
Excuse
understand
me?
it's controversial,
Excuse
but
me.
we need more city.
Excuse me. You were doing fine until you brought in international items, because when you do that, you are referring to item R1. So if you want to talk about what needs to be done in the city of Richmond, you may do that. But to bring in international affairs as an item, that needs to wait until we speak about R1.
Okay, but I wasn't the only one who referred to that. It was just
I
very
know,
briefly to show that our
and the other
focus is
person,
in-
excuse me,
our focus is in the
excuse
wrong
me,
place.
the other person slipped that in, and I should have stopped him. I didn't because I made a mistake. Doesn't mean I should make another.
Okay, so my main point is that our focus is in the wrong place, and that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Holly Tier, and the last group of speakers will be Ramsey, Ms. Khalil, BK Williams, Tarnell Abbott, George Cleveland, and Rebecca Goodman. Holly Tier, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Holly, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait, someone muted my line. Hang on. Okay. Hi, everyone. I just want to let you know that there's a whole group of us out here that want to speak that are not being allowed in. We actually had no notice, and it's people on every side of every issue on your agenda. We had no notice, and we're standing out here at the door, and we cannot get in. So this process lacks transparency. It lacks the ability for the public to speak. I'm actually elected in another town. I served as mayor, and you guys should have had a room set up that was big enough so that people could come and actually talk to you in person. And I am outraged that you would have these issues on the agenda when you got over 600 emails, letters, phone calls, and basically you would shut your doors and not allow the public to come in and speak. And it is not the same over Zoom, and it is not the same to shut the public out. So I want to say to your town manager, I want to say to the council, you failed us. You should take this resolution and move it to the next agenda and get a conference room where everybody can come and speak and have the opportunity to talk to you in person. Because I am out here with people of all sides. I'm out here with these good officers that are just trying to do their job out here, and everyone's coming up to them complaining. So I'm going to make sure that you hear my voice and you hear the voice of all of the people out here. We've got people drumming. They want to come in. We got people everywhere. We probably had like 50 people out here that could not get inside. So I just want to say shame on you. And I would expect better from a very progressive council. I am a progressive person. I come out of the progressive movement in San Francisco, and I am very upset right now, and I am locked out. So take your agenda and move it to the next meeting and get a
Time
hold
has
of
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Khalil. Ms. Khalil, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ms. Khalil, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, I will come back to Ms. Khalil. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond, and I'm in the auditorium right across from the council chambers, and there's more than 100 people here. I don't know how many there are here.
Excuse
They
me,
all want to speak.
Ms. Abbott, I want to interrupt you. I should have stopped the other person because the capacity is related to item R1. We do have personnel out there that you can share this with. And I believe that there is the capability of people to talk from the auditorium and from the lobby. So if that's not exact, then we'll have to relay it to people who can relay it to us. But we can't have person after person telling us what the situation is like outside when we're actually talking about items not related to R1.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The next speaker is George Cleveland. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. It's kind of related to what Mr. Leaves last name Rosenthal said earlier about focus. You heard a list of, I'll call them ills in the city of Richmond. Here's one that the police department knows about, but you on the city council might not know, even though I did email council member Willis about it a couple of months ago because it's happening in his ward. There is a sex trafficking, sex work going on 24th Street between McBride and Lincoln Avenues in a residential neighborhood repeatedly at nights and on the weekends and at night. And it's there. And as I said, RPD is aware of it. I spoke with them at the Sobrani Stroll last month. They indicated that an individual had been arrested for human trafficking. That's a good thing, but it needs more attention, might need more funding, might need more focus, but it is highly inappropriate in a residential neighborhood. It's not really appropriate necessarily anywhere, in my opinion, but in a residential neighborhood, families, seniors, a church, it's wrong. And I don't think you know about this, but it's it needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed now. It needs to be handled because it's an inappropriate activity, and you know it's just wrong. And I can't say any more about it because I think this up, but I'll just repeat the neighborhood again. It's in North and East. It's on 24th Street, and it's between McBride and Lincoln Avenue. And it needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rebecca Goodman. Rebecca, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Rebecca lent me her computer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Jonathan. It is really important for this council to create a procedure in which everybody in the overflow room can address you face to face, even one at a time, to comply with fire marshal laws is completely okay. That you have a very tense agenda with many agenda items on it that people want to discuss. How could you not let people address their city council members face to face, regardless of when they arrive to the city? Everyone talks about equity and inclusion and making sure people of all backgrounds can access meetings, but here you are harming people for not being able to arrive an hour before the meeting to save their spot. You need to allow everyone in the overflow room to come in one by one in compliance with the fire marshal to address you in person for all public comments. This is a shame that you were not prepared for this situation. Thank you for considering this. I truly hope that we can have a truly democratic process here in Richmond.
Thank you. And I will try Ms. Khalil again. Ms. Khalil, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ms. Khalil, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Doesn't seem to be working, and that was the last public speaker for open forum.
Thank you. Open forum is now closed. We'll move on to the next item.
The next item is approval of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Willis. Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Robinson. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Jimenez absent.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is under study and action session, item R1, to approve a resolution affirming Richmond's solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza.
Thank you. This is an item that Vice Mayor McLaughlin and myself brought to council. And I'm not going to read the discussion because those of you who have agenda items can read that for yourself. But I do want to thank all of you for coming. Some have come in anger, but I do believe that we've all come with hope. I want to acknowledge the anger and grief that everyone is feeling. We all have reason to rage, but I do hope we can take hold of it and keep it in check so that we can hear what each of us has to share. I want to elevate hope. It's a major tool along with our love for humanity that will bring us as a community together. So with hope and love, I ask that you listen to your brothers and sisters. It has been a terrible 2 weeks for both Palestinians and Jewish people, both in the Middle East and around the world. I would like to begin this item with a moment of silence in honor of the civilians who have been killed in both Israel and Palestine. So if you would, share this moment with me. Thank you. So this resolution calls upon the city of Richmond to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people who are currently facing the campaign of apartheid and collective punishment by the state of Israel. First, I want to speak as to why it's not only appropriate, but also necessary for the city of Richmond to take a stance on this issue. The city of Richmond has a history of taking a stand on international issues, both to make a moral statement and when financial issues come into play. In the 1980s, the city of Richmond publicly chose to divest from South Africa as part of a global movement to divest from apartheid regime against black South Africans. That was a financial decision that had dollars tied to it. Last year, the former mayor passed a resolution in support of Ukraine, and we now fly the Ukrainian flag in front of City Hall. That was a moral statement. I would argue that both instances are worthwhile, and there are many more in our history as a city. As in the case of South Africa, it will not resolve the conflict for Richmond by itself to take a stand on this issue. We are one small city weighing in on a conflict that has the attention of the entire world, and on which global superpowers are pouring in money, political attention, and military aid. But the people of the United States, whose government and tax dollars directly support Israel's military, have an immediate moral obligation to condemn Israel's acts or collective punishment in apartheid state. As history
We stood against the Nazis. We stood against Hitler. Now we're standing against Israel.
I am calling a recess.
Justice for all.
Let's
a few minutes.
yeah.
You're an anti-Semite. It doesn't work anymore.
Let's go.
It does not work.
if I may. I said that we would be here with anger, but I also said that we would be here with hope. And I was hoping that we would be able to control our anger and listen to one another with hope, with true compassion, and with the ability to hear the pain that is in each of us. I can understand why people want to be disruptive. I have been there myself. But I have learned that it does not take me to a place that we need to be in. We need to listen to each other. So please, I beg of you, take a deep breath, look inside yourself, and see if you can find that kernel of hope and love for your fellow man so that we can get through this together. So, I hope we can continue. And if my words pain you, I am sorry. But they're words that have to be said. So, as I was saying, history is instructive. Societies are too slow to recognize and condemn apartheid and war crimes against civilians, and people who oppose oppression are always villainized as divisive. But I believe in healing, and unity comes from recognizing the roots of oppression and violence. The Israeli-Palestine conflict has long been referred to as the third rail in American politics. A third rail is an issue that politicians and officials don't want to touch because it's too controversial. But it's clear that this resolution animated our community. I've never seen this many people in the chambers, except when there's an issue that concerns all of us as a community. People say that this is not a Richmond issue, but the very fact that you're here tells me that this is a Richmond issue. We are one people. We are Americans. We need to stand together, and we need to put our differences aside, look each other into each other's eyes, and say, "You are my brother, you are my sister," and whatever differences we have, we need to set aside because we need to get through this together. So, for that reason, I want to invite community input and discussion. This is a resolution from our city, and it should reflect the voices of our people. I have already had many conversations with both sides, and I have made changes to this resolution based on what I've heard from the community. So, people have asked me, why do I want to do this now? So they're saying it's divisive. Can I wait until the feelings are less raw? Jewish people deserve to feel safe. I won't deny them their very real sense of fear. History teaches us that anti-Semitism is terrible, a destructive force. And hatred of Jews is still a huge issue here in California. So Jewish people have every right to be afraid. And we have a duty to protect our community against anti-Semitism. I reject the notion that speaking out against the actions of Israel's military and right-wing government is anti-Semitic. We should never stay silent. We should never stay silent on the oppression of any group. The Palestinian people are currently dealing with what the United Nations calls war crimes by the State of Israel. They are being collectively punished, drinking seawater to stay alive. Thousands of children have been killed. Palestinians at this moment are also scared of quite literally being killed. I believe we can stand up against anti-Semitism and also speak against war crimes. And the time is now. Not tomorrow, not a week from now, but now. When else should we speak up? How many times when we read history have we asked, why didn't anyone do something anytime sooner? Do we say something when the bloodshed is over? And public opinion agrees with me. 66% of Americans support a ceasefire and full humanitarian aid to Gaza. This resolution is a proclamation for peace. It is a proclamation for humanity. To characterize it as anything else is false. Any attempt to make the cosmic leap of associating compassion for innocent civilians in the support of terrorist acts is disingenuous at best and manipulative at worst. This proclamation chooses human lives over politics, humanity over savagery killing, and peace over war. So I hear people who are still crying out, and I respect that. I know that these utterances are coming from anger and pain. But I beg of you to stay with us, to listen to us, to share your thoughts with us, which we will do soon. I would like to ask the Vice Mayor to read the resolution as it is currently, and I believe KCRT has a copy that they will broadcast on the screen so that the audience can read it with us.
Do you want the whole resolution or just the amendments? It's just the amendments.
Yeah. She will read the amendments.
Right, we're going to focus on that. First of all, I just want to state, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those really clear and strong words about how we need peace for all. So I want to start out by saying I'm sure I speak for the council, we mourn all lives lost. 1,400 Israelis lost their lives on October 7th by Hamas, and nearly 6,000 Palestinians in Gaza have lost their lives killed by the Israeli military this is all over the last 17 days. Now, the situation in Gaza is really dire, where people are fast running out of food, water, fuel, and medicine, and they're blocked in. They're trapped with nowhere to go. This is cruel, brutal, and inhumane. And the urgency is now for us to do something. We need to call for a ceasefire. We need humanitarian aid. We need an end to the occupation, and we need peace talks to begin. Now, we need to do all this because history, well, first of all, because we are humanitarians and we care, but also history will hold us accountable. And that absolutely needs to happen. So we are moving this resolution, and you all will have your chance to talk, and we want to hear from each of you, as the mayor said. So here are the resolutions, the amendments to the resolution that have been added. So there are 2 whereases that have been added, and 4 resolves. Whereas 1,400 Israelis have been killed by Hamas on October 7th, and nearly 6,000 Palestinians have been killed by the State of Israel in this escalated conflict. Next amendment. Whereas we mourn the loss of all civilians lost on both sides from October 7th to the present, and also throughout the decades of displacement, occupation, oppression, and blockade endured in Gaza and the West Bank. Now, For the resolves, the amendments are, be it further resolved that the city of Richmond calls for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and the safe passage of substantial humanitarian aid to Gaza. The next resolved is, be it further resolved that the city of Richmond calls for the immediate release of all Israeli hostages taken by Hamas. Next resolved, be it further resolved that the city of Richmond calls for an end to Israeli apartheid and the occupation and blockade of Palestinian land. The city of Richmond calls for an end to Israeli apartheid and the occupation and blockade. Please. The city of Richmond calls for an end to Israeli apartheid and the occupation. Can you ask them to please let me finish?
Yes, please, I understand that you have disagreement, but I will listen to your statements with due attention whether or not I agree with you, and I ask that you do that for everyone else.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it further resolved that the city of Richmond calls for an end to Israeli apartheid and the occupation and blockade of Palestinian land by Israeli military forces. And be it further resolved that the city of Richmond opposes all existing and any future military aid to Israel. So those are the new additions. Those are the new additions, and I think the resolution itself was placed in the agenda packet, so you all have access to that. So I just want to, I know we're going to go right to the speakers, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to say that, this is a very dire situation. I've already stated that, but that is why we're focusing on doing this tonight. And as the mayor said, we've done that for international issues in the past. And this is an urgent time, a critical time, a time in history where we need to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now time for public speaking, so I will open the floor. And once again, I'm asking everyone to listen to your brothers and sisters with an open heart. And that means that you're not forming opinions and reacting to those opinions. You're listening. Okay?
We have 66 in-person speakers. You will be allowed 1 minute to make your comments. If you wish to speak via Zoom and you're located in the auditorium or not, please raise your hand now and keep it raised so you are not missed. The first group of speakers are Don Ghazni, Payman Amir, Soel Bakri, Bilal Bakri, Marissa Munn, and Lugman E. Don Ghazni.
You say you want to hear us speak, then you cut us in half. Really? When I drive around Richmond, I see homeless encampments all around. I see blocked off streets due to police actions. I drive on streets that tear my car apart. What I don't see are jobs, sustainable tax revenues, businesses, hospitals, and stores where I can spend what little money I have. These are the issues that affect my daily life here in Richmond, and I'm betting that I'm not alone. So why are we spending countless hours ignoring the problems we face every day and focus instead on finding yet another way to drive a wedge between our community with such a divisive issue as this deceptively drafted resolution and these amendments? Do you really believe that you are speaking for the people of Richmond as you pontificate these falsehoods included in this resolution? I can guarantee that you do not. What do you hope to accomplish with this? Do any of you honestly believe that after this vote, the people of Hamas and Israel will put down their arms, hug each other, and sit around the campfire singing Kumbaya? In what world are you living in? If you brought this into the open while people all around us are discussing it, but you should refrain from taking this to a vote, because we look back at how well two similar resolutions were received by this community more than a dozen years ago. Do you expect different reactions from your neighbors? This is extremely divisive, and this is a litmus test. Don't do it.
The next speaker is Payman Amiri.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the council members for providing an environment for civil discourse for a very important topic. I'm old enough to see in the history of Israel more atrocities, but this is first time and that us as Americans are asked to shut up and say nothing unless we're going to support Israelis for killing countless of Palestinian children. So thank you for being the voice of voiceless and powerless children of Palestine. You talked about hope. My team, our team here in Bay Area, we provide services for homeless folks to give them hope. We are a voice of homeless folks. We provide them services just to give them hope and raise their dignity. Thank you for giving hope to hopeless and voiceless people of Palestine. Thank you.
The next speaker is Salah Bakri.
Mr. Mayor and Gail, Vice Mayor, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to have the courage, our community here in Richmond, the community of the people who love peace and want to see peace, will salute you and will reward you in your future elections. I'm telling you right now, because this takes courage and to speak out when all the voices of peace, all the voices of the people who want to have justice have been silenced. This whole campaign, that this is a time for moral clarity, and if you're not with us, then you're definitely against us. I've heard that before, and what happened? 1 million Iraqis were killed. Exactly the same wording, exactly. And when I heard it, I said, oh my God, what genocide is gonna happen? Well, here's the genocide. This is my family in Gaza. They have no longer,
Sir, thank you. Your time
they
is
will no longer carry our seeds. There is nobody. Our entire family has been erased from the public records.
Sir.
Time is expired? Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Bilal Bakri.
Hello, council members. I'd like to use this time to talk about specific incendiary rhetoric used by Israeli officials during this time of international crisis, at a time when Israel is saying that they are only targeting Hamas and going to minimize and try everything they can to do to minimize civilian casualties. Instead of talking about the 6,000 Palestinian civilians that are dead, I'd like to use some of their own words. Daniel Hagari, which is an IDF admiral and a spokesperson for the Israeli army, said in a well-known Israeli newspaper, which is the Haaretz newspaper, that we are dropping hundreds of tons of bombs in Gaza. The focus is destruction, not accuracy. Benjamin Netanyahu himself said, we will turn Gaza into an island of ruins. So I ask you, does this sound like the voice of a leader looking to protect civilians in a time of crisis? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Clerk, before you go, Mr. City Attorney, may I call a question of you? I just received the text that we are maxed out on Zoom, and I want to make sure that we're not violating the Brown Act because people are not able to access the meeting. YouTube only gets to watch, they can't participate.
I think all you can do, I think you can either take everybody that you've got. I mean, I think it's, I don't know why it's maxed out. Is it just, that's the system?
We didn't pay for the premium, I guess. I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm just joking, I don't know.
Well,
we need your guidance, though, because I want to make sure that we're not.
Why don't you authorize them to pay for premium? Or no higher level, seriously.
We can do that right now.
I think you could announce another time that the people that just can't speak tonight will be allowed at another time, if you choose to do that.
So does that mean we're not voting on this item tonight because we're going to be allowing people to speak at a later time?
Yes, you would defer your actual action.
I, can people who have spoken,
All people are permitted to provide written comment.
right, so,
And I don't know the circumstance. For example, if a certain number of people speak, will we be able to get more people on? I don't know. I just have heard your comment.
Can we refer them to web, to YouTube?
so,
We can't make a
if they're on YouTube, do they have access to speak?
I don't think so.
Well, people who are on Zoom and have spoken, would they be willing to transfer over to YouTube so that the Zoom would become available for people who still want to speak?
Mayor,
I
would
mean-
you,
Go ahead.
Mayor, would you, can we ask Sue Hartman, the Director of IT, to address the audience?
Yes.
Thank you. While Dave finish answering the questions. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if you want to take a recess, talk to IT.
He just got in, no issue. I think you guys need to check who sent you the message. He just got in Zoom, no issue.
Okay.
Maybe we're leaving.
All right, then.
Ms. Sue is coming over.
Maybe there should also just be a message. I imagine that when people leave the Zoom, then it makes a space for people. So you could just keep trying if you can't
That's what
get
I
in.
was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
That is exactly what I was going to share with you. If there's folks that are on that have already spoken, it's a good opportunity for them to leave the Zoom so others can join to speak.
Right, and the people who leave the Zoom can rejoin on KCRT or on YouTube.
Yes. My apologies. Sue Hartman, Director of IT. I'm here to answer any questions, Mayor, members of the City Council, if you have any additional questions.
Do we have premium?
We have a full enterprise account with Zoom, and we've never encountered this kind of threshold
Okay,
before.
well, it seems like someone tried and thought that because they couldn't get in, it was a universal problem. But since someone did get in after that, it probably is not.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
I think we can continue.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Marissa Munn.
We able to get in again.
Marissa Munn. Lugman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luqman Al-Bakri. I know someone here before said that this is an international issue. I'd like to correct that. This is a humanitarian issue, and I'm calling on the city of Richmond to recognize the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and more specifically, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Currently, over 1.4 million citizens in Gaza have been displaced. Although the issue in Gaza began recently, the ongoing unjust occupation in Palestine has been occurring since the mid-40s. Israel has been treating Palestinians with inhumane tactics for over 6,000 citizens are dead as of now. My own family has been wiped out in Gaza. There is no more al-Bakris in Gaza. I would like to share with you a video of 6 infants under the age of 5 years old. What crime did they commit? These are all al-Bakris from my family. There is no more al-Bakris in Gaza. We are being exterminated. Please, please be on the right side of history. Please. Thank you so much.
The next group of speakers are Mark Wasberg, Bader B., Jeff Ritterman, Ed Romano, Stan Wards, Daifala Mo. Mark Wasberg, please come forward. Oh, you're there.
People got to remember something. It was Hamas that started this in the first place, and Israel's going to clean house. They don't care how many people they're going to have to kill. The bottom line is Hamas is going to have to go. 95% of Palestine is Hamas. They voted their government in to rule their government, and Israel's going to clean house, and you forget about Palestine because it's over. Because once they invade it, they're going to create a new state in Palestine, because they're going to make sure that Hamas will never set foot in Palestine again. But you got to remember something. Israel want revenge, and they're going to get it. Just like we did after Pearl Harbor, we nuked them. We nuked Japan, and the problem is Israel have nuclear weapons, and they will nuke them. So you people come up here and talk about what Israel did. Once you talk about what Hamas did when there was raping and murdering and burning people they couldn't even recognize. Once you talk about that, all you want to say the one-side story, because I'm going to tell you, Israel's going to kick ass, and we got the strongest military in the world behind them. You let Iran get involved, we'll get the shit out of them too.
The next speaker is Bader B. Bader B.
First off, I want to say thank you to the Richmond City Council for considering this resolution in support of the Palestinian people. I want to remind everybody that the final resolution of today is that the City of Richmond advocates for the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes its leadership may commit, and that peaceful diplomacy is the only way to achieve this safety and dignity. Let me also remind everybody that the opposite of this resolution would be that the City of Richmond does not advocate for the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes its leadership may commit, and that violence and tacticless action is the only way to achieve safety and dignity. So I would ask, why would you be in favor of the opposition? Maybe it's because people don't know what's going on. But on my way to get my morning coffee the other day, I heard on NPR News on the radio that they are bombing places where they have told citizens to go and take shelter. The same story was also published on PBS. This is public information. This is information that is accessible, and we are not here.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Jeff Ritterman.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ritterman. I live in Richmond. Well, you can see that it's been a divisive resolution, so I think that speaks a bit against it. I wish we would have just come up with a resolution of a ceasefire. We have about 18 people in Congress now pushing for a ceasefire. The occupation didn't really justify killing the ravers or taking the hostages. The taking of the hostages and killing of the ravers didn't justify the air war, and it's not justifying what's likely to be a ground war, and it's kind of a cycle that never ends. So I wish we would have taken a position that 66% of Americans are taking, going for the ceasefire and pushing for that. I think that would have been a better resolution for us in the council.
The next group of speakers are Ed Romano, Stan Wards, Di Falamo, Juan Canman, and Emil McDonald. Can you please come forward and be prepared to speak? Ed Romano.
Yeah, hi. I come as a former resident of Richmond, and I think, just really want to express my gratitude and pride on this for this council, for your intellectual honesty and your moral clarity. I really appreciated the words from the mayor and the vice mayor to really point out what the history, right, that points to the cycle of violence. It's important to call out things like apartheid and sort of the conditions that speak to the suffering of people that would bring forth, right, like resentment and what have you. Everyone's lives are important, and innocent people are suffering. But when we look at the disproportionate amount of like people suffering and like the asymmetry
Thank
of
you,
the
your time has
suffering.
expired.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, before the next speaker speaks, I would like to make a suggestion. I truly appreciate the respect that we're showing one another, and it tells me that we should be able to start swapping people out. People who have spoken should move to the auditorium so that we can allow people in the auditorium to move in and take seats so they can speak. So, do you believe we can do that? I do. Thank you. So if we can have our officers make sure that that the exchange happens appropriately.
Mayor, I'm sorry. For clarification, so are you allowing those speakers to sign up to speak here?
If, yeah, the people who,
So if they're, as they're coming in, if they want to
yes,
speak, they can.
yes, yeah. The people coming in should have the ability to speak. That's why they're coming in. Only people who will be speaking should be coming in. So when you come in, get a pink slip to sign up. I truly want to make sure that every voice can be heard.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. Yeah, I'm the first one.
I don't know if he wants me to continue.
Thanks for trying to get direction from the chief. The logistics of
We're waiting for the mayor to confer with city staff. He'll be right back, and then we'll restart the open for, or the public comment for this item. I'm afraid time's...
meeting suspended because there's not a quorum on the dais.
Your secret's on the corner, you're over one.
I was going to give my position up to Cesar. All right. If I may have your attention, I want to make sure that every voice can be heard. And I understand that there's many people who have not spoken, who are outside in the auditorium, in the lobby. So this is what I'm going to ask of you. If you have spoken, please vacate the chambers so that people who have not spoken can come in. If you are here and you weren't able to get a pink slip, you will now be able to get one so that you can have your voice heard. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess so that we can move people around and start with a brand new set of people who want to speak. Now, if you're in the chambers, you're here to speak. If you're not going to speak, I ask you to vacate for people who do want to speak. So 5 minutes. to make this change. I'm sorry, sir, for having you stand there for so long, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. Session, open forum is now in order. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Stan.
Yes, hello. My name is Stan Woods, and I'd like to speak in favor of Resolution R1. As a political activist, I wear different hats. I'm a retired executive board member of International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 6, a member of the Oscar Grant Committee Against Police Brutality and State Repression, in which capacity I've been here before trying to get justice for P.D. Perez, who was killed in 2014. And last but not least, I'm a member of East Bay Democratic Socialists of America. All these affiliations are motivated by a desire for universal justice, and that includes justice and self-determination for the Palestinian people. And I'm not the only one that feels that way. On October 15th, we had over 6,000 people of every race, creed, and color, including many people of ethnically and religiously Jewish, march for justice for Palestine in San Francisco. And they call for cutting off all U.S. military aid and also no bombing, no starvation, no ground invasion of Gaza Strip. And so I strongly urge you to vote yes on Proposition R1. I think it will be the first motion of this type in the country. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Dalifal Mo, Juan Canman, Emil McDonald, Mike Hickey, Reza Yazdi, and Faya Ayad. Please come forward and be prepared to speak. Dal Falimo.
I'm Juan Canham. I'm Juan. I'm here today because Richmond has an opportunity to be the first city in our country to pass a resolution supporting the people of Palestine and the right of people to everywhere to safety and dignity. I urge the council to make history and take a stand on the right side of it by passing this resolution and offering a model for cities across the nation to follow. I support the resolution. Our tax dollars are only enabling this conflict. They enable the apartheid, they enable the collective punishment of Palestinians, both now in the ongoing assault, massacre, whatever you want to call it, genocide, as some people have called it, and in the previous 17 years of the blockade. So I urge the council to vote yes on Resolution 1.
Juan Canman.
Good evening. My name is Emil McDonald. I'm a Richmond resident in District 3, and I urge the council to adopt this resolution in support of Palestinian human rights. Any person of good conscience opposes the taking of innocent life. We denounce the murder and kidnappings of civilians by Hamas on October 7, and we pray for the safe return of the hostages. Moral consistency requires that we also denounce the disproportionate and indiscriminate killing of thousands of civilians by the Israeli government as it bombs Gaza. Unlike the Hamas attack on 10/7, these war crimes are being carried out in our name, funded by our tax dollars, with American-supplied weapons and with the unapologetic and vociferous support of our government. I'm proud to live in a city that stands up and says, no more, not in our name, the violence must stop. The United States government must call for a ceasefire and use its influence with Israel and the international community to negotiate an end to the killing, the safe return of the hostages, and end to the apartheid regime imposed by Israel on the Palestinian people. I ask that our city join the growing calls for an end to U.S.'s support for Israel's immoral and illegal war. Thank you.
Juan Canman.
Dave Alamo here. I mean, after I hear the mayor.
Sir, are you Juan Canman?
No, I'm Dave Alamo. I think he swapped. He took my name. And
What is your
taken
name?
his
I'm sorry.
Dayfallah, Dhaifallah,
Okay. All right, continue, please.
Okay, Mayor, I want to thank you for the word you said to make everybody calm down. I think after you said I don't have to see a lot, I support the resolution and we support peace. Thank you.
Mike Hickey. Mike Hickey. Mike Hickey.
Mike Hickey.
Reza Yazdi.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Faiza, and I'm here on behalf of humanity. We suffer a lot, everyone. There is no excuse for all this killing. And they try to make it Hamas issue. It's not a Hamas issue. It's an occupation. And we had enough of that occupation. May I remind everyone, Palestine was occupied 17 times. And this one is not going to be no different than all the others. They all gone. And hopefully, inshallah, they will. Because we need to live in peace and harmony. But if the other side doesn't want to respect the life of people in Palestine, we welcome them. I was 4 years old
Thank
when
you. Your
that
time
war.
has expired.
And we welcome them. And that's the
Ma'am, your time has
price
expired.
we have to pay. Thank you.
The next
Hello,
group of
Mayor, the
speaker-
Vice Mayor, and Council
Excuse me,
members.
sir. Excuse me, sir. What is your name?
Reza Yazdi.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a member of Human Rights Commission, and I'm reading the Human Rights Commission regarding to the immediate ceasefire in the area. Resolution affirming Richmond support for an immediate ceasefire in Middle East. Whereas the city of Richmond stands in support of ending present war in Middle East and the preservation of human life, and whereas this can only be accomplished by an end to their airstrikes on Gaza and the end of rocket attacks on Israel. Whereas the preservation of human life in Gaza requires the resumption of free flow of fuel, food, and medical supplies, and resumption of electricity, and whereas the end of hostilities require the both sides agree to end and plans to stop the future attacks. Whereas the war has resulted in an increase in both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism worldwide.
Sir, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Lucinda Casson, Jane Brayan, Cantor Bryan, Dorothy Dorrance, Lily Saifong, Faith Metzger, and Cho Cipher. Lucinda Casson.
Hi, my name is Lucinda Casson. I'm a member of Temple Beth Hillel in Richmond. Let me start by saying I do feel for the Palestinian people, both in Gaza and on the West Bank. I wish they weren't suffering, but I am very distressed by the one-sidedness of this original resolution, and I think it's shameful that you had to have public feedback until you finally included the 1,200 people in Israel who were butchered and set on fire, babies that were beheaded, women that were raped. But you had to get public feedback to put that in. And you didn't even mention that Hamas's goal is to kill every Jew. That's in their charter. My hope is that we have a two-state solution, and we hope we live in peace. But that is not possible while Hamas exists.
Jane Bragan.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Jane Bragan. I just wanted to speak in support of this resolution. Thank you for bringing it forward. Peace means land back.
Cantor Bryan.
Thank you. I wanted to speak this evening as a member of the Jewish clergy in the Bay Area. Lived a resident of Richmond for 14 years, East Bay for 40 years, with the exception of the years 2011, 2012, when I lived in Warsaw, Poland. Poland is a nation in the center of Europe and was the home of the death camps of World War II and the Holocaust, where 6 million Jews lost their lives simply because they were Jewish. No other reason, just because they are Jewish. My time in Poland, I lived with fear. Not fear for my life. No, I felt fear in the air left over from the fear of the 6 million felt some 77 years ago. Not 1,000 years ago, not 2,000 years ago, 77 years ago. Please set this proclamation aside by voting no. Allow me to remind you that this proclamation was just one more step towards making the Jews of your community feel fearful of being alone, unsupported, abandoned, just because we are Jews. I want to ask you.
Your time has expired, sir.
If you want a free...
Your time has expired.
Okay.
The next speaker is Dorothea Dorrance. And will the following speakers please come forward? Lily Saifong, Faith Metzger, and Cho Safer.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council of Richmond. I'm a grandmother of two mixed-race grandchildren in Richmond, and they go to Richmond schools. I'm asking you to vote against this resolution. It places all the blame for the conflict on Israel while barely mentioning the Hamas attack that resulted in 1,400 innocent Israelis who started the war. Hamas is a cancer, not just on Israel, it's a cancer on the Palestinian people. And Hamas needs to be eliminated because no country, not Israel, not the United States, not any other country in the world, would tolerate having 7,000 missiles shot into its country in all civilian areas. That is why Israel is trying to get rid of Hamas. And it has warned the residents of Gaza to move away from the north. It has not bombed hospitals. Guess who bombed the hospitals?
Your time has expired.
Okay. Vote against this resolution.
I would like to remind people to respect the people at the podium, but I also want the people at the podium to respect their time so that we can move on in a peaceful manner. So please, when your 1 minute is up, the clerk will let you know and respectfully stop your comments.
Thank you. Lily Saifong.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Lily, a Richmond youth who was intimidated out of this space by the hostility in the room. And Lily says that she's a senior in high school. She's lived in Richmond for the full 16 years of her life, and I'm proud, Lily's proud, to call Richmond my home. I've been aware of the atrocities going on in Gaza for a few years now, and it's always been disheartening to not have an efficient way to support Palestinians other than to spread awareness. So I'm truly glad that our community has been able to step up and make a joint effort to stand in solidarity with Gaza. The genocide happening in Gaza is nothing new, and it's not simply a trend on social media or the news. It is heartwarming to see the community educating themselves on this matter and taking action. I'm a youth leader at the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, where we believe all people should have the right to a clean and healthy environment where communities can thrive. When we say this, we're also including the 2 million people in Gaza who have had their resources, energy, and water sovereignty extracted by Israel. We're demanding an end to all Israeli violence against Palestinians, both of the current bombardment and the end of the apartheid regime. Mayor and city council members, thank you. We're asking you to represent Richmond residents who demand a ceasefire and an end to this genocide. Thank you.
Faith Metzger.
The hearts of the Jewish people are broken. 1,400 Israelis, babies, toddlers, the elderly were massacred by the Iranian-funded terror group Hamas. The attack on October 7th, a Jewish holiday, was the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. Hamas murdered indiscriminately. There are 20 dead Thai nationals, 10 dead Nepalese, 3 dead Chinese. People from 40 different nations have been affected. Some are held hostage in Gaza. Even in the East Bay, we feel this pain. A local community rabbi lost his nephew. A Berkeley boy, Hirsch Poland Goldberg, is missing. The regime in Iran initiated the war and is exploiting both the deaths of Israelis and of Palestinians. To see the Richmond City Council propose this is an abandonment of your Jewish community. It is disrespectful. You are telling us our lives do not matter, our grief does not matter, our tears do not matter. This resolution is not a plea for peace and tolerance. It is a one-sided demonization of my people. Please vote no.
I have asked people to please respect the time limits.
The next group of speakers are Cleo Soifer, Morgan Condon, Teresa Russell, Susan DeWitt, Beth Zietman, and Aisha Abbasi. Please come forward and be prepared to speak. Cleo Sniffer.
Hi, my name is Cleo. I'm a resident of Oakland, but I've worked in the city of Richmond for the last 6 years, working closely with the community here, and I am speaking in support of the resolution. My ancestors lived in a small Jewish village on the border of what's now Ukraine and Poland. They were wiped out due to ethnic cleansing and violence. You can't find that village on any map anymore. I'm terrified that a similar fate could befall the people of Gaza. Never again means never again for anyone. The best way I can think of to honor my ancestors is to speak in solidarity and in support of this resolution, this brave and necessary resolution. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Morgan Condon. Morgan Condon.
Hi. I hit the talk button. Oh, okay. My name is Morgan Condon. I support Richmond City Council's resolution to pledge solidarity with Palestine. I am a proud anti-Zionist Jew. I am proud of my Judaism, my religion, and my culture. The apartheid state of Israel does not speak for me or my community. Richmond City Council passing this resolution will pave the way for other localities to do so as well. Thank you.
Teresa Russell.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Russell, and I'm a resident of Richmond. I am asking you to reject Resolution R1 on tonight's City Council agenda. Even with the new amendments announced tonight, the resolution is still divisive for our community, as seen here this evening in council chambers when it was announced. It is deeply disturbing that in a post on social media, there is talk about how huge Resolution R1 passing would be for Richmond, because it would be the first city in the United States to pass a resolution like this. Reading that post, it appears to me like the city council members that wrote the resolution are using the tragic situation in Palestine and Israel, both of which are thousands of miles away from Richmond, to gain politically from it. That doesn't sit well with me. I urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Susan DeWitt. Susan DeWitt.
My name is Suzanne Coulter DeWitt. I'm a Holocaust survivor. When I was 4 years old, I was arrested in Munich and sent to a concentration camp. The police did not interfere at all with these arrests. Now, 84 years later, the same thing is happening. Jews are being accused of being apartheid in Israel. This is not true. I served as a volunteer in the IDF. There were black soldiers, black officers, black reservists. If the Hamas did not use the poor Palestinian people as human shields, they would not be killed. I hope that they will stop using them as human shields. I speak against the resolution.
Beth Zietman.
Good evening. My name is Beth Seitman, and I've been a Richmond resident for over 37 years. While I appreciate the amendments that you've added, I still find the resolution to be inflammatory and anti-Semitic. It contains half-truths, inaccuracies, and distortions, and it is a resolution to create hatred toward Jews and divisiveness in our community. I, as a Jew, if this resolution passes, feel very unsafe in this community. This proposed resolution feigns the appearance of speaking for the residents of Richmond. However, I am a resident, and I am not represented here, nor are many of the Richmond residents who are here tonight. The Richmond City Council and the mayor have not reached out to us residents to ask us how we might feel about this proposal. That is not good leadership. Palestinians and Israelis have suffered a great deal, and it is very sad. Many Israeli and Palestinian citizens have been working together for peace in the Middle East for many years now. We often hear about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the news, but we don't hear about these citizens and their organizations
Your
that
time has
focus on
expired.
working toward peace.
The next speaker is Aisha Abbasi.
Hi, my name is Aisha. I'm an organizer with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network here in Richmond. I want to start by giving my deep appreciation to the Richmond City Council and Mayor for considering this resolution in support of Palestinian people. This is a brave and necessary act of solidarity. Tonight, we've heard many moving stories about what it means to be a Richmond resident and worker and how many of our immigrant communities were forced to leave our homelands by violence and war. The apartheid state of Israel is conducting a form of ethnic cleansing and collective punishment, which is a war crime. 2.2 million people live in Gaza. Half of them are children. In the past few days, Israel has been bombing the Gaza Strip indiscriminately, killing over 6,000 Palestinian civilians already. As of October 15th, 50 families were wiped off the civil registry due to ongoing Israeli airstrikes. We cannot stand by and let this happen. We have the power to call on our government to stop the war crimes of the Israeli government. The people of Richmond have lifted our voices together and stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. I urge the council to vote yes.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to remind people, if you have spoken, please exit so that other people who have not spoken can come in. So, I would like our staff to make sure that there's other people outside to come in so that they may speak. Yeah, so you can go to the auditorium to continue to watch the proceedings.
The next group of speakers are Kayla Uchoa, Khadid Albaji, Catherine Lee, Lily Seyfong, Isa Flores-Jones, and Elizabeth Ibarra. Please come forward. Kayla Uchoa.
Kayla Uchoa, as a youth environmental justice organizer and community member in Richmond, I implore you to unapologetically support Resolution R1 in support of the Palestinian people. 47% of the 2.2 million people living in Gaza are Palestinian civilians who have been brutally murdered in the past 2 weeks by Israeli forces, are children. Churches, mosques, hospitals, schools, evacuation routes, and residential buildings have all been decimated by Israel's constant bombardment of Gaza with over 6,000 bombs. This is collective punishment, which is a war crime under international law. This is a genocide unfolding before our eyes, which is funded and enabled by the United States government. California has sent over $600 million in weapons to Israel in 2023. This is the equivalent of $1.4 million of Richmond taxpayer dollars. This is a Richmond issue. This past Friday, October 20th, hundreds of people came together in Richmond to mourn the Palestinian martyrs at a vigil co-organized by Richmond youth. Richmond stands against the ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Palestinian people. We stand in solidarity.
Your time is up.
Khalid Almaji. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Ahmed Dabashi, President of the Yemeni Association. Today, I'm very proud of you, and I'm proud of the city of Pride. Y'all made the right decision, which is yes, and I really respect that because they should all learn from what happened in Germany. Hitler did something wrong. We don't want them to do the same thing they're doing in Palestine. We need peace. 2 states, peace. We all one community. They're our cousins. We lived together for centuries. Why now we can't have this peace? We should live together. The real Jews don't like what's going on right now. The real Jews who really going by the Torah, the books, the holy books. They know this got to stop. Thank you very much for your time. I really respect you. Pride to Richmond.
Catherine Lee.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine, and I'm a Richmond youth organizer here in Richmond with Asian Pacific Environmental Network. I grew up in Richmond, and there's so many things I love about this city and all of its diversity and culture. To me, Richmond has been a place that symbolizes community and solidarity. I stand here today heartbroken by the genocide taking place in Gaza and ashamed by the role that the U.S. has in funneling money into weapons and bombs. 47% of Gazans are children. When I hear children, I think of my 12-year-old little sister, my 5- and 9-year-old little cousins, and the wonderful youth who I get to work with every day. They have the right to a future, and so should the children of Gaza. We must demand a ceasefire so that innocent lives don't continue to get killed, and we must demand that the U.S. stop funding Israel's apartheid against Palestinians. Last Friday, we held a vigil at Unity Park where 100 residents showed up in solidarity for Gaza. I urge Richmond City Council to affirm support and solidarity with the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Isa Flores Jones. Isa Flores Jones.
Hi there, my name is Isa, and I'm speaking on behalf of one of our high schoolers with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network who wanted to share his words with you all tonight. He says, hi, my name is Ayush. I'm a senior in high school, and I'm proud to be a Nepalese American who has called the Bay Area home for his entire life. Standing with you today, he can't help but feel a deep sense of sadness thinking about the state of the world, particularly the ongoing Israeli occupation and genocide against Palestinians. However, amidst the heartache and challenges, what truly amazes Ayush is the resilience of humanity, witnessing people from all walks of life stepping up, speaking out, and working for a more peaceful and just world. He wants to uplift the fact that he's seen folks mobilize from across Richmond and across the Bay Area in support of the Palestinian people. No mother or child should have to worry about the next bombing or the next time they'll have power or water available. He wants to say he supports the city of Richmond and its city council in demanding a humanitarian ceasefire and support for the Palestinian people. We appreciate your time and attention to this matter and look forward to our community making a positive impact in the world and standing for what's right. Thank you.
Elizabeth Ibarra.
Hi, council members. My name is Elizabeth Ibarra. I'm a resident here in Richmond. Today, I stand before you to address the importance of supporting our town's stance on the standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza. The people of Gaza have faced unimaginable hardships from prolonged economic blockades and cycles of violence, which have claimed countless lives and left many living in fear. We recognize that solidarity is not an expression of hatred towards any group, but rather an appeal for humanity and empathy. We stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza because we believe in the value of every human life, regardless of where they are born or what circumstances they face. We understand that peace is achieved through dialogue and cooperation and understanding, not through violence and oppression. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Alfredo A., Kat, Armin Oren, Sean Dunning, Paula Rudy, and Luke Pickrell. Please come forward. Alfredo.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I want to thank you first and foremost for drafting this resolution and recognizing the violence faced by Palestinian people. For decades, Palestinians have been living under occupation and under the apartheid regime at the hands of the Israeli government. I think we can all agree that murder of innocent civilians is never okay. Almost half of all of those living in Gaza, 47%, are under 18. The billions of dollars being spent by the US war machine and Western allies are being used to bomb children, literal children. Regardless of the actions of non-state actors, I think it is disgraceful that the US continues to fund the collective punishment of Palestinian people. I commend the Council for standing up for peace and using the political power that all of us here have been building for the last decades to stand up for good. I especially appreciate the amendments calling for a mutual ceasefire, which is one of the loudest calls from Palestinians on the ground. Viva Palestina, long live Palestine. Thank you.
Kat.
Hello. I'm going to start with the words from Palestinian poet Marwan Makhoul. In order for me to write poetry that isn't political, I must listen to the birds. In order to hear the birds, the warplanes must be silent. I want to thank you all for doing what many of us with compassion and deep desire for real sustained peace have been asking for all over the world, an end to the siege and release of the 2 million hostages trapped in Gaza, half of which are children, thousands of which are already dead, massacred daily by the military of the settler colonial government of Israel. We need a ceasefire right now. I support this resolution because I stand against genocide and apartheid and for the rights of indigenous peoples globally to steward the land that their ancestors and elders have stewarded for hundreds of years. None of us are free until we are all free. None of us are free until Palestine is free. Palestine will be free in our lifetime. Long live the Intifada, free Palestine.
Arnon Oran. Arnon.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Arnon Oren. I'm an Israeli and Jewish business owner here in Richmond. The way you wrote the resolution and the time you bring it up signals to Jews and Israelis that this is not going to be the city where we welcome. Passing resolution like this sends a message that Richmond is not city that Jews can be their whole self, and many may feel threatened and unsafe. Taking a position on a conflict 8,000 miles away, that the city government has no influence at the expense of residents and business owners betrays the character of the city of Richmond. I urge you to say no, to vote no on this resolution, and let's find different ways to bring all communities together.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Sean Dunning.
What are we accomplishing tonight? For, against, we could do this all night. After 10 people, we probably got the basic gist of it, right? What are we accomplishing? Mr. Mayor, I appreciated the words you spoke earlier. They were beautiful. The words in this resolution, however, even with the amendments, are causing division. That may not be your intent, but that is the effect, and you cannot deny it. I have an alternate idea for you. Perhaps, Councilmember Zepeda, you want to consider putting this forward, or somebody else. Table this resolution, invite everyone in this room back together in the auditorium, and let's work on something we can all believe in. I bet you it's possible. I spent 6 years working with Israelis and Palestinians. I've heard much more divisive rhetoric than this, and you wouldn't believe the kind of common ground we could achieve. Don't let this be divisive. We can do this. Thank you.
Paul LaRudy. Paul LaRudy.
My name is Paul LaRudy, and I want to point out that this meeting is taking place in a building that was built on ground that was created by ethnic cleansing and genocide. This genocide is a Richmond issue. And I'm proud to see Richmond standing up and speaking against genocide. We have an obligation as the inheritors of a land where genocide took place. We have the responsibility to be sure it never happened somewhere else. And I appreciate this resolution for contributing to the awareness of the genocide that is happening in Palestine and trying to prevent it from continuing. Thank you.
Luke Pickrell. Luke Pickrell.
Thank you. My name is Luke. I'm a member of the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America, and as a Richmond resident, I am represented by this resolution. I support Resolution R1. This month's events are a direct result of Israel's apartheid regime, a regime that receives billions in funding from the United States. Our tax dollars enable Israeli apartheid and the collective punishment of Gazans. Both the blockade and the current siege would not be possible without the billions of dollars in military and economic aid the U.S. government sends Israel every year. This is money freed up by years' worth of divestment from U.S. communities like those the Richmond City Council represents, money that should instead go to meeting the urgent needs of those communities. Elected officials at every level of American society, including the Richmond City Council, should stand with the people of Gaza and against Israelis' repression and the Palestinian people.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next group of speakers are Dyla Stern, Benny Zahn, Marilyn Langlois, Lucero Rios, and Adele Samaha. Please come forward. Delia.
Hello, before my time is counted, I request, this banner doesn't represent me because I don't believe there's a genocide going on, and this is the image that is going to be broadcasted. So I request for it to either be removed or there's a representation to happen. I think this is only fair. Thank you. I will start my time now. Dear City Council, hello, and thank you for hearing my words. I've been a resident of Richmond, and up to this moment have been proud to call city my home. Today, I'm ashamed of my city, and I'm afraid, and I'm scared, and you have put me in this situation. And I'm calling you to immediately reject this inflammatory resolution. This resolution is hypocritical, and the double standard that you wish to judge Israel by is irresponsible, immoral, and the reason anti-Semitism is rising in this country. The resolution could bring anti-Semitism to our city, to my city. And you are the ones who are bringing it onto the table. You told us, Mr. Mayor, to not come with formed opinions, but you are the ones bringing this resolution to be voted on. Is that not a formed opinion? Are you listening to the city that you live in your city? Are you listening to us? How dare you talk about the situation and stay silent about the horrific massacre against innocent Jews?
Your time has expired. Benny Zahn.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Your time
Can
is
I
up,
complete
ma'am.
my words?
No, your time has expired.
My time has been heavily distracted.
Benny Zahn.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Benny. I'm a member of the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America. I'm also a Jew and the grandson of Holocaust survivors. I just want to say thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, to the council for your courage and for your words and for the very considerate amendments that you also put forward. I just want to say, you know, big important moves like this are going to be divisive for some people. That's natural. And you can see the vast majority of the people in this room, in the overflow online, are in support of you. And so I urge you to continue to stand strong and please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Marilyn Langlois.
Good evening. Marilyn Langlois, Richmond resident. I urge you to support this resolution. In order to achieve lasting peace and dignity for all in the region, we must stand with Palestinians who have been gravely oppressed for decades. Actions of the Israeli government have created subhuman conditions in Gaza long before October 7th, restricting food, water, and fuel, disabling sewage treatment, heavily polluting the narrow bit of the sea where Gazans can fish, destroying the small amount of arable land where food crops used to be grown, frightening children with sonic booms, bombing homes, and prohibiting freedom to travel. We must join with Palestinians and the many Jews who oppose occupation, colonization, and ethnic cleansing, and support the Palestinian struggle for self-determination. We won't be free until all are free. Thank you.
Lucero Rios. Lucero Rios.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucero. I am a community member living here in Richmond. I want to say thank you to the Richmond City Council for considering this resolution in support of the Palestinian people. This is a brave and necessary act of solidarity. We came to Richmond to make a new home so that the future generations might have a brighter future. We believe that all people deserve access to clean air and water to feel safe walking around their neighborhoods, including the people of Gaza. Israel's attacks on Gaza are a form of ethnic cleansing and collective punishment of civilians. 2.2 million people living in the Gaza Strip, half of them children. In the past few days, Israel has been bombing the Gaza Strip indiscriminately, killing over 5,000 Palestinian civilians already. This is a collective punishment, a crime under international law. We cannot stand by and let this happen. We have the power to call on our government to put a stop to the war crimes of the Israeli government. The people of Richmond have to lift our
Your
voices
time has
together.
expired.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Youssef Ayad, Ilana Kester, Pete Woolwood, Rabbi Yitzchuk, Askia Abdullah, and Bashir Hadid. Please come forward. Youssef Ayad.
Ayat, what?
Youssef.
Yeah, hi. I appreciate for the time. My name is Yusuf. I would like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, the city council for taking this resolution. And also to understand that this issue has been going over 75 years. It's not a recent issue. Resolutions after resolution after resolution. Where everybody else gave a blind eye to those resolutions. When it comes to the hurt, everybody wakes up. But nobody realized that the Palestinian people, they've been hurting for 75 years. And no one said a word. And these people, the Gazan people, they are in open prison for 2.2 million for 15 years. And nobody said nothing. So please, thank you for your taking this resolution, just to clarify. Thanks a lot.
Ilana Kessler. Ilana Kessler. Pete Wade. Rabbi Yitzchuk Wagner.
Hi, my name is Rabbi Yitzchak Wagner. I am the Chabad rabbi for Chabad Jewish Center of Richmond, and I've been a rabbi here for the community for the last 7 or so years. I will not comment directly on the language of the resolution. I believe that the sponsors knew well of its divisiveness and chose to propose it anyway. What I will say is, as Jews, we believe that the way to fight darkness is by increasing in light. We will not cower. What we will do is we will strengthen ourselves in spreading light, in spreading goodness, and spreading love. So many here in the Richmond community, after hearing this proposal come up, have contacted and reached out looking for a way to connect, to reconnect, to support, to stand strong with our brothers and sisters in the land of Israel. And to that I say, this is a fight between good and evil, between right and wrong. And we believe and know that goodness and light will always prevail. May our elected leaders reconsider their path and choose unity, morality, and good as well. Am Yisrael Chai, God bless the people of Israel.
Askia Abdullah. Askia Abdullah.
He's walking over.
Okay, thanks. I can't see.
Yeah, I figured it.
Assalamu alaikum. I am 82 years young. I am the first African American to convert to the religion of Islam in Richmond. 60 years ago, Malcolm X appeared across the way here at the auditorium, and I am one of the people left that was on the security squad that was guarding Malcolm X, known as the FOI. The fruit of Islam, who is constantly training and conditioning themselves to meet and overcome all obstacles in their path. I was here speaking and fighting for human rights, and I'm here tonight speaking and fighting for human rights. Assalamu alaikum.
Bashir Hadid.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Councils. I'm here as a proud American to tell you that I'm so proud of you. When you look at the flag, it reminds you it's the country of the free. You know, liberty and justice for all. So I'm here on behalf of all those children and Jews who speaks up against genocide and killing women and children and lives. My family stood against Nazism. They stood against anti-Semitic. I stand against anti-Semitic. If the role switched, you will find me against the Palestinians. But unfortunately, we're seeing women and children are dying. This is what America is about. It's for justice, liberty, and freedom. So I'll say, free Palestine. And if you are a human, you should support this resolution. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Alex Henney, Izzy Hamran, Shabana Shabazz, Badir El Bakri, Ahmed Dabushi, and Dan M. Please come forward. Alex Henney.
Could you say that again, Rob?
The list again? I'll call again. Just go ahead. Alex?
Yeah, I'm Alex. Hi. Hi, my name is Alex Hanna. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm a first-generation immigrant to the U.S. My parents are Egyptian immigrants and Coptic Christians. I want to thank the mayor and vice mayor for introducing this resolution. My heart weighs heavy as the world leaders sit on their hands as Israel murders civilians and commits war crimes. What I've seen in the past 2 weeks, the world has been increasingly heartening. A coalition of Muslims, Jews, and Christians coming again to fight the apartheid state. And the movement is reflective of Richmond. Latinx folks, Asians, Arabs, and other folks from the Middle East have been supporting this. In Egypt, people are out en masse speaking in favor of Palestinian rights, and they're saying Palestinians freed us. As opposed to some of the speakers who say that, have spoken already, saying that the city, I believe the city can walk and chew gum at the same time. The state of California and the U.S. gives billions of dollars of aid to the state of Israel, and their technological weapons are marketed as battle ready after being tested on Palestinians. Richmond can set a major example for the rest of the nation. Thank you again, and I urge the council to vote yes.
Izzy Hamran.
Good evening. Right when I walked in, I sat right there, and there was this beautiful older woman behind me with a poster with like 9 Israeli kidnapped kids. I said, I feel saddened for them. And then I told her, how come there's no Palestinian kids on there? She jumped right away and said, do you stand for Hamas? I said, that's the problem. What the media is feeding you and what some of you are feeding other people. There's not hundreds of millions of people protesting for Hamas. If Hamas is a terrorist group, the Zionist Israeli government is a bigger terrorist group. So you guys heard the argument, and that's why it stopped. She's a beautiful woman, but you guys are smart people. You didn't put this resolution in for nothing. A lot of them are saying that this resolution will make them unsafe. They're lying, and you know that. If anything, this resolution will make the United States of America safer. Thank you.
Shabana Shabazz.
Good evening. I'm Shabana Shabazz, mom of my children and member of the community, Muslim and non-Muslim alike. I'm glad that the City Council we all have voted for is standing up for what is right. I'm here not to condone what happened 2 weeks ago or as a warmonger, nor someone who is promoting hate. Hatred is wrong. I'm here to support this resolution. I'm here to invite people to learn about the facts, search for what is true. I'm here to call upon everyone who wishes to call Columbus Day an Indigenous People Day, everyone who believes in all life matters, to understand this clearly, that the actions of the oppressed cannot be compared with those of the oppressor. United Nations. Israel has violated 28 resolutions signed by the United Nations Security Council. The United Nations Watch database documents that from 2006 to 2022, the Human Rights Council has adopted 99 resolutions against Israel. Thank you.
Badir El Bakri. Badir El Bakri.
I'm leaving. That's what you guys do to the Palestinian people.
Badil El Bakri. Ahmed Dobushi. Ahmed Dobushi. Dan M.
Hello, my name is Dan. I'm a homeowner in Richmond and a taxpayer. I'm a stand-up comedian. This is the least funny night I've experienced in a long time, though I appreciate all my opening acts tonight. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. Everybody has their own opinion about what's going on over there, and I respect that. I love my Arab brothers and sisters. I respect them. But I will say to you, Mr. Mayor and Gail, I was proud to live here until I saw R1. Even with the amendments, it's a disgrace. I look at you right in the eye. You are Jew haters, okay? You hate Jews. You are the new Nazis. You are the people who tell the Jews, we are not safe in Richmond. We are not welcome in Richmond. We are not safe here. We are not welcome here. That is what R1 does. We are not safe. We are not welcome. That's what you're telling us. I love everybody here. I don't want to change their mind. I just want to feel safe where I live.
The next group of speakers are Jesse Strecker, Jamin Purcell, Orrin Levy, Tawfiq Halaby, Naomi Smolker, and Matthew Lewis. Jesse Strecker. Jesse Strecker. Jamin Purcell.
Any ideology that divides the world into those who are worth more and those who are worth less, into superior and inferior beings, doesn't have to reach the dimensions of genocide to be wrong. Our nation was born in genocide and has embraced the doctrine that the original Americans, the native people, were considered an inferior race. Moreover, we elevated that tragic experience into a noble crusade. Only recently were we permitted ourselves to reject or to feel remorse for this shameful episode. Historically, the most terrible things, war, genocide, and slavery, have resulted not from disobedience, but from obedience. As much as the world has an instinct of evil and breeding ground for genocide and Holocaust, slavery, racism, war, oppression, and justice, it also has a greater instinct for goodness, rebirth, mercy, beauty, truth, and freedom, and love. Healing and unity comes from recognizing the root causes of oppression. Governments are mandated by international law to protect people from genocide, and I say to all those leaders, do not look away, do not hesitate. It is within your power to avoid a genocide.
Orrin Levy. Tawfiq Halaby. Are you Orrin?
Yep.
Okay. You may begin.
Oh, cool. My name's Orrin Levy. I'm a real Jew, 9th generation Israel, Palestine, whatever we call it, the land that we all love. And, you know, so we're here to talk about kind of your resolution. And I just, honestly, like, this is just inflammatory. This doesn't have a place in your government. This doesn't have a place where I live, okay? You're supporting a people. So we're talking about Palestinians, right? Palestinians voted for Hamas to come to power in Gaza. Hamas is then shooting missiles into Israel. 30% of those missiles are hitting their own people. Do you think they care? No. They're inflating their numbers and saying, Israel's dropping bombs on our people. Oh my gosh. They're using their people as human shields. Okay, Israel wants to keep the numbers low. The Palestinians are happy to inflate the numbers of the dead to fight for their cause. The numbers here aren't making sense, okay? 5 of my relatives disappeared on October 7th. 2 of them were found. My autistic relative, 12-year-old and her grandma, were found dead, horribly mutilated. 3 of them, the Calderon family, are still missing and still in Gaza. Yeah, can you help with that?
I would ask the audience to remain respectful. I understand that we do have a time crunch, but please, let's be respectful of everyone.
Tawfiq Halabi.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm very proud to be an American, very proud to be a resident of Richmond. And I wanted to just say to all my Jewish and Israeli brothers and sisters here, I feel the fear and the pain in your voices. I happen to be Palestinian American, and my grandparents were ethnically cleansed from Palestine, from their home. And I have compassion for the people here who are feeling unsafe. And I want to extend my hand and my embrace to my Jewish brothers and sisters, my Israeli brothers and sisters, that we feel for you as well as individuals and collectively. And I just wanted to also say that let's not forget the humanity of everybody. We're all human beings. We're all in this together. We are one community. And that's it. Thank you.
Naomi Smolder.
Hi, my name is Naomi. I'm a Jewish member of the East Bay Democratic Socialists of America, and I want to express my support for Resolution R1 with the mayor's amendments. To express unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people in opposition to Israeli apartheid and military support and in favor of liberation is a deeply unpopular position to hold in the United States, especially now. So too was public opposition to the Iraq War, and tonight's cause is no less just or necessary. As we watch a genocide unfold before our eyes, nearly 6,000 Palestinian lives stolen and countless others debilitated by the state of Israel through airstrikes and white phosphorus, thirst and starvation under Israeli siege, and 1.1 million more forcefully displaced, we in the United States, Israel's primary benefactor, have the responsibility to stand against our own government's enabling of this genocide. I believe strongly that this resolution sets out a powerful precedence on the side of justice, creates a blueprint to be followed nationwide, and I hope you all stand on the right side of history tonight and pass this resolution.
Matthew Lewis.
Hello, my name is Matthew Lewis. I'm a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America and a proud Jew. I call on you to pass this resolution with only the amendments put forth by the mayor and the vice mayor. You'll be in good company with the elected Berkeley Rent Board, which unanimously passed a similar resolution approximately 2 years ago. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. But conflating Zionism with anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, that is actual anti-Semitism, which is what the folks who have been speaking against us have been doing. It's not surprising that the first person who spoke against Palestine tonight is literally wearing a Trump Make America Great Again hat. Most Zionists are evangelical Christians, not Jews. It is incredibly common for Zionists to be white supremacists and anti-Semites, just like Donald Trump, who is an anti-Semite and a Zionist. To not support this resolution is not neutrality. Rather, it would be an endorsement of the status quo, an endorsement of genocide. Solidarity forever from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Adele Samaha.
Yes, thank you all for taking a step toward justice in the local level and the international level. Dear brothers and sisters, Jewish community members, if you want really justice and peace, you're talking about releasing the hostages, release the Palestinian women, men, and children in your jail, in your prisons. Once you release them, Hamas will release the hostages they have in their hand. Also, you are an occupier, so do not talk about self-defense definition, because according to the international law, you have no right to defend yourself, but the owner of the land does have the right to defend himself. Thus, to make it clear, and I'm in the support of the resolution, and I'm in the support of all freedom fighters of Palestine under any name or definition.
Eleanor Namani, followed by Antoinette Siguenza. Please come forward. Eleanor Namani.
Dear Mayor, board members, and my neighbors, and the Palestinian community that are here, first, I share your pain. I deeply share all of our pain. We don't deserve this. We're the sisters and brothers, we're the children of Abraham, and we should be here together. And what this resolution is doing is denying us from unity. And simply, I would say, everybody says we don't feel safe. Why don't we feel safe? Because by calling Israel doing apartheid, by calling Israel doing genocide, you're completely ignoring the history that from 48, we are the one that tried to be annihilated. And when we're finally strong enough to stand for our country and say, this is our land and we have the right to be here, people drawing Zionism like it's a curse. Zionism is the fact that we have a right to exist in a land together with Palestinians, where Hamas charter calls for the complete annihilation. People are screaming for the river to the sea. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Your time has expired.
Palestine would be free, which means we're not going to be there.
The next speaker is Antoinette Siguenza. Antoinette Siguenza. And Mayor, may I ask preference if you would like to now go to Zoom speakers or to the speakers that came over from the auditorium to speak?
We should continue with speakers who are here.
Who are here, okay. Thank you. So the next group of speakers will be Noor Aidi, Leela, Karen Duran, Sean Kozlacek, Aiden Bierman, and Sarmad Farouk.
One second. Ready? Okay. My name is Noor Aidi. I would like to make it clear that there were no 40 beheaded babies. There was no rape. The rhetoric and propaganda spewed by the occupation plays on the tropes of the Arab and Muslim terrorists that the West is so quick to accept and use it to justify further violence. The ongoing genocide of Palestinians in Gaza did not begin on October 7th, but has been gradual, with years of escalated violence. For so long, Israel and the Western powers could manipulate the media without any opposition. Today, the genocide in Gaza is on full display for the world to see. From the comfort and safety of our homes, we watch the Gaza death toll surpass 5,000. The United States standing firmly alongside Israel means that they are complicit in the bombing of hospitals, churches, residential complexes. It means the United States is complicit in the murder of children, journalists, medical workers, teachers, UN employees. Earlier comments stated that this is not a local issue, but billions of dollars means less money to this city. Thank you, Mayor Martinez, for your courage. Tell Joe Biden to stand with Free Palestine.
Leela. The next speaker is Leela. Okay. Karen Duran. Karen Duran. Okay.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm a resident of Richmond. I've lived here my whole life. I work here in Richmond. I did want to start off with saying that in the resolution, you stated that there was 6,000 Palestinians that have been murdered. I want to clear that it's been since October 7th that 6,000 have been murdered. Plenty more have been murdered before that. I am horrified by Israel's ongoing bombardment of the people of Gaza. Israel's attacks on Gaza are a form of ethnic cleansing and collective punishment of civilians. A war crime. A war crime. And that's only a few of them that they have committed. 2.2 million people live in the Gaza Strip, and half of them are children. Children. And they are being attacked. They are being killed, murdered. Israel needs to stop this. This is a collective punishment and a crime under international law. A crime under international law. I am with the resolution. I am with the resolution. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Sean Kozlchik.
Good evening. This is the message I would like to bring rather than that. And I am not going to speak the way that I plan to this evening because the environment in here is exactly what I say this resolution is. It is divisive. You have brought this. This is what's coming to Richmond now. The Jewish community, I am a Jewish community member here in Richmond. My husband David Plotkin serves on the Design and Review Board, and we do not feel safe, and this is why. So instead, I'm going to take my 30 seconds and read to you about Rachel Poland, a mother of an American-Israeli hostage. She spoke to the UN this morning about the atrocities that befell her son, who was kidnapped from the Supernova Festival of Unity and Love. She said, quote, "Picture your own mother. Picture her being told there are only two options. You're either dead or you had your arm blown off and were kidnapped at gunpoint into Gaza and no one knows where you are, or if you bled to death in that pickup truck 18 days ago, or if you died
time
yesterday."
Expired. Aiden Bierman.
My name is Idan Berman. I'm an Israeli American, a business owner here in Richmond. The resolution you guys wrote is full of lies. They know it, I know it, you know it. There's so much to say here. I'm not going to be able to say it all. I'm sorry that the elders of the Palestinian community, the Muslim community, have mostly left, but they know the truth that I know and that Israelis know and that Palestinians know. If Hamas puts his weapons down, there would be no bloodshed. If Israel puts its weapons down, Israelis would be annihilated. That is the truth.
Sarmad Farouk.
I would like to remind the audience that we're here to listen and to listen with open hearts. I know that we have different opinions as to what is true and what is false, but we need to hear where everyone is coming from and listen to them with respect.
Sarmad Farouk. The next group of speakers are Lee Goodman, Debbie Bayer, Nadia Barhoum, David Reinerston, and Jessica Mitsuka. Lee Goodman.
I'm grateful to have the opportunity to address you all. Thank you so much for introducing this resolution and not being silent and treating this moment as business as usual. My Jewish upbringing taught me about the oppression of Jews and the resistance to it, particularly the brave resistance to the Nazi genocide. And my teachers posed to me the question of what would I do if there were a genocide in my time? And that isn't an abstract question. Israel has maintained Gaza as a ghetto for 17 years. and occupation since long before. If we don't address Israeli occupation as the root cause, as this resolution does, we can expect more resistance and we can expect more violence. Never again must mean never again for anyone. This resolution reflects the Council working to step into the weight of the moment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Debbie Bayer.
I'm Debbie Bayer, Richmond resident. If this resolution had been a call for a ceasefire, a call for peace, a return of the hostages, I would have supported it. I would have been happy to support it. And I think Cesar wrote something that was so simple. I did support it. I thought, God, why can't that be the resolution? But as soon as I read this, I thought, this is not right. Because it didn't. All right, you put an amendment on. It didn't talk about the butchering of 1,400 people by Hamas. And that is a crime, too, under international law, because they were killed because they were Jews, not because of who they were. They were killed because they were Jews. And Hamas's charter says they want to kill all Jews so they can set up a Sharia state between the river and the sea. And if you want to call it a lie, go look at the charter. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nadia Barhoum.
Good evening, council members. I really appreciate your patience tonight and for bringing this resolution to the table. I'm a resident of El Sobrante, and my family is from Palestine. We're from an ethnically cleansed village in Jerusalem. We were kicked out in 1948 and were made refugees. We are still refugees. We still make up the largest refugee population in the world of 6 million and counting. I just want to say that we cannot talk about this history without talk about Palestine and this resolution without talking about the history. There is no peace without justice and an end to the occupation and this apartheid regime. And I want to say, for it being a divisive issue, ending slavery was also a divisive issue. But does that mean that it was wrong? No, we have to move forward. We have to progress as humans and finding ways towards justice, towards freedom and liberation for all peoples. And I do want to point out that all of the people who have been speaking on behalf of this resolution supporting it come from such a diverse community, and I want to note that for everybody. Thank you for your time.
David Reinerston.
Hi, I would have appreciated a resolution that favored peace and peace now. I just had a chance to read the resolution. It is a litany of accusations against Israel, one after another, after another, after another, after another. Presumably you've heard those in the past, and somebody decided to just write them down and vote on them. I think that peace should come first, and if people think that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, that could be discussed after we have peace. I'll yield my time.
The next speaker is Jessica Mitaka.
Hi, my name is Jessica Mitchell. I'm here in support of the resolution, and I urge council to vote yes. To abstain or to vote no would be to be complicit in genocide and an apartheid state. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Jonathan Mertzer, Holly Thier, Yumi Kobashi, Rebecca Goodman, Jamie Perez, and Tarnal Abbott. Jonathan?
The first time,
Good evening, Council. My name is Jonathan Mincer. I'm the Director of External Relations for the Jewish Community Relations Council, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews, representing over 50 synagogues and organizations across the region. As you have heard, this resolution is divisive. It is inflammatory. It is one-sided. It is factually incorrect. There are many, many ways that I would love to sit down with you and explain to you the language that is being used and why it's inaccurate. But I also don't want to forget the issues, the logistical issues. I am disgusted by what I saw tonight. We were first told that everyone would be able to come in and make public comment even in the auxiliary room. Then we were told if you're in the auxiliary room, you will not be able to make public comment in person, you'd have to do so on Zoom. So then people went home. And now we're being told, oh, well, you can come back in, or that you have to submit it this way. The Brown Act, I really need your city attorney to review what the Brown Act violations here might have been. I think that this should be reviewed.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Holly Thier.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Holly Thier. I'm a member of the Tiburon Town Council and a former mayor. And I want to let you know that I actually marched with the United Farm Workers, with Dolores Huerta, with Cesar Chavez. I have stood up when I was 9 months pregnant with my first child. I wanted to get arrested with Local 2 to stand up with workers' rights. These are the issues that you should be working on. I am ashamed right now of the progressive community here in Richmond. And I want to say one more thing, that I actually went in March, almost April, I went to the West Bank. I walked through the streets of Ramallah. I actually met with Palestinian leaders. And then I went to the kibbutz, Kfar Aza also, and I met with leaders there. And I met a woman who held a rocket that was fired over. And you know what she talked about? She talked about peace, as did the Palestinians in the West Bank. And I'm ashamed that here you have created a divisive resolution, and Richmond will go down.
Ma'am, your time
You, Mayor Martinez and Gail McLaughlin, you're going to go down in history as the people that created division in Richmond.
Yeah. Yumi Kobayashi.
May I remind people that your behavior reflects the community that you're representing. So if you want your community to be looked on badly, then continue acting badly. But if you want your community to be looked on as a community that is here to listen, please do so.
Yumi Kobayashi. Rebecca.
Hello.
Sorry.
Okay. My name is Yumi Kobayashi. I'm a Bay Area community member, and I am a second-generation Japanese American. I'm here representing Nikkei resistors, which is Japanese American resistors. And I would like to indicate my support for this resolution. It is transformative, and it is the pebble to the ripples that we need in terms of recognizing the dignities and the humanity of Palestinians, and really work towards changing the narrative that we have been fed through social media, through media, mainstream media. We need to continue educating ourselves and our communities about what's going on over there. Again, it didn't start on the 7th of this month. It started in 1948. And so, again, I thank you so much. And I hope yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Rebecca Goodman. Yes.
Sorry, it's hard for me to hear you. Hi, my name is Rebecca Goodman. I serve as the Director of Jewish Community Engagement for JCRC, the Jewish Community Relations Council, which represents the Jewish community of the Bay Area. In lieu of my prepared comments, I'm going to finish reading the prepared comments of a previous Richmond resident whose statement was cut off. Today, I am ashamed of my city and afraid, and calling calling on you to immediately reject this inflammatory resolution. This resolution is hypocritical, and the double standard that you wish to judge Israel by is irresponsible, immoral, and the reason anti-Semitism is rising in this country. This resolution could bring anti-Semitism to our city. If you wish to discuss the only Jewish state in the world, you should bring us to the table. Is this about world peace? Are you trying to create justice? How dare you talk about the situation and stay silent about the horrific massacre against innocent Jews that took place on October 7th, a massacre which led to this conflict? How dare you talk about war crimes but stay silent about the 1,400 innocent civilians that were tortured and murdered by Hamas terrorists? How dare you talk about war crimes but stay silent about the beheading and burning alive of babies? Thank you.
Jaime Perez. Jaime Perez.
Thank you. Israel has systematically ignored and violated international laws and UN resolutions for years. We should also remember that at the beginning, Hamas was actually supported by the Israeli government, in particular, the Likud, as a counterweight to the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. And this is the government that is the most extremist there has been in the history of Israel. A few hours ago, I was listening to the United Nations Security Council debate this issue, and Secretary General Guterres made an excellent and balanced speech in which he said we shouldn't forget the context in which the crimes of Hamas happened. He's just back from Rafah. And Israel had the gall to call for his resignation for stating the obvious and for giving this balanced presentation. I had a lot more to say, but my time is running out, and I want to state that I'm proud of the Council for proposing the resolution and strongly support it. Thank you.
Tarnal Abbott.
Tarnal Abbott, Richmond resident. I thank you, council members, for your courage under fire, which is what you're showing right now. Silence in the face of genocide is complicity. And this is why I'm urging you to support the resolution. It's a very strong statement for humanity. The Hamas attacks on Israeli civilians was horrific, but does not justify the carpet bombing of Gaza by the Israeli military. The bombing of schools, ambulances, churches, residents, and yes, hospitals has left almost 6,000 dead in Gaza so far, 2,000 of them children. This is not self-defense. It is revenge. It is slaughter. There is no place for these people to go. They're told to go to the south from the north, and then they're bombed in the south. It's obscene that the President of the United States considers investing in war as something which will pay us a dividend.
Your time has expired. The next group of speakers are Kelly Wong, Adrian, Amila El Amin, Marissa Wu, Hazma Abid, and Christina. Please come forward. Kelly Wong. Adrian. No. Amila El Amin.
In the name of our collective creator, I greet you all with the greetings of peace. I speak to you on behalf of my family living here in Richmond. I speak to you not as a Muslim woman, descendant of enslaved Africans. I speak to you as a fellow human being, a fellow possessor of a heart and mind. The resolution before us is a resolution calling to basic humanity in the name of innocent and helpless. It is a resolution of heroes. I don't speak to you about which side is right or wrong in Gaza. I speak to you on behalf of children, elders, and innocent bystanders who are guilty of nothing but being human. California has the second highest prison population in the U.S. Even still, collective punishment of any kind has never been a suitable sentence. It is a crime, and we are better than this. And this resolution speaks to justice for the innocent, and I ask you to stand firmly
Your time
on your
has
resolution.
expired. Thank you. Marissa Wu. Marissa Wu. Hamza Abid.
Hi, I'm a human being, and I'm also a Palestinian refugee. The situation in Palestine is not merely a recent conflict, but an enduring struggle that has persisted for 75 years so far under this brutal occupation of our land. The narrative often centers on asking Palestinians to condemn the actions of Hamas, but this is not merely a conflict between Hamas and Israel. It's the cause of the Palestinian people. It's our cause, and this is the ethnic cleansing of an entire nation that's been going on for 75 years. We've suffered and been met with silence from the international community. It is disheartening that this concern only garners worldwide attention when Israeli lives are at stake. This is the stark inequality that we cannot ignore. What we seek is equality, an end to this ongoing genocidal act, and the recognition of our rights to live, liberty, and justice. Do not allow another Nakba. We implore you to vote yes for this resolution.
Time has expired.
Free, free Palestine.
Christina.
Hi, I'm here to speak in support of the resolution in solidarity with Palestinians. I myself am Palestinian. My grandparents lived through the Nakba, in which Zionist Europeans destroyed 500 villages, killed 15,000 Palestinians, and forcibly displaced another 750,000. My entire family was displaced, and our tax dollars shouldn't pay for this to continue 75 years later. We speak against the war crimes of the government of Israel, not the Jewish people. This is not about Palestinians versus Jews. This is about occupied against the occupier, colonized against the colonizer. This is about liberation and freedom for people who have been ethnically cleansed for 75 years. The Israeli government is holding Palestinians physically captive in Gaza and the West Bank, and it's holding American Jews hostage by forcing them to choose between Israel and their own humanity. No one is free until Palestine is free. Thank you.
The next group of speakers are Michael Tall, Matthew B., Ismail Imran, Ray Khan, Marisol Cantu, and Sara Cantu. Please come forward. Michael Tall.
Good evening. My name is Michael Tall, and I'm a resident of Richmond, and I urge the City Council to pass this resolution with the Mayor and Vice Mayor's amendment. I say this as a working-class union member, as an Israeli Jew with family in the Zionist entity. The genocide against the Palestinians right now makes God weep, and I will never let these American-funded Israeli occupation forces catastrophe be carried out in the name of Judaism. As a working-class person, I ask, where is the universal health care or free college? It's going to fund a Trail of Tears 10 times the size of the city of Richmond. I urge the City Council, a body with a proud pro-working class history, to become the first city in this country to pass this kind of resolution. The residents of Richmond are much more similar to the Palestinian people than to the imperialist billionaires who support Zionism. Don't be persuaded by these JCRC carpetbaggers who are coming to interfere with our local government. Palestine will be free in our lifetime. Be on the right side of history.
Matthew B.
Good evening. My name is Matthew. I'm an Oakland resident and educator, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace Bay Area, here in strong support of this resolution. My Sephardic Jewish ancestors were ethnically cleansed from Spain during the Spanish Inquisition starting in 1492. As an anti-Zionist Jew, I say never again for anyone. I reject the weaponization of Jewish grief and trauma to justify the genocidal bombing, forcible transfer, and humanitarian siege on the people of Gaza. Zionist Israel has inflicted a campaign of mass terror, killing, and ethnic cleansing on the Palestinian people since 1948. We are seeing now the beginnings of what has been called a second Nakba since October 7th. Already with the displacement of 1.1 million people in Gaza, the mass murder of almost 6,000 Palestinians, and at least 2,000 of which are children. This includes over 10,000 Palestinians detained and held hostage in the occupied territories since October 7th by the Zionist entity. It is vital we pass this resolution, stand on the right side of history, and urge other cities to do the same, because none of us are free until all of us are. Thank you.
Ismail Imran.
I stand here as an African person in support of Palestine. And I just want to ask you and everybody here, have you ever buried your child? I have buried 3 of my children. And it's no pain that anyone should go through. And all we see over and over and over again in the news is children who don't even have the capability at all to make a decision in their life of what side it is that they're on. Jews and Muslims say that they both believe in God. But this is what I'll say, is that if you do you want to be held responsible on the day of judgment for this evil? The hardest thing in the world is to speak out against tyrants. That individual who speaks out against tyrants will be in the graces of God on that day. I'm coming. Let's go. I'm coming.
Ray Khan.
Hi, my name is Ray Khan. I'm an Oakland resident. Sure, yep. A little shorter. Okay, better? Great. My name's Ray Khan. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew, and I'm here in support of this resolution. I live in Oakland, but I have family and friends that live here in Richmond, so I am here often. I'm hearing a lot of worries from the other side around safety, and let me just make this really clear. I feel safest with my Palestinian siblings. I feel safest with my anti-Zionist siblings, my queer siblings, my siblings who have disabilities, my black and brown siblings, all of the people that are oppressed. We stand together, we make each other safe, we make us safe. None of us are free unless all of us are free. Thank you I urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Marisol Cantu. Marisol Cantu.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Eduardo and Vice Mayor. For folks that don't know, I'm a third-generation Richmond resident. I work at the local college. I vote in Richmond. And from Richmond to Palestine, we demand liberation. We are interconnected in struggle and resistance between oppressed groups here and there. The U.S. continues to fuel and expand their colonial project and has Israel as a chess piece to orchestrate and inflict white supremacy amongst Palestinians in Gaza. This is murder, and this is the slaughter of babies. We, together, for all the white folks in here talking about safety, we, black, brown, Palestinian peoples have never felt safe. We will never feel safe until we have liberation. I urge you to be pro-Palestine, and I urge you to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Sarah Cantor. Sarah Cantor.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor, and I am a Richmond resident and a Jew. I want to speak to you first as a Richmond resident and say that I am so proud of our city. I am proud of our city 100% of the time, and I have never been prouder than I am today. I am so proud to be here as part of the people calling for the passage of this resolution. And then I want to speak to you as a Jew and say that settler colonialism is not a Jewish value. Murder is not a Jewish value. Occupation is not a Jewish value. Everyone who is claiming to speak for me as a Jew tonight is not speaking for me, and I wholeheartedly oppose this genocide and hope, and I'm, again, just cannot overstate my pride in being in the city of pride and purpose, and that we are the first city in the nation to be brave enough to issue a resolution against genocide like in this situation. Thank you so much.
The next group of speakers are Emily Ross, Yusuf Adan, Helvia, Gus, Najari Smith, Ashanti Curry, Lee, and Mark Kamalitsky. Emily Ross?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council and community. I'm here to support this resolution. I think it's really important that the time was made for this tonight. Even the budget would have been important to talk about too, but this is worth it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't claim my Jewish heritage as a core part of my identity, as I wasn't raised Jewish, nor do I practice Judaism now. However, I'm doing so to illustrate the sad irony that I am Jewish enough, by virtue of having at least one Jewish grandparent, to have more right to Israeli citizenship than the Palestinian people who are indigenous to the land now known as Israel. While I'm open to the council making amendments, I really appreciate those of you that would be willing to support it without those amendments. It was really beautifully written in its original form. Thank you for your courage. We appreciate you, and I feel so lucky to be a resident of this city. Thank you.
Yusuf Adam.
May God bless you for taking that step. Inshallah, inshallah.
All right. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Yusuf. Today I urge each and one of you to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. It is not merely a call for support, it is a plea. Palestinians have endured immense hardships, facing displacement and losses that have personally affected people that I love. Today, for those of you who are sensitive about the resolution, let's talk about the 6,000 Palestinians who have been killed by your tax dollars. 2,500 children, Palestinians martyred, and 1,800 women. You want to condemn Hamas for its actions on October 7th. Why not condemn Israel for the actions for the past 75 years? So this has been going on since 1948, 1967, and 2023. The Palestinian people have been displaced again and again. Supporting Palestine is not just a political stance, it is a stance for humanity. Free Palestine.
Helvia. Helvia. Gus.
It is absolutely necessary to take a stand and unilaterally condemn the war crimes being perpetrated by Israel against the Palestinian people. Not only must we call for a ceasefire, we must also call for the end of occupation in Palestine. Without a doubt, the goal of the Israeli government is ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. The following statements are from officials of the Israeli government. Yitzhak Herzog, president of Israel, in a press conference in front of the international press. It is an entire nation who are responsible. This rhetoric about civilians supposedly not being involved is absolutely untrue, and we will fight until we break their backs. Ezra Yashin, veteran of the Israeli army, in an address to Israeli reservists: wipe out their families, their mothers, and their children. These animals must not be allowed to live any longer. Ghazan Alian, Major General of the Israeli army: animal humans will be treated accordingly. You wanted hell, and you'll get hell. The only path towards peace is the end of occupation. Free Palestine.
Najari Smith.
Praise the Most High. My name is Najari Smith. I'm a Richmond resident. I stand on the side of the benevolent and humane in solidarity with oppressed people everywhere. We must stand against oppression everywhere. Settler colonialism is not a Jewish value. We must stand against all forms of manifest destiny. I speak as a human being coming from oppressed people, knowing how it feels not to have the time, not to have the resources to protect yourself, friends, and family. And so we must stand for peace, and with that peace, justice and restoration. We must stand on the side of those who resist. We must stand on the side of those who resist, doubling down on cruelty. And open-air prisons should not exist.
Ashanti.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. If you aren't careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. These are the wise words of Malcolm X. Today, I stand in solidarity with Richmond's resolution proposal. When we discuss the humanitarian crisis going on in Palestine, we must discuss our part in it. As a Richmond, Bay Area, and California native, we have to account for the $610 million we have sent to support to the It's Not Real genocide. When we discuss the amount of lives lost in this crisis, it is both ludicrous and laughable to even begin to compare the death and injury toll of It's Not Real civilians to that of the Palestinians who have continuously been martyred in these 17 days of airstrikes and bombings. If this is truly a war on Hamas, then why are bombs being dropped throughout the Gaza Strip and West Bank in civilian neighborhoods? Where is the humanity? And that is a question I want to ring loud in everyone's ears. Thank you.
Lee.
My name is Lee, and I'm a preschool teacher here in Contra Costa County. To the Richmond City Council, thank you for considering a resolution that is responsive to the Palestinian people and a resolution that shows compassion and hope for the children in Gaza. My dad came to the United States as a refugee from Vietnam. My grandfather was a Filipino soldier who served during World War II and later as a migrant farm worker with my grandmother in the Central Valley. My family and communities are all too familiar with the impacts of violence and war. Everyone, everywhere, including the people of Palestine, deserve and have a right to have the necessities to live. This includes access to clean water, safe streets to walk on, clean air, food, medicine, and medical care. The Richmond City Council has the opportunity to show what true leadership looks like, to stand in solidarity with Palestine, demand a ceasefire, and stop the genocide. Thank you.
Mark Kamalinsky.
Dear members of the Richmond City Council, my name is Mark Melnitsky and I live in Richmond since 2018. I'm a refugee from the Soviet Union and I'm a Jewish American. For the most part, I think of myself as politically progressive and I work with youth and community mental health. My heart aches for the victims of Hamas' senseless and horrific murders and kidnapping on October 7th, and for the innocent civilians caught in the resulting conflict, both Israeli and Palestinian, children, the elderly, women and men alike. This war is a humanitarian disaster for Israelis and Palestinians. There's no denial of that. However, I'm here to urge you to vote no on this resolution, even as edited, because it presents a factual, incomplete, and inflammatory perspective that harms our community. Even here, in this chamber, some of us struggle to be civil and respectful to each other. A speaker earlier said that he wanted to feel safe in Richmond, and he got booed. A man who spoke about his killed relatives was shouted off. Someone just denied the reality of Hamas' murder of Israeli children on October 7th. There have already been multiple attacks on Muslims and Jews, Arabs, and Israelis. Please do not add to that. Please do not add flame to the anger that everybody's feeling.
Your time has expired.
Thank you for your time.
Aisha Shaban.
Hi, my name is Aisha, and I'm for the resolution. I'm grateful for you taking the time to stand with Palestinians during this time. I'm Algerian American, and members of my family were killed by the French for fighting against colonialism. The fact that we have to debate standing against genocide is heartbreaking. The fact that 6,000 Palestinians are dead, and we are witnessing the dehumanization of Palestinian people and normalization of Israel's ethnic cleansing is horrifying. It is hypocritical to condemn the killings of Israelis and ignore and allow the U.S. government to be complicit in the systematic annihilation of Palestinians. Stand with Palestine. Thank you.
Nadia Tang. Nadia Tang.
Hello, my name is Nadia. My father's worked in Richmond for the past 30 years. I'm Palestinian. I'm here because a lot of my family are in the Bay Area. We're born in exile, unable to go home. I wanted to mention that my family in Palestine, when things happen and the media excuses it, using the same racist war on terror rhetoric that I've been plagued with my whole life, growing up as an Arab here, post 9/11, and the same way that when we see structural racism take form again and again here in the city of Richmond against Black and brown people, and there's still those Jim Crow, settler colonial, old Western types of stereotypes, that's what's being used to excuse the violence against me and against my family. I want to say that it makes me proud that the people of Gaza are not dying without notice and international solidarity. Thank you, Richmond, for considering this.
The next speaker is Samir Shrestha.
Hello, my name is Samir, and I want to say yes to everything Nadia said because that's my hero, that's somebody I look up to, and that's my comrade, and I love her very, very dearly. But I come here also to support the resolution, and I also, as an indigenous person from Nepal whose lands were colonized, and growing up, I studied the struggle for Palestine. My dad, who was a big part of the struggle in Nepal, taught me about Palestine growing up, and I come here with my people are standing up in Nepal, and they're showing up in the streets every day in support of Palestine. So just want to bring that voice to this space too, and like really want to help everyone realize most people who believe in justice and peace are on the side of Palestine, free Palestine.
All right, and I understand that the auditorium has been cleared of speakers, so it's time to move over to people who are on Zoom.
Yes, and we currently have 120 speakers on Zoom.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start calling people. Just a reminder, you'll have a minute to speak. You will be called by your name, so please be ready to give your comment. And if you're calling in by phone, you'll be called by the last 4 digits of your phone number and can unmute by pushing *6. The first group of speakers are David, Samina Usman, Musa Tariq, Oscar Garcia, and Jamila. David, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
And before they start, I want to
Sorry.
remind them that when their minute is up, their mic will be cut.
Thank you. You can go ahead and begin, David. David, you can go ahead and start your comment. You have 1 minute to speak. David? Okay, back to David. The next speaker is Samina Usman. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm a delegate with the California Democratic Party, and I am so proud of this resolution tonight. I've been, this past few weeks have just been disheartened and just absolutely in pain seeing all the images of the children and the women and the innocents who have been dying, to see hospitals blown up, to see white phosphorus being used against innocent civilians. It is just absolutely atrocious just to see this, and I am so proud of this city to be conscientious citizens in speaking for what's right, speaking for those who don't have a voice, and to take the principled stance of passing this resolution in support of the people of Gaza. And so I urge you to do so, and I hope it'll be a unanimous vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Musa Tariq. Musa, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Musa Tariq, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations San Francisco, or CARE for short. I want to thank and acknowledge everyone listening today who were present to discuss other important community issues. 6,000 Palestinians and counting have been killed by Israel since October 7th. A majority of those casualties have been women and children. 15,000 have been injured and hundreds of thousands have been displaced. And there are also 600 American citizens in Gaza currently. In the last 24 hours, 700 people were killed in Gaza, including over 300 children. It's a matter of days, if not hours, before Gaza hospitals cease to function. The violent rhetoric and actions of the right-wing Israeli government are having repercussions at home. Many Muslims in our Bay Area communities are recalling the post-9/11 era of Islamophobia. We've seen reports of employment terminations, hate crimes, FBI surveillance, doxing, death threats, and more. We've all heard about the 6-year-old boy who was stabbed 26 times by a landlord who wanted to kill Muslims, and this is horrifying and won't end there. The language we use matters. By supporting this resolution, you would be sending a clear message that the city of Richmond stands
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Oscar Garcia, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia, Richmond resident. I first would like to start off by expressing my disappointment of how the speaking arrangements were moved in the middle of the meeting. It's a clear Brown Act violation, and unfortunately, this could all be for nothing if you're going to have to do everything all over again. I did want to make some quick statements. The people of Palestine deserve dignity, and so do the people of Israel. I'm very lucky that as a Catholic, I get to practice my religion openly and without fear. Our Muslim and Jewish neighbors are not so lucky. This resolution has the potential to create real security issues for Richmond residents on both sides of the issue. If anyone gets hurt as a result of this resolution, it is the fault of the city council. So Richmond can do better than this resolution and should be doing better than this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamila, and the following group of speakers after that will be David, GM, Shoshana Weschler, Ahmed, Tariq, Anis, and Sonia Bustamante. Jamila, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Richmond City Council, I first want to thank you for taking the time and having the courage to look into the ongoing and persistent tragedy in Gaza through the lens of a human being first, and not through the lens of a political party or affiliation. It speaks measures and measures about your character and your humanity. I'm sure you're aware that taking this stance is not popular. It may come at some cost to you. However, no stance against injustice, historically speaking, has been on the side of the populace in its stages of infancy. I want to say that I support this council and agree wholeheartedly with the resolution being proposed. We should all demand a ceasefire and an end of the war crimes and genocide being committed on our behalf and with our tax dollars, and also demand a safe return of all innocent hostages. Thank you for changing the narrative, for giving a voice to the voiceless, and for bringing an emphasis of hope and humanity back into the conversation. I yield my time.
Thank you. And we will try David again. David, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name's David. The city of Richmond's resolution is ignorant, bigoted, and racist, and it was clearly written by a pack of fools. So let us be succinct here. Treason is the crime of betraying one's country. Hamas is a terrorist organization and an enemy of the United States. Hamas is the duly elected governing body of the Gaza Strip. Hamas has a plurality of support from the Palestinian people. Hamas attacked Israel in the worst, most barbaric evil since the Holocaust. Hamas's terrorist attack was an act of war. As such, Israel has declared war on Hamas, and the United States recognizes its ally Israel in its inalienable right to defend itself. Hamas is an enemy of the United States. If this resolution is passed, the city of Richmond will be guilty of treason. Let me repeat that. If this resolution is passed, the city of Richmond will be guilty of treason. You seek to forfeit your right to hold public office, and treason by law must be met with capital punishment. May God have mercy on your souls, and may God bless America.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is GM. GM, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Speaker titled GM, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. You're unmuted. Come back to that. The next person is Shoshana Weschler. Shoshana, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
These are words from some Israeli survivors of the Hamas massacre. A sister of a murdered anti-occupation activist said, "I demand that we stop the circle of pain and understand that the only way forward is freedom and equal rights, peace, brotherhood, and security for all human beings." And another, eulogizing his murdered father, "Do not write my father's name on a military shell." The son of missing peace activist Vivian Silver, she would be mortified. Because you can't cure dead babies with more dead babies. We need peace. That's what she was working for her whole life. Pain is pain. We must break the cycle. Thank you for this resolution.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ahmed. Ahmed, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for standing up in solidarity with the Palestinian people. I support the resolution, and I'm very proud of you. I sometimes feel that the top leadership from both sides, like Hamas and IDF, are like in bed with each other, because when the Prime Minister of Israel was at the weakest point, that's when Hamas attacks, and then now he gets him. That gets them a new lifeline. So sometimes I feel like there is some more to it. And remember that Israel supported Hamas against PLO. So I don't know what exactly is the mystery behind it, but for now, we have to support the people of Palestine, and thanks for that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarek Anis. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, thank you so much, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the Council. I'm very proud of you. It is a very tough time. It's very tough to see lives, lost in every end. All human beings are, equal. All human beings are, are sacred. For my Jewish brothers, I'm a Muslim, but for my Jewish brothers, I'm not sure why are you afraid. The Zionists are trying to tell you should be afraid. Zionists are the ones doing that. You're not. Jewish have always lived in peace with Muslims all over the history. So I don't see why you should be afraid here or any other place. Just justice. The US only learned that justice is the only thing that matters. And this is why we're living in this country happily. South Africa understood that apartheid is not working. That's why they stopped it. The only place, unfortunately, on the face of this planet is Israel that has apartheid. This has to stop. Cleansing has to be stopped. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sonia Bustamante, and the following group of speakers after that will be GM, Dejenya Kafeli, Karen Franklin, Raleigh Khan, Lara Kiswani, and Cheryl Davila. Sonia Bustamante, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Sonia Bustamante, Chief of Staff for Supervisor Joya. I'm going to be reading a shortened version of Supervisor John Joya's letter to you. I'm saddened and angered by the tragic loss of life of innocent Israelis and Palestinians. They deserve to live free of war and violence. I support Palestinians' right to self-determination and a sovereign and safe homeland. Hamas killing of innocent Israelis does not take away this right. I support Israel's right to exist in a safe environment for its citizens. This does not justify the killing of innocent Palestinians. The resolution fails to condemn Hamas killings of innocent Israel civilians. At times like these, it is important to bring our community together rather than create divisiveness. Instead of voting on the resolution tonight, I recommend that the council provide leadership to bring together our Muslim and Jewish communities to work together to develop a resolution that acknowledges and validates the
Your
voices
time
of
has expired. The next speaker is GM. GM, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Great. I changed my prepared statement in response to the woeful ignorance of historical events. A two-state solution was offered many times, every time Israel accepted and Palestinian leadership rejected it. In 1948 specifically, Israel had accepted the UN's plan, but the Arab League rejected it and invaded. Israel won its land through defensive wars, not ethnic cleansing. This ideology has continued throughout all Palestinian leadership in history: Fatah, PLO, PFLP, and now Hamas. All of them terrorists who don't want peace and support the annihilation of Israel and the death of Jews. How can, quote, peaceful diplomacy be done when bad faith leadership clearly states in its charter that they will not accept anything but the whole land and would murder all the Jews within it should they be successful? The slogans "Free Palestine" and "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" supports that genocidal aim. The opposition fails to understand that it, sorry.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Dejenya Kafeli. Dejenya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Dejenya, and I've been a resident of Richmond for 39 years. This resolution did not create division, it only exposed it. Genocide is relevant to everyone, regardless of time and place. If thousands of bombs were being dropped in Richmond because of the deeds of other Richmond residents over which you had no control, you would want the world to care and to take a stand to save your life. As a Jew, I am appalled and brokenhearted by the slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza. Governments are not supposed to be retaliatory gangs killing innocents in revenge for other killings. Israeli military has already killed more than 5 times the number of innocents that Hamas killed. As an American, I am enraged by the endless flow of war machines to Israel in my name. Thank you for this honest and thoughtful resolution. That being said, tactically speaking, I think Dr. Ritterman made a good point, and perhaps we should focus more on the horrendous crisis of the moment and take up the issue of occupation at a later time. Either way, I support the resolution.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Franklin. Karen, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Karen Franklin. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond. I'm also Jewish. Just before the pandemic started, me and my family had opportunity to go to Israel and Palestine, and we were able to witness the violent repression against the Palestinians in the West Bank firsthand, up close and personal. It was horrific. And I'm so proud of you all for taking this courageous stance. I think that we all, as human beings, have a moral duty to speak up against genocidal war, especially when it's being committed in our names and with our funding. This issue of this resolution making some people feel unsafe, I don't understand it. I think it makes us safe to be on the side of justice and peace rather than the other way around. Some of my heroes right now are the thousands of Jewish protesters in DC saying, "Don't weaponize our grief, ceasefire now." Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raleigh Khan. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Richmond City Council members. I'm not an Israeli or a Palestinian. Today, I'm speaking to you as a human, as someone who has a heart and a brain, and someone who has studied colonization, oppression, and genocide. I often wondered how people in history just let these types of atrocities happen. And I vowed that if I ever witnessed this in my lifetime, this sort of ethnic cleansing genocide, that I would stand on the right side of history. And so I applaud you, and I stand in support of this resolution and applaud you as leaders to have the courage to do what is right. Unfortunately, shame on the rest of the leadership of the world. They all have blood on their hands, and they're going to be held accountable by their creator. I stand in solidarity with what is right, which is to stand with the Palestinians who are being oppressed.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lara Kiswani. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Lara Kiswani. I'm the Executive Director of the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I represent Arabs, Palestinian, and Muslims in Richmond and across the San Francisco Bay Area. I want to remind everybody that the Vietnam War, apartheid South Africa, Jim Crow South were all too complicated and divisive, and today we celebrate those who stood on the right side of history. I want to thank the mayor and the council for standing on the right side of history with this resolution. This is a U.S. issue. This is a taxpayer issue. This is a Richmond issue. This is an issue of every working person, every Indigenous person, everyone who stands for social and gender justice and climate justice. It's a moral imperative you stand with Palestine today. And I want to thank you for your political will in the face of mounting organized political pressure. Despite what you might feel right now under that pressure, you are on the side of the masses. You are on the side of the majority. You are joined by peace and freedom-loving people across the world who have marched in the millions to stand with Palestine. Thank you for taking the position on the right side of history.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl Davila, and the following group of speakers after that are Sharon, Safa, Saeed Kadri, Alicia Polak, and Paula Levine.
Before we let the speakers go on, I would like to remind them that we have a half hour before we need to extend the meeting, and then it will be 11:30, which means that we will have to be here past midnight if we let all the speakers speak. So I want to remind the speakers that if you want to be awake to hear the deliberation of the council, please refrain from speaking your piece if it's already been said. I'm not telling you not to speak. I'm just suggesting that for our ability to move forward tonight, to refrain from speaking if what you are going to say has already been said. So I leave it up to your conscience.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl Davila. Cheryl, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm Cheryl Davila, a former council member in the city of Berkeley, and I'm going to take my time to speak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, my friend and colleague, Mayor Eduardo Martinez. And thank you, Vice Mayor Gail McLaughlin, for having the courage, having the strength, having to stand up and be bold and look out for humanity. This is such an awesome thing that you're doing. You're standing up for Palestinians. You're standing on the right side of history, and you're telling the rest of the world this is so important for us to do right now. And I really, really appreciate that you're doing this tonight. So free Palestine, end the occupation, and
Your time
pass
has
this resolution.
expired. The next speaker is Sharon. Sharon, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sharon, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. You'll please unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Sharon Bernstein, a resident of the East Bay, often in Richmond. I'm asking you to please vote no on resolution R1. I share your concern for the people of Gaza, but the language of this resolution ignores the horrific brutality of the attack of Hamas on innocents, celebrating as they maimed and murdered. I invite anyone who has not yet done so to read the accounts and look at the videos if you dare. Israel is now in the incredibly difficult position defending itself against Hamas and of trying to retrieve the hostages, while Hamas embeds itself amongst innocent Gazans who are being used as human shields. The suffering of Gazans is devastating, but to call it ethnic cleansing is one-sided and wrong. And mostly, it's not useful. Issuing a resolution like this only increases division at a time when we need to try and find paths to peace. It does nothing to help the Gazans. I ask you, please, with all my heart, to vote no on this resolution.
Thank you. The next speaker is Safa. Safa, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for setting just great leadership, for being so brave, for your courage. I don't have words to thank you enough. Your Richmond City Council is going to be written in history, on the right side of history. We are so brave of you. You are giving us hope. You are giving us that politics can be really in favor of the people. Thank you for everything. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Saeed Kadri. Saeed, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, how are you? Thank you all so much for your bravery in supporting this resolution. I want to remind everyone that this situation was not an unprovoked attack, but rather a reaction to something that has been deeply personal to all Muslims of the world, including all of us in this community as well. For the past 3 Ramadans, every Ramadan, Israeli forces have been throwing grenades inside one of the holiest mosques in Islam, the Masjid al-Aqsa, with women and children inside. We've had videos spread all over our community, and it's been hurting us, and nobody spoke out against it. Please refer to the article by New York Times from May 2021 titled, "After Years of Quiet, Israeli-Palestinian Conflict Exploded. Why Now?" And it details step by step. It completely shows that it's completely unprovoked. Israeli forces walked into the mosque and cut off the speakers of the loudspeakers because they were being disturbed for a festival. And these are the types of things that because they kind of think that they're boss there, and the way just they behave with the community, they just start throwing grenades and stuff with women and children inside. And that
Your
is what
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Alicia Polak. Alicia, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, my name is Alicia Pollock. I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. I'm a resident of Port Costa, but I frequent Richmond. Mayor and Vice Mayor, I believe if you were for peace, you would have called this a peace resolution, not something anti, and you can certainly consult with a dictionary on that. Also, in response to the last person's comment, because you're provoked, does not mean that you kidnap, rape, hold hostage, or bomb. And I certainly, as one who's worked in social services and humanitarian aid for UNICEF and the UN, do not want anybody to suffer, not anybody in Gaza nor in Israel. And also, Gaza is not occupied. It was given back to the Palestinians. I find this council and many of the participants woefully ignorant of history. And there were 9 peace proposals rejected by
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Paula Levine, and the following group of speakers after that will be Nuzat, Maria Galbo, Isan Abu Sharar, a user by the name of Orly G0427, and G Poston. Paula Levine, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I'm Paula Levine. I've been a resident of Point Richmond for over 30 years. I feel very overwhelmed right now by all the comments. A lot of them I consider to be very negative. I believe that Israel has the right to exist, and it has the right to defend itself from slaughter and kidnapping, and just daily or weekly or however how often the rockets go off. I was in Israel in 2014, and I experienced this firsthand, and it's terrifying. So everybody has the right to exist, and death is not good for anybody. But I do not support this resolution, so please do not pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nuzet. Nuzet, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. The next speaker is Nuzet. If you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, I am in support of this resolution. Thank you for taking a stand and for your incredibly just leadership today. There is no reason that our money and resources in any part of our country, states or cities, should be used to support the genocidal and apartheid state of Israel. It's been 75 years since the Palestinian people have experienced disproportionate and indiscriminate violence from Israel with the support of our country, and we absolutely need to speak out against it. Palestinians are the largest stateless population in the world. Entire bloodlines of Palestinians have been killed off by Israel, and it continues to happen to this day. People keep using Hamas as a talking point. Since October 7th, close to 100 Palestinians in the West Bank have been killed by Israel. There is no Hamas in the West Bank. Years of propaganda from the media have shown us what's happening in Israel, but finally the masses are being shown in real time the horrors Israel reigns on the Palestinian people. I'm pleased to see so many people here today speaking out. Thank you so much for your courage. You have made me a little less fearful for the oppressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maria Galbo. Maria, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. How many prisons can shoot rockets at civilians in another country daily? Do you know that just today over 400 rockets targeted Israel? While Israel has defenses, that doesn't negate the reality and their everyday threats. And to clarify, Israelis are not colonizers. One cannot colonize the ancestral land. My name is Maria Galbo. I've called the area of Richmond my backyard for 15 years, with roots spanning Jewish, Ukrainian, and Russian heritage. As a human rights activist for 3 decades, I've mourned friends lost to terrorism in Russia, and recently to Hamas. Now, even in the US, my own child hesitant to discuss our Jewish identity in school, given the current tension and our recent personal losses in Israel. The phrase "never again" encapsulates a Jewish vow to remember and avert the atrocities of Holocaust. Misinterpreting this as official resolution can have damaging.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Bisan Abu Sharar. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'm a Palestinian American who was born in Jerusalem. I've lived in the US for 15 plus years. I would like to thank you for this resolution. I just want to say that asking for a ceasefire and the stop of the killing of 2,000 more children in Gaza and condemning genocide does not mean that we are against Jews. It only saves the civilians. Many Jews are against apartheid and the concentration camp in Gaza that's been happening for 15 plus years. And it is the cause of the conflict that's happening right now, not what Hamas did. I would like to also remind you that there are more than 10,000 Palestinian political hostages that are held by the Israelis. For some of them have been in there for more than 40 years, and more than 1,000 are children, and nobody even mentions them. Thank you for your time, and we vote yes for R1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Orly G0427. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, honorable council members, mayor and vice mayor. I am concerned that the R1 is inflammatory, as many other people said that. I'd like you to know that apartheid in South Africa was non-violent apartheid. That was the oppressing the African American, the African residents. However, in Israel, the so-called apartheid is against parties that sends their kids to suicide bombing and that allows themselves to be glorified when they die with the 72 virgins. The history shows the Quran does not mention Jerusalem even once. However, for rivalry of religion, the history has evolved into this conflict, which is not allowing us for due existence. So this R1 is inflammatory and is not producing any hope for future peace among us or in the Middle East. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jay Polston, and the following group of speakers after that are Alpha, Hope Dixon, a user by the name of Level 2A, another user with the phone number ending in 1213, and Eliza Casme. Jay Polston, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jay Polston, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll go to the next person. The next person to speak will be Alpha. Alpha, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. The user by the name of Alpha, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. You'll unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on to Hope Dixon. Hope Dixon, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Hope, and I am a Richmond resident, and I'm an educator at the local college. I'd like to address my Richmond community. I'd like you to look around at the young people who are still sitting there. They are the heartbeat of this community. They are witnessing these events in real time. This is a lesson for them on humanity, and they are watching all of us, the adults around them, our actions and our silences. Here in Richmond, our solidarity with Palestinians is not just a gesture. It's a testament. We live in an interconnected world, and when over 1 million people are rendered homeless, it's not just a regional issue, it's a global issue. From humanitarian, economic, and security perspectives, displacement on such a scale can lead to larger crises. As members of a global community, it's our duty to advocate for peace, justice, and sustainable solutions, and we have the power to stand up and show our communities we can rise and speak out against such injustice. To everyone of every faith and every background, let us stand united, stop the bombs, and turn back on the water, please.
Thank you. The next speaker is the user titled Level 2A. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. User by the name of Level 2A, if you'll unmute yourself.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I urge you to vote yes. Thank you for being humane and just. I urge you to act now and now, not to delay. Every minute means a life. And thank you for being strong in the face of attempts of silencing you and us, and silencing all the just voices in the world, using always with labeling us or using crocodile's tears. It's a genocide against the indigenous people of Palestine, 6,000 already killed in the past couple weeks. It's the occupier responsibility to protect their settlers. Israelis are receiving $4 billion US taxpayer money. They're receiving $4 billion US taxpayers money every year. They should be able to protect their citizens with this money, not to kill children. US officials and media have been deceptive to the public American. A Christian church was bombed 2 days ago in Gaza, and Christians and Muslims were killed in that Christian church. Nobody talked about that. This violence did not start only on October 7th when a guerrilla group
expired. The next speaker is a phone number ending in 1213. You can unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ariel. I live next door in El Sobrante. I'm Jewish and also a family.
Sir, you're unmuted. You can keep speaking. Hello? You can unmute yourself now by pushing *6.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like my minute from here. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Arya.
Something seems to be wrong, so we'll come back to that user. The next speaker is Eliza Casmi. Eliza, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes.
Thank you for your courageous stance in introducing this resolution, which I urge you to pass. This is a Richmond issue because it's a humanitarian issue, and it's a matter of coming together to combat white supremacy, settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. Any division is because there are some that condone these systems of oppression. I support this resolution as a daughter of immigrants who grew up in this community, attended Salesian High, and learned from exemplary advocates and leaders like you. In spite of the Islamophobia, xenophobia, white supremacy, and racism that I experienced and witnessed as a youth, I knew in my heart that more of our community than not always fights for dignity, freedom, and justice for people everywhere. This inspired me to pursue a career in advocacy, as was reflected in the comments of APEN and other youth leaders. Your leadership tonight is teaching our children to be brave and relentless in speaking truth to power, even and especially in the face of hate and bigotry. Thank you for representing our community. Please follow through and standing on the right side of history.
Thank you. And then we will try the user J Poston Alpha and the phone number ending in 1213 again. J Poston, you can unmute yourself. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I wanted to call to really talk about this resolution and how it does highlight how the Palestinian people have really been subjugated to a terrible situation. And that terrible situation is the autocratic theocracy of Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, and I'm sure many of the Palestinians are afraid of this organization that is much closer to ISIS. And I think the world has come together to realize that ISIS is not a force for good, nor is Hamas, because they are not interested in peace. Just take them at their own word. They talk about their focus, their raison d'etre is to destroy Israel, not to build up themselves, not to improve the life of the Palestinian people. They are really a dead end.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Alpha. Alpha, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. You'll please unmute yourself.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, finally. Okay, I would like, actually, my name is Alfia, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to this council for the really bravery and right on time to act in solidarity with oppressed people. I vote for this resolution. I would like to say about the division is because I heard it many times here before people were talking, and anti-Semitic and all other well-known and heard many times before. Dear City Council of Richmond, you are not dividing this community. It was divided before. We have to acknowledge that there was a third power in this ongoing conflict of 75 years, who took over Palestine in 1900s, had mandate till 1946, then delivered 55% of Palestinian land to create Israel in 1948, without acknowledging Palestinian citizen wishes. And then I would like to remind about Hamas, that also was created by the same power and finance. And then later Mossad was working with Hamas. Let's remember that
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker will be the phone number ending in 1213. And the following group of speakers will be Judy Weatherly, Afshan Jelani, Rachel Kurtz, Jorge Palacios, and Dana Valoria. Phone number ending in 1213. You can unmute yourself by pushing *6. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for returning to me. This is Ariel in El Sobrante. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I am Jewish and have family and friends living in Israel. R1 is no proclamation for peace. Inflammatory, sloppy vilification is unconstructive, but perhaps naively I take language seriously, so I speak to the text. Calling Israel's attack on Gaza ethnic cleansing is wrong. Recital to Israel, the Israeli government is explicitly requiring 2 million Palestinians leave Gaza immediately as false. Israel not explicitly or otherwise forced Palestinians to leave Gaza. The charge of ethnic cleansing in Gaza is highly inflammatory and untrue. I disagree with people who spoke tonight with insensitivity and hatred toward the suffering and rights of Palestinians. They don't represent me. Of course, the Israeli government must allow Gazans access to all essentials and avoid civilian casualties. But R1 shoves aside and minimizes Hamas mass murders that precipitated the war. Right now, Hamas is launching thousands of rockets from schools and mosques at cities in Israel, and many of these rockets explode on residents cruelly used as human shields in Gaza. Hamas is a barrier to peace. Ignoring Hamas.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Judy Weatherly. Judy, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Judy Weatherly, resident of Richmond. I submitted an email to each of you earlier today. Hopefully you were able to read that. If not, please do so. Right now, I just want to say, after what, 4.5 hours of this, it's just amazing to listen to exactly what I thought would happen when I read the damn resolution last night. The divisiveness that you've once again brought to Richmond angers me so much. It did not have to happen this way. When will you progressives get what it takes to actually bring people together? When will you do that? I have heard nothing but dog whistles tonight from the resolution to the speakers. It's just amazing. Please, why don't you turn to Sean Donnelly and get some help with this? Good Lord, please. It's outrageous. The divisiveness.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Afshan Jelani. Afshan, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Afshan Jelani, if you'll please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll come back to that person. The next speaker is Rachel Kurtz. Rachel, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Kurtz, and I am a council member of the city of San Rafael and the North Bay lead of the Bay Area network of Jewish officials working closely with JCRC. I'm calling on the board to reject the inaccurate, inflammatory, divisive, and one-sided resolution about the Israel-Hamas conflict. As a fellow council member, I have absolutely no idea what you are trying to achieve by recommending this resolution. The proposed resolution does not explain the actual facts of the Israel-Hamas conflict, instead uses unsubstantiated and biased talking points. Courage, bravery, that is not our role. One priority of our role is to ensure the safety of community. You are failing on that goal. If you take this to a vote, you will set an awful example and overreach of the role of a council member. Again, what will you achieve? Take this resolution back and focus on peace. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jorge Palacios. Jorge, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Palacios, and I'm a Richmond resident. To thank the Richmond Council for making national news again. However, this time with an issue that creates divisiveness and that does not provide solutions to Richmond issues. Instead, this resolution hurts into relationships of people in our community. It is evident that R1 propels fear not just on the Jewish community that resides in Richmond, but also on our youth and generations to come. I implore you to think about the fear R1 has created already. I stand against Resolution 1 simply because it does not provide unity and peace in the streets of Richmond or in Gaza. I urge you to stop and think deeply on the impact of your actions and that of R1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dana Valoria, and then we will try Afshan Jelani again. Dana Valoria, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Dana Valoria, and I'm a resident of Richmond El Sobrante, represented by Sohaila Bana. Much love and respect to the council. Much love to our Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, and Jewish siblings. Our community will love and protect you all. My family and I were forced to leave the Philippines after 300 plus years of military occupation, colonialism, and imperialism. Our struggle is connected to Palestine. The illegitimate apartheid state of Israel has been violently occupying Palestine for 75 years, relentlessly bombing and causing death and ecological destruction long before Hamas. The people of Richmond understand how ecological destruction includes extreme harm to our bodies and communities that last for generations. I condemn the US and California's support of Israel's genocide and apartheid with our tax dollars. Ceasefire now, end Israel's occupation, free all 10,000 Palestinian political prisoners held hostage by the illegitimate state of Israel, free the 2 million Palestinians imprisoned in Gaza, free Palestine, yes on R1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Afshan Jelani, and the following group of speakers after that will be a user by the name of Free Palestine, Bill, Isaac Resendiz, Wonder Woman, and Eric P.W. Afshan, oh, I don't think they're on here anymore. No, they are not. So we will move on to the user with the title Free Palestine. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. As a member of the Muslim community, I can attest that we are now seeing post 9/11 2.0 anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian acts of violence and harassment. So I applaud you for this brave stance, and I urge you to vote yes on R1. So freedom fighters, I just want to remind you that freedom fighters such as Nelson Mandela stood on the side of Palestinians. So let that marinate. Freedom fighters stood on the side of Palestinians historically. Prior to the Western nations creating the illegal so-called state of Israel, Jews, Muslims, and Christians coexisted peacefully. So the European Jews that are so-called Israelis who benefit in the billions per year off of our tax dollars, they're crying.
Your time has expired. And Mr. Mayor, it's 10:59 if you'd like to take a vote.
Do I have a motion to extend?
Motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
A second.
Okay, motion second. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Councilmember Robinson. Yes.
Sorry.
It's like
so
two
sorry,
vice mayors
two vice
today.
mayors now. Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote passes with Councilmember Jimenez absent.
Okay, so I will resume the speakers. The next speaker is Bill. Bill, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
R1 is divisive and horrifically one-sided. The terms ethnic cleansing, genocide, and apartheid in no way apply to the state of Israel. Israel is the only democratic country in the Middle East, the only one which embraces women's rights and in which an LGBTQ person can live openly without fear. Israel does not occupy Gaza. Israel vacated Gaza in 2005, leaving behind infrastructure for the Palestinians to build a prosperous society. Shortly thereafter, Hamas took power, destroyed this infrastructure, and turned Gaza into a launchpad for terror. Hamas has stolen literally billions of dollars intended for Palestinian aid and used it to fund their unceasing terror. Over 20% of Hamas rockets land in Gaza, killing thousands of civilians. Hamas uses Palestinian civilians as a shield for their munitions. Hamas charter does not call for peace. It calls for the destruction of Israel and Jews. They are not advocates for the Palestinian people. It's undeniably tragic that many innocent Israelis and Palestinians will die as a result of the war Hamas has brought to Israel. But the blame for this is squarely on Hamas, and until they are eradicated, the Palestinians can never be free. Please reject this divisive resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Isaac Resendiz. Isaac, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, thank you. Good morning, Council. My name is Isaac, and I grew up in Richmond. What Israel experienced on October 7th was a direct result of decades of oppression and genocidal violence it has committed on the Palestinian people. For people who support true justice and liberation, it is impossible to side with a colonial imperialist power like Israel. The people of Richmond demand that there be no more funding from the US to aid Israel's genocidal regime. Right here in the States, we have yet to resolve our own issues. As people who live here, we must understand the nature of the US war machine. We must understand the way that it uses fear-mongering and propaganda to justify its existence. City Council members, I urge that you vote yes on this resolution and become an example for every person in every city in this country by standing with the Palestinian people and all oppressed people. Thank you, and free Palestine till it's backwards.
Thank you. Next speaker is a user titled Wonder Woman. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Eileen Lee. Tonight, millions of Gazan families are crowded at the Egyptian border, desperate to leave, but no country will take them. Not Egypt, not Jordan, not the US. Almost every one of us here are here tonight because that right to migrate or find asylum was granted to our families. Don't your sisters and brothers in Gaza have the same basic human right to asylum, to flee to safety that you have had? When all the countries of the world lock their gates to innocent Gazans desperate to flee the shelling, and you, Richmond City Council, fail to demand their safe passage, you are participants in their collective punishment. Long-term solutions are needed, but the 200 Israeli hostages and the millions of terrified Gazans could be rescued tonight. They don't have to spend another day, another year, another decade as human hostages or human shields for Palestinians. Please vote no on R1 and demand the release of the hostages and all innocent
Your time
Gazans.
has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Eric PW, and the following group of speakers after that are Ella P, Mohammed Sheikh, Julia Fowler, a user with the title Dashmark, and Michael Nye. Eric PW, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Eric Portugal Welsh. I'm a Jewish resident here in the city of Richmond. I'm asking you to reject the resolution and instead introduce a resolution that condemns terrorism, mourns the death of innocent civilians in Israel and Gaza, and supports all residents impacted in this conflict. I had many more prepared thoughts, but I urge the council members to reflect on the comments made before the person by the name of Wonder Woman, who basically said Israel deserved this. Israel deserved the murder of children, beheading of children, and the rape of their young women. I urge you to reflect on that, and that one side has spoken nothing about the slaughter of innocent Israeli people. Reflect on that for one moment as you make your decision, and I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ella P. Ella, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ella. I'm a Bay Area resident, and as an American Jew, taxpayer, organizer of many years, I am here tonight to urge you to vote yes on Resolution R1. And to commend the City Council of Richmond for demanding Palestinian safety and liberation from state-sanctioned violence, ethnic cleansing, and genocide with our tax dollars, $4 billion every year. Support for Zionism and the state of Israel is upheld by a lie that Jews have been told repeatedly, that I was told as a young child, that has never and will never keep us safe. And it casts a moral stain on our people. Please interrogate where your news comes from before engaging in racist and Islamophobic rhetoric. I hope for a future where our futures are inextricably linked and not framed as adversarials, and where Jews are not tied to a genocidal project, Free Palestine.
Yeah. The next speaker is Mohammed Sheikh. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mohammed, and I've been a director at an organization fighting the injustice of mass incarceration in the Bay Area for 10 years. To stand against justice because it is so-called divisive is quite frankly ridiculous. This should be a no-brainer. Mayor Martinez mentioned the city's courageous 1986 resolution against apartheid in South Africa. We look back today to that resolution with pride, but back then it was called divisive, inflammatory, and unnecessary. We're hearing exactly those arguments against this resolution today. And after apartheid in South Africa was defeated, the great leader Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." So I urge you today to follow in his footsteps, to vote for justice, to not shy away from so-called divisiveness for the sake of injustice, and vote yes on R1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Julia Fowler. Julia, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello. I applaud Mayor Martinez and the Richmond City Council and voice my support for this resolution, standing in solidarity and calling for an end to Israeli apartheid and occupation. This resolution is invaluable in the face of United States public support for the occupational state of Israel. This is the absolute bare minimum of what we owe to our brothers and sisters in Palestine. Palestinians are facing an extremely atrocious ethnic targeting at the hands of the IOF. These acts ignore the sanctity of human life, as 1.4 million Gazans have been displaced and over 6,000 have been killed, not including the thousands still tragically trapped in the ruins of the targeted residences, hospitals, churches, and schools. I urge Richmond City Council to vote yes on this resolution and to additionally push further for the immediate ceasefire and divestment from the genocidal Israeli governing bodies so that Palestinians can be rightfully returned their land and become a truly sovereign people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is a user with the title Dashmark. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Dina, and I am here in support of R1, and I urge you to vote yes. I was in Gaza just 2 months ago. My extended family used to live in Gaza City. Over the past 2 weeks, I have seen every building surrounding the block of the apartment I stayed at get reduced to rubble. People I have known have been massacred alongside their whole families. The neighborhood my grandmother's home is in Gaza City, El Rimal, has been flattened to the ground and has become the quote-unquote parking lot. My family and friends have become refugees again in their own land, fleeing the south, continuing to be bombed, not knowing if they will wake up alive or not. Stand on the right side of history, cease fire now, end the genocide that has been happening since before October 7th, end all military aid to Israel now, and the occupation now, free Palestine in our lifetimes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael Nye, and the following group of speakers after that are Sonia Rifkin, Sophia Soko, Lisa Johnson, Eunice, and Tourmaline. Michael Nye, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I support all my Palestinian siblings. No question about that. But the devil is in the details. And as you look through the details of this resolution, it has to lead to a no. Or at minimum, what Sean Dunning and Dr. Richmond and Supervisor Joya suggested, that it be taken off the table right now and we put groups together to work on it. For instance, the headline is very different from the texts. It's like that headline in the newspaper you read and you look at the article and you can't find that information. All it was screeds against Israel that may or may not be true. I know some of them are factually incorrect, for instance. Then there's the big thing, it says at the end, ethno-nationalist. Well, what do you think that means? Eduardo, do you know what that means? It's your resolution.
Has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sonia Rifkin. Sonia, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Council. My name is Sonia Rifkin, and I'm a Jew who comes from a proud tradition of creating interdependent home wherever we are in the diaspora, and I support this resolution. An Israeli think tank close to Netanyahu, the Misgav Institute, just published a report that describes how Israel could further exploit this disastrous bombing campaign as a, quote, unique and rare opportunity to evacuate the whole Gaza Strip, end quote. This is the genocidal political agenda we're dealing with, funded by our tax dollars, in violation of international human rights. A Jewish ethno-state, to use the accurate word, clearly keeps nobody safe, not Palestinians, not Israelis. nor Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, Jewish people in the US. The resolution acknowledges this, and I thank you for breaking this widespread silence. Ceasefire now, humanitarian aid now. You led on divesting from South Africa, and may this be the first step toward bold action for peace in Palestine. Please vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sophia Soko. Sophia, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Sophia. I'm a Jewish immigrant from the former Soviet Union, and I'm here to express my support and gratitude for this resolution. When I was a kid, I would stay up late reading every Jewish Holocaust book that I could find, realizing how miraculous my own life was. I knew intuitively back then that every life was precious and that I could never allow such atrocities to happen to any other people. I'm grateful that decades later, I have not lost this sense of humanity. As a Jew, I refuse to have my history and identity weaponized to justify the ongoing oppression of Palestinians amidst false accusations of anti-Semitism. As a US citizen, I refuse to have my tax dollars fund this ongoing genocide to the benefit of Western powers and arms manufacturers. Even as I worry about my own family members in Israel, I know Jewish safety will never be found in violence and apartheid. Safety for all of us, including Jews, will only come through the liberation of all, including Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. It's deeply distressing that the mayor, his chief of staff, and vice mayor intentionally wrote such a one-sided, anti-Semitic, and divisive resolution without any outreach to Richmond's diverse community when you could have welcomed a unique opportunity to try and do something based on finding common ground. Interestingly, many speakers in support of this resolution are not from Richmond. Many, in fact, were bussed in from afar. In contrast, many residents are afraid to come and speak tonight. Please do not take their silence as support. You had a speaker this evening proudly yell out the Hamas rallying cry to arms, erasing the state of Israel and its people, and you did nothing, Mr. Mayor. You wonder why they are afraid. You claim you are listening, but are you? The authors once again bring division to Richmond, and for that you will also be remembered. The current resolution does not speak for Richmond, and it is an abuse of the elected office you hold. The amendments tonight are woefully inadequate. There is no solution in this resolution. Please table this item and propose an alternative and healing path that is inclusive and unifying.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Eunice. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing and not likewise condemning Hamas, the governing body of Gaza, for torturing, mutilating, killing, and burning alive civilians, including babies, children, and the elderly, is divisive. Using the words never again, reminiscent of the Holocaust, when Hamas charter calls for wiping Jews off the face of the earth, is hypocritical, divisive, and offensive. Adding a one-sentence disclaimer that Richmond will fight anti-Semitism is simply inadequate. Thank God you finally acknowledged the victims on both sides. You can see by the reaction in the chamber that you had to shut down, that you have sowed dissension that divides our population. You should not be taking sides. Cesar Zepeda, as far as I know, is the only council member working actively to heal the wounds on both sides by working with Muslim and Jewish leaders toward unity. You should take a page from him on how to include all stakeholders. And I thank you, Cesar.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tourmaline, and the following group of speakers after that are Chris Tarrant, Pathma V, Bex, Pamela Fields, and Tatiana Kersner. Tourmaline, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Tourmaline. You are already aware of the terrors, the violence, the genocide, and the apartheid that exists within Gaza and for the Palestinian people. Due to this, I am in support of Resolution 1 and strongly urge you to vote in favor of it. With this, I want to share a poem of reflection. As I bleed, flowing freely and safely, I can't help but to think of the sediment-filled wounds, the wounds that cannot release because the blood clings within, grasping to an already fragile shell, hoping that it will not be forced to spill at the feet of the occupiers, of the murderers, of the wound raiders. As I bleed, flowing freely and safely, I can't help but think of the aching wounds, being shredded by shrapnel, once whole, full seedlings of hope, of a future to never bloom. As you sit and flow freely, being able to disconnect by leaving here or turning off the screen, I can't help but to think about the privilege and power you have to take action now. Please vote yes for Resolution 1. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Tarrant. Chris, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Chris Tarrant. I'm a social worker working here in Richmond, and I am bound by professional ethics to challenge injustice and to support a ceasefire in Gaza. I am so proud to work in a city that will not stand silent as horrific violence is sponsored by our federal government. Justice is often divisive. The generational trauma of everyone who has been touched by oppression is felt deeply in this meeting, and I honor and thank all of you for being here tonight. May we not give in to settler colonial violence in this time of grief. Thank you for supporting this resolution and opposing apartheid.
Thank you. Next speaker is Path Mavi. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you for your courageous resolution. I'm proud of you. It's not possible in our society to speak the truth about Israel, as you will be attacked by the fascist, racist Zionists like AIPAC and their cronies. The fascist Zionists want to exterminate Palestinians and steal even more of their land. Today, a leaked Netanyahu government document states there is at the moment a unique and rare opportunity to evacuate the whole Gaza Strip in coordination with the Egyptian government so that the evacuated residents would not be able to return. This is what they have been doing all along, and they continue to do it. The US is not worried about the non-white Americans trapped in Gaza. Neither is Israel trying to negotiate to rescue their own Israeli hostages. Listeners, please call your Congress people to co-sponsor Congresswoman Cori Bush's ceasefire now resolution. We need to stop the carnage. And Mayor, please fly the Palestinian flag like the previous mayor did for Ukraine. We are both defenders of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bex. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Shalom Aleichem. I'm a Jewish American and a student living in the East Bay. My grandfather escaped Nazi-occupied Amsterdam. Thank you for considering this resolution in support of human rights. This is a brave and necessary act of solidarity. The East Bay's justice-oriented Jewish community stands in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Israel's forced displacement of over 2 million Palestinians, demanding they leave their homes or die gruesome deaths, is ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime. We cannot stand by and let this happen. Our tax dollars are funding this atrocity. California has sent over $600 million to Israel in 2023 alone. Our state should invest in healthcare and housing, not genocide. My people have a saying, whoever saves a single life saves an entire universe. Please imagine how many universes we could save. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pamela Fields, and the following group of speakers after that are Robert Mandel, Deborah, Kim, Alex Nava, and Said. Pamela Fields, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, I have to say this is quite a resolution. In reading it, one would have thought that Jews went to Gaza and slaughtered 1,300 people, that Jews gleefully beheaded babies and set children on fire. I say Jews, not Israelis, because it is the Jews you are targeting. But Muslims, who make up 20% of the Israeli population and hold offices in government, who are also murdered at the music festival where young women were raped next to the dead bodies of their friends. And your statement about never forgetting, clearly you have forgotten the Munich massacre where Islamic terrorists murdered the Jewish athletes in the 1972 Olympics. As a Jew, I want you to know that this document and you people have made me and my family unsafe, have made Jews in this community unsafe. As for the Israelis' response to the carnage, I will simply repeat what one Israeli said. We would consider a proportional response, but none of our soldiers want to go into Gaza and brutally rape, murder, and
Your
kidnap.
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Mandel. Robert, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'm Jewish. I'm a ESL teacher in the adult school in Richmond. I support the resolution, particularly with the amendments. The amendments were critical because the only way to win a ceasefire and to begin to move forward is Jewish and Palestinian unity. And the amendments corrected something that was an obstacle to that. We should remember that the Likud government helped create Hamas as recently as 2019. Netanyahu supported funding Hamas. IDF soldiers who are against Netanyahu
Your time has
should be.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Kim. Kim, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kim Friedman. I feel tremendous pain for all innocent civilians. I am Jewish. I am vehemently asking you to vote no on R1. I am a mom of 2 young children and I am afraid. Your resolution instills fear in me and my family. My grandmother was lucky enough as a child to flee her home in Poland to find safety in the US. Other family members were not as lucky and were part of the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust, murdered for being Jewish. Hamas's charter states its goal is to kill all Jews. Your solution is grossly one-sided and does not represent all of your constituents. It does not bring community together. As evidenced here this evening, this proposed resolution is creating a dangerous divide, a community where you are singling out a people and making them feel unwelcome and unsafe. It rings of the stories of the pre-Holocaust period I heard about from my grandmother. I strongly request you to vote no on this resolution and find a way to build community and inclusion where everyone feels
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Nava. Alex, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Alex Nava, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Welcome back to Alex. The next speaker is Zaid. Zaid, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Richmond community, I would like to express my support for the resolution R1 as presented today. I stand before you today as a proud Palestinian American. I am deeply moved and profoundly grateful for your courage to bring forward such a resolution. This is not merely a document on a paper. It echoes the heartbeat of a compassionate community that values justice, empathy, and the pursuit of better worlds. Thank you for standing firmly on the right side of history, for championing the values of humanity and understanding. Thank you for being a beacon of hope for the Palestinian people. Your resolute stance is not just a testament to our city's character, but a shining example to communities worldwide. Thank you for presenting our community with honor and for being a beacon of light in our collective journey towards a more just and compassionate world. Your kindness will forever be etched into the hearts of Palestinian people, and together we march
Your
forward.
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Nava, and the following group of speakers after that will be Walla, Alexis, Sarah Abulebde, Carrie Hillis, and Maya. Alex Nava, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Alex Nava, you'll have, oh, they're gone. Okay, so we'll move on to Walla. Walla, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Walla, and I'm a proud Palestinian, and I would like to express my strong support for Resolution R1. I want to thank the City Council members, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for bringing this resolution to take action against the genocide and ethnic cleansing of innocent Palestinian civilians in Gaza and the West Bank by the settler colonialism government of Israel that has been going on for 75 years. I urge the community to continue to contact their elected officials to demand the immediate ceasefire and urge Israel to open the humanitarian aid corridor to allow much needed food, water, and medical supplies, as well as allowing a safe passage and protection for humanitarian aid workers. I do not support billions of our taxpayer dollars in aid and weapons for Israel to continue to commit genocide and apartheid, and it must end now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alexis. Alexis, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. My name is Alexis Seha, and I've lived in Richmond for 27 years. I'm 100% in support of Richmond's stance of solidarity with the Palestinian people and call for immediate ceasefire. Without actions, the conditions in Gaza will worsen. We can't sit by silently and witness the genocide of the Palestinian people. We must stand against the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Someone had said that Israel is pro-LGBTQ+, but same-sex marriage isn't legal in Israel, so I don't know how they could be, and I say this as a member of the community. I strongly support this resolution, Free Palestine, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the time is 11:28. I don't know if you guys want to take a vote.
Ends in 2 minutes.
That's right.
Unless there's a 2/3 vote to extend it.
Okay,
To
so
suspend the rules.
we're a vote to suspend rules.
So moved.
And what, and wait
I
until the end of
second.
the item?
And to the end of this item.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
So
Should
do we have a
vote?
second?
I think we had a second.
Okay.
Councilmember Bonner seconded.
Okay, all right. Vote?
Councilmember Bonner, Yes. Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
And how many more speakers are there?
66.
What? 66?
66, yes. 68 now.
Yeah, as we go, more people are coming, so.
Right.
It's open-ended.
Yes, I think we should close the speaker list.
Okay.
Okay.
I will look at the last person out there. Okay. So I will resume speakers. The next speaker is Sarah Abulebde. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Sarah Abulebde. I'm a Palestinian American and a mother of 3. 2,340 children have died. How many more children need to die before we do something to stop this? I ask you all to think of your own children before you answer this. 8 hospitals in Gaza are now out of service due to fuel shortage. Anybody who is reliant on medical need is going to die as soon as all the hospitals are out of service. Israel has committed more war crimes than any other country has in our history, and America's tax money is going to support this. We all need to stand together to stop this. This is genocide, and I hope that we vote for the resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Carrie Hillis. Carrie, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Kerry Hillis, and I'm a member of the Moraga Town Council. My Jewish family has lived in Richmond since 1987. I find this resolution offensively one-sided and ask the council to reject it. It places all blame for the conflict on Israel, while barely mentioning the Hamas terrorist attacks. Earlier this year, I visited Kfar Aza, a small kibbutz on the Gaza border, where Hamas terrorists massacred innocent babies and families, many of whom I surely saw happily playing and living out their lives peacefully just months ago. I see their faces in my thoughts every day. Innocent civilians in both Israel and Gaza are paying the price for the evil acts of Hamas with their lives. The two-state solution is supported by a majority of Israelis and many Palestinians. The stated policy of Hamas in its charter is to kill Jews. To the misguided people in your audience holding signs and saying, from the river to the sea, You are calling for the genocide and ethnic cleansing of all Jews between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. This is a reason why your Jewish neighbors are afraid. Please
Your time
vote
has
no on
expired.
the.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maya, and the following group of speakers after that are Abby B., Hillary Kiliminik, Mujib Rahmani, Danal Adib, Aya A., and David Kaftan. Maya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Maya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. If you'll unmute yourself. We'll come back to Maya. The next speaker is Abby B. Abby, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. People have already mentioned where all our tax dollars go as American citizens or people who pay taxes in the United States. But I also want to remind folks that the IOF trains our police force. The Chevron refinery processes global oil. And this meeting started with your neighbors sharing their families who have been exterminated in Palestine. Division is here. It has been here. This rhetoric sounds like 9/11. And it is completely morally coherent to condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and stand with Palestine. As an anti-Zionist Jew, I feel safer and more seen by this resolution than my own parents. And I don't use the words apartheid, genocide, or ethnic cleansing lightly. Yes on R1 and fund our fucking housing.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maya. Maya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'd like to thank the mayor and the vice mayor for their efforts for dual representation in this unfortunate conflict. It's important to address that lives on each side of this conflict are equally important and matter. And just because we love and respect our Jewish community does not mean we need to diminish the lives of Palestinians, in particular the innocent children and civilians. This is a humanitarian issue, and I urge Council to adopt this resolution. Let's make history and place Richmond on the map as a city that recognizes humanity for all. I've heard people say that they're afraid and for their safety and of division. But really, we are just in support of sparing lives, compassion, and stopping the unneeded violence and killing of children on both sides. I humbly urge Council to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hillary Kiliminik. Hillary, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hillary?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I implore you, I implore you to vote no on this biased anti-Israel resolution being phonily couched as a resolution in support of Palestinians in Gaza. If the city council were so concerned about Palestinian Gazans, you would be renouncing Hamas, who has controlled Gaza since 2007. The resolution is full of outright lies and biased half-truths, referring to Israel closing the borders of Gaza as if Gaza does not also share a border with Egypt. Using the word ethnic cleansing used in the resolution is inflammatory and promotes hate of Jews. Accusing Israel of targeted ethnic cleansing when that is exactly what Hamas did in their barbaric attack on Israel's civilian population on October 7th, whereas Israel is now exercising not only its right but its duty to protect its civilians and its borders, referring to Israel shutting off access to electricity and drinking water and food without acknowledging that Israel from the start has made clear that all resources will flow freely when the hostages are released. Where's the condemnation on Hamas? Whereas this
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Mujib Rahmani. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Dunya. I'm talking on behalf of my father, Mujib Rahmani. I just want to say that this Palestinian-Israel war did not start 17 days ago. It started 70 plus years ago. And this is not an Arab issue or a Muslim issue. It's a human issue. It's not an international issue. It's a human issue. It does not, you don't need to be an Arab to care about Palestinian kids, women, and men. It takes a human to care about Palestinians. And remember that Palestine will be free, and you will regret what you have done. Israel might have bombed mosques, but they don't know that they keep reminding us about God's mercy and our faith will stay alive forever. They might have bombs and rockets, but we have our God. This is called faith. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danal Adib. Danal, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Danal Adib, you're unmuted. You can go ahead and start your comments. Okay, we'll come back to Danal. The next speaker is Aya. Aya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for staying up this late with everyone and listening to everyone. We all really, truly appreciate it. I wanted to say that there are absolutely valid concerns regarding taxpayers and money, but it is important to remind everyone, as many people have said, that the international issues are absolutely part of where our money goes. It is not international if your money doesn't go to homeless problems in Richmond, but it goes to creating homelessness somewhere else in the world. And in a town with such amazing diversity, it's important to understand that when hate happens there, as we've seen in the past few decades, it does directly affect us here. And while all these acts are condemnable from October 7th to anything else that may have hurt families on the Israeli end, we would be complete and absolute hypocrites. And I say this as neither Palestinian nor Israeli, but we would be hypocrites if we didn't condemn what has been happening to the Palestinians and what is happening today in Gaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Kaftan, and the following group after that will be Danal Adib, user titled Oppressed Voice, Hamadri, Sado Tola Asuni, and Aisha. David Kaftan, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm a Richmond resident and of Jewish heritage. I totally oppose this resolution because it is full of lies, will only incentivize the Hamas Nazi terrorists and their supporters and add to the suffering of the poor Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank for decades. Israel's a thriving, diverse, pluralistic society with full human and civil rights for all its citizens, including 1.6 million Palestinian citizens, 20% of its population. Until the Palestinians overthrow their dictatorships, install democracies, demonstrate they want peace, and demonstrate they can be trusted, the Israelis will not support a two-state solution, and the situation will only get worse. This resolution supports the goals of the Palestinian dictatorships to kill all Jews and destroy Israel. The Palestinian dictators have been causing all the problems for the Palestinians.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Danal Adib. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Danal Adib, if you could unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker, titled Oppressed Voice. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. User titled Oppressed Voice. If you could unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. Let's be clear on definitions. Apartheid, a policy or system of segregation or discrimination on grounds of race. Genocide, deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Occupation, action, state, or period of occupying or being occupied by a military force. Oppression, prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. Listen to the gravity of the words and which side represents them. Do not be deaf. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is what this great nation was built for. So why can't we support those that want the same? To those that are against this resolution, I say it's okay. It's okay to condemn atrocities against innocent Israeli civilians, We all do. It's okay. It's also okay to condemn the government, the evil, committing
Your time has
retaliatory.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Hamadri. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Hamadri, and I speak as a Contra Costa County resident and as a South Asian person whose lands were colonized by the British. I know how unpopular it is, and yet how important it is to support colonized people in their fight for freedom against oppression, which includes supporting Palestinians with this resolution. This resolution is not pro-Hamas, and it is not anti-Semitic. Rather, it is against Israel's decades of ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and genocide, which is ultimately the root of all of the violence that has taken place. Israel and Zionism only exist at the expense of Palestinians, and this resolution is a necessary step to be on the right side of history and to support the ending of occupation, which is the only way to end the violence and bring peace. Those who have said that this resolution is divisive and inflammatory, so were the efforts to end slavery and other forms of oppression, but they were necessary efforts, and so is this. I'm grateful for this resolution, and I urge you to please be brave and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sato. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Sato, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start if you'll mute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I'm gonna just try to speak on reasons why this should be passed, not by stating the facts that have been mentioned, but to reveal some things that are actually resolution not to be passed. So first off, to say that this resolution is divisive, we already are divisive. America has been funding Israel. We spend $3 billion a year for it to go to them. And 95% of that funding goes to weapons that have killed, as we've seen, thousands of innocent lives. So for us here, we are not making a decision based off of ideas, but values. We are trying to go from occupation and the killing of innocent towards justice. The other thing is that it's an important issue for all people of Richmond. And because Richmond has a history of standing for many different international causes. Richmond's population grew very large in the 1940s.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Tola Asuni. Tola, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Tola Asuni, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You'll unmute yourself. We will move on to the next speaker, Aisha. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Aisha Bashir. I went to Belden Elementary and Adams Junior High, both in Richmond. And contrary to someone who said that courage is not to be in this space, courage should be in this space. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to visit Jerusalem. I visited Palestine. I visited the tombs of Prophet Abraham and the tomb of Prophet Muhammad. And as a Muslim woman, I stood at his tomb and I wept like a baby in awe of being in the presence of this beloved prophet of God, who with the help of God spoke against a tyrant to free his people, the children of Israel, from oppression. This R1 resolution is following in those footsteps. It's speaking truth against the tyrant and speaking to free the Palestinian people from oppression. And as we are taught, freedom of a few is a freedom for all. So please don't be swayed by calls that this is divisive. The truth is that to not pass it is divisive, for it's saying that freedom to exist is only for some and not all. Everyone deserves freedom. Everyone deserves safety. Everyone has a right to exist. Be courageous and pass this resolution.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker, will try Tola Asuni again, and the following group of speakers after that are George Littman, Beta, Daniel VG, Ahmad, and Elena Auerbach. And please be prepared to give your comments and unmute yourself. Tola Asuni,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as a human being, I applaud the council members on this resolution. It is a right, it is just, it is a resolution for humanity and a resolution for those with a conscience. It's really nauseating and horrific to hear people who call themselves human beings to even begin to justify using illegal white substances that burn the skin of children, women, men, to bomb schools, to bomb hospitals, to traumatize innocent children over and over again who even survive this war, willingly and knowingly withhold aid, food, medicine from innocent civilians that are being attacked constantly. As Californians, we don't even do this in our worst prisons. It's overwhelming and disheartening to see not everyone wishing for a ceasefire so that there's an end to the bloodshed on both sides, but especially the people of Gaza who are disproportionately being slaughtered.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is George Lippman. George, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you and good evening. I am an American Jew with roots all around Eastern Europe. My great-grandmother and her whole family were killed in Auschwitz. The Hamas attack on civilians was vile and unforgivable. The bombing and the impending ground assault on Gaza by Israel is vile and unforgivable. I'm glad that the amended resolution promotes an immediate ceasefire and sufficient humanitarian aid. Council could consider focusing the resolution entirely on these 2 points. I'm certain that no reasonable person could disagree with this proposal unless they truly believe that Palestinians are indeed human animals. I have 2 process suggestions. I suggest you consider letting people finish their thoughts before cutting them off. That would be more polite. And secondly, state law prohibits.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Beta. Beta, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I thank everybody here and Richmond City Council for bringing this resolution forward. I do believe that it's an active step towards peace, that there's a belief that peace is actually possible, that we need to all take a stance for that. And we need that kind of leadership in this time where silence around the deep oppression that's being done to the Palestinian people. And personally, I feel that as an Iranian Jewish refugee who just moved to Richmond. So I'm proud to be a Richmond resident and call this home and a place that I can raise my daughter. And I just want to say thank you for taking a stance. And I do believe that another way is possible and we can bring peace. More of us stand up for it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daniel. Daniel, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Sohaib, and I just wanted to say I would like you to all vote yes on this resolution and to please understand the history of Israel as a settler colonial state, not as a religious conflict, because we have had Jewish people in this meeting and in this body that have spoken out against Israel, and I would implore you to please understand that this is not a religious conflict, it is a settler colonial project. Look up the projects, look up the massacre of Sabra and Shatila, Deir Yassin, look up Al-Naqsa, look up Al-Nakba, please look up all these kinds of issues. I implore that you please vote yes on this resolution. This is not a matter of religion, this is a matter of humanity. This is a matter of the people of Gaza, this is a matter of people's lives being at stake. I implore you all to vote yes on this resolution. As a Pakistani Muslim in America, I would like you to understand that I have been through so much hate from the Zionists, and I would like you to understand that this is very important for everyone across the world. Please vote yes on this resolution and free Palestine till it's fucking backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is VG. VG, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm against this resolution as this is not a fair resolution. It is a very one-sided and unfair to the Jewish population in the whole Bay Area. Almost none of the pro-Palestinian supporters expressed condolences towards the massacre that took place on October 7th. When the Jewish group came up with photographs of hostages, pro-Palestinians came in front of them to cover pictures with the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." Nobody stopped them, and that's today. Do Jewish lives not matter? What is a proportional response? What is it? What would another country do to defend themselves? Do you know that Israeli schools are closed, businesses are closed, and they're bombed on the schedule? So all Israelis stay home since October 7th in bomb shelters. There is so much to say. Did you ever ask why, after so much humanitarian aid, they don't have money to build the society, but they have money to build the bombs? I'm against this.
Time has
Please,
expired.
long
Thank you. The next speaker is Ahmad. Ahmad, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you bringing forward this resolution. I am of Palestinian descent, and unfortunately, my ancestors themselves were displaced from Palestine and were made refugees to other parts, neighboring countries. And eventually, my parents settled here in the United States. And I greatly appreciate this resolution to help to bring an end to this conflict. And I want to thank you again for being courageous and putting this forward. And I really hope the momentum carries on to other cities throughout the Bay Area and hopefully throughout the country. So I'm in full support of the resolution as it stands today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elena Auerbach, and the following group of speakers after that are Fareed Kalafala, Amina, Dana Wright, Jana, and you. Elena Auerbach, you will have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Elena Auerbach, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. Thank you, everyone who is still up, and thank you especially to the Mayor and City Council. My name is Ilana Auerbach. I am a Jew and have been following this for my whole life. Tomorrow, in 6 minutes, I turn 55, so it's been a long time. The plight, and what I've noticed is that the plight of the Palestinians has largely been invisible. And the dominant narrative that we hear here in this country has centered Israel and really all around the world. This has supported the status quo, and something different has to change. Something has to shatter this. And this resolution is just that. Just over a week before those horrific Hamas attacks, U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said the Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. Clearly, he was not paying attention to the Palestinians because at least 237 had been killed up until that point. Michal Halev, the mother of a young man whom Hamas murdered on October 7th.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Fareed Kalafala. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I'm Egyptian American, and I have one question for my fellow Jewish friends. When we immigrated here to the US, what did we do? We came here, we sought the legal ways to stay in the US. I did not kick an American out of their house to take their spot, but we respected all the laws and regulations. And unfortunately, the Arabs embraced all the Jews who were fleeing from Europe. But later on, they betrayed this kind of welcoming, and they decided to start a state. And instead of living in peace, just like how we used always to live in Egypt, in Palestine, Egyptians and Palestinians welcomed Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And the conflict did not start except with the state of
Your
Israel.
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Amina. Amina, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Amina, and I'm a Bay Area native of Yemeni and Bangladeshi descent. Thank you so much for leading the voice of justice in the Bay and all of California for that matter, and thank you so much for your patience. I'm in full support of the resolution. Earlier today, I broke down in tears and could hardly continue going about my day at the preschool I work once I learned that my Palestinian co-teacher woke up to find that she had just lost 8 members of her family this morning from another Israeli airstrike. What hurts me the most is that we're supposed to be in a progressive era in which marginalized communities are represented throughout various months and calendar holidays even. And yet the Palestinians have to go out and protest, rally, and march year after year to prove their humanity and their right to exist. There is no such thing as both sides. There is a side that is committing apartheid and there is a side that is resisting. For those opposing, please do your research. Muslims, Jews, and Christians have peacefully coexisted in Palestine for centuries before the existence of Israel. This is not a religious or cultural conflict, as the media likes to brainwash people to believe. Hamas was created by Israel. Just look it up. Free Palestine, and thank you for creating the space
Your
that
time
no one
has
else.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Dana Wright. Dana, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Dana Wright. Looks like they have dropped off. So we'll move on to Jana. Jana, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jana, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker with the title You, and the following group of speakers after that will be Prophet Sirah, Nita Khalil, Saida Adem, and Sabrina E. A user with the name You, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I am in support of this resolution, and I just want to say, like, it's unfortunate, like, no other council or has brought this up, or leadership, and it's sad that so many kids, children, and innocents and humans and civilians are being affected. I'm really proud of what you all are doing, and I'm really proud of what the mayor, vice mayor, and this council has, and the elected officials. When I moved to this area, I was told about all the great work that was being done by the local elected officials. And I see it now. I have spent some time here now, what this means, and I'm really, really proud of all that you're doing. And by not doing this is what's creating divisiveness, is what I feel. By not doing this is what makes us unsafe. By having to have not our opinions being there. So I support this resolution, and thank you so much for standing up where no one else could. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jana. Jana, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry about that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to say that my name is Jenna. I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. I want to say thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, city council for your time, especially at this time of night. I've been completely heartbroken reading the news on Palestine for many years, but especially now more than ever. Our president has decided to spend our tax dollars to support this genocide, which is absolutely disgusting and appalling. I'm so proud of the council to have this resolution on the table, and I will wholeheartedly support and request you to pass R1. Free Palestine, and thank you for taking the stance to be on the right side of history. And I just want to say that for all of those people that came before saying that this is very one-sided, that is 100% incorrect. And we have been on this other side on the Israeli side for many years, and our US can't seem to get out of bed with them. So thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Prophet Sirah. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We are gathering here today with heavy hearts, deeply troubled because of the genocide that is happening in Gaza in front of our eyes and is funded with our tax dollars. More than 6,500 Palestinians have been slaughtered in the past few weeks. About 2,500 of them were minors, and roughly 1,100 babies and infants. Tens of thousands of families have been displaced due to their homes being bombed. Over the past few weeks, our social media was flooded with Israelis' propaganda that was filled with lies. The Israeli government has to use AI software to create fake pictures of a dead baby to make the Palestinians look as a baby killers and have the worldwide support for their atrocious actions against the Palestinians. We are seeing genocide happening in front of our eyes. We are seeing hundreds of dead Palestinian babies left and right every day. We are tired of seeing decapitated children and babies on a daily basis. This has to stop. Free Palestine.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Nita Khalil. Nita, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Do you hear? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nadat Khalil, and they say courage and bravery is manufactured differently in Palestine. And now they will begin to say that Richmond matches that courage and bravery. My father was born in Palestine before the nightmare of the apartheid Zionist occupation began, and I was raised in Ramallah, where my family fled to when they uprooted our family during the massacres of 1948. Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Panther Party, Nelson Mandela. These are just a few examples of people considered enemies of state or terrorists. And today we have holidays celebrating them. I implore you, Richmond, be the city of all cities. Encourage all those too fearful to start speaking up. Vote yes on R1. In Palestine, just like Richmond, California, there are real people, real places, real stories. Free Palestine.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Saida Adem. Saida, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Saida Adem, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Sabrina E. You will have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Only in America can you criticize God, but never Israel. Hello, I'm a former Richmond resident. I recently returned after a year and a half in Egypt, and I have done aid and activist work for Palestine for years. My husband and children are Semitic, an ethnicity that is not Jewish owned. There has been so much said today that I've decided to read something else, something that was not written in the last 2 weeks. Silenced and beaten, ignored and forgotten, I am a child of Palestine. I am unimportant, irrelevant. You turn and look away, you are no friend of mine. I'm a child of Palestine. You watch me suffer, but you do not feel my pain. You hear me cry, but it's all in vain. I'm a child of Palestine. I am tortured, imprisoned, battered, frightened. I'm a child of Palestine. I have no bombs, no weapons, no control, nothing. And yet you fail to call it murder. Thank you, Richmond, for this. I vote yes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Saida Adem, and the following group of speakers after that will be Shaima Waba, Scott, Mirvet Jude, Lisa Malou, Isabel, and Anna Tayez. Saida Adem, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Shaima Waba. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I just can't believe that someone finally, started talking about the things that are making me unsleep at night. I look at my kids, I look at myself as a human, and I tell myself, this is going to happen to us next. It's inhumane as a human being, regardless of where my background is. I am scared. I'm really scared because nobody's taking any actions to protect those poor civilians, those children that are dying. So I really thank you for your time, for staying up this late to trying to help and to find a resolution. I vote yes on this resolution. And peace means giving back the land to the original owners of this country, to the Palestinians. I don't want to pay money and not be able to sleep, paying my taxes, knowing that other people are going to die. Children are going to die with the money that I'm paying as a taxpayer living in the
Your
US.
time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Scott. Scott, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the city council to just please be careful. I know you mean well, And it is admirable that you want to show support for the Palestinian people. That is not a controversial stand, but there is a fine line between supporting the Palestinian people and drafting an anti-Semitic resolution. And unfortunately, I think you fall on the wrong side of the line with this resolution. It is one-sided. It does justify Hamas terror attacks. It justifies hostages being taken who are still being held. And this is why it's so inflammatory. This is why it's so divisive. The city council has a lot of power. Your actions matter. Please be careful. Okay, please don't legislate anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mervet Jude. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mervet Judah, and actually, I am Palestinian, but I'm all the way from Orange County, California, and I've been on hold this entire time. Like one of the other speakers spoke, thank you for someone saying something. You would actually be the only city so far nationally, or anyone that has actually said anything that is human. Bottom line is we must stand on the right side of history. What is happening in Palestine, in Gaza, is genocide, ethnic cleansing of a people, period. Many people after the Iraq war said we shouldn't have gone in, and 1 million people died as a result of that. As for Palestinians, we've been under occupation for 75 years. The inhuman rights violations and war crimes are cited in the UN. This is not about Palestinians. This is not about Israelis. Both lives matter. This is about humanity. We must stand with the right side of humanity. I applaud each and every one of you of your bravery, and I am sure this is not easy. But thank you for showing some reason.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Malou. Lisa, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Please vote no on this resolution. Do not greenlight the endless attempts to kill more Jews. Palestinians hold the keys to their own freedom. Stop trying to kill Jews. Hamas can renounce its charter commitment to kill Jews. Hamas can stop stealing humanitarian support to build tunnels and purchase weapons. Hamas murders their own families and those of Palestinians in the name of martyrdom. Gazan civilians can name locations of the hostages, the Israeli hostages. Gazan civilians can reveal the locations of tunnels and the embedded military installations and stop allowing Hamas from using their children as human shields. But they do not. The smears and slander of Jews stated in this room, lies of genocide, lies of apartheid, lies of colonialism, the ignorance that the majority of Israelis are Jews driven out of Arab countries, do the math, is deeply sad for all of these people here who purport to care about humanity, including this city council. Jews will no longer sit back and let anyone massacre us. You will
Your
not
time
run.
has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Isabel. Isabel, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Isabel, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Isabel. I'm a resident in the Richmond area. And I, like many people, want to thank the council for bringing this to the table as an attempt to stand, again, as people have said, on the right side of history and to begin the process of changing the narrative in our country and showing our legislators at all level that we, the people of this country, will no longer stand for genocide or ethnic cleansing and will not cheer as our tax dollars continue to fund a 75-year-long project of genocide and ethnic cleansing and settler colonialism, and will not cheer as our tax dollars are used to kill young children, week-old children, as well as people of all ages. I also want to name quickly that I was first educated about Palestine largely by anti-Zionist Jewish people. I thank them, and I thank, those people in the room, as well as the many Palestinians who've come and shared tonight and been so vulnerable and so powerful.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Anna Tayez, and the following group of speakers after that will be Danya Abdul, Jonah Gottlieb, Wasim H, and Afshan Jalani. Please be prepared to give your comments and unmute yourself. Anna Tayez, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for staying so long and hearing us talk. And I felt it necessary to speak just because a lot of people who are not from Richmond are calling in to voice express their voice at my city. So I want to express my and my family's support of the resolution affirming Richmond's solidarity with the Palestinian people in Gaza. Supporting this resolution is not anti-Semitic, but a call for ceasefire, peace, dignity, and safety for all. It is a call to stop the ethnic cleansing and the killing of civilians. For the people that say that Richmond City Hall is not the place for this topic, you are wrong. It is one of the places I can voice my stance on how our government uses my tax dollars. However, it is not the place for politicians who do not represent Richmond residents to come and try to intimidate our council and mayor. Thank you for your bravery, and I hope that you will all vote in support of this resolution. Because as a real Richmond
Time has
resident,
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Danya. Danya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Danya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Abdul. Abdul, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Council. My name is Abdul, and I'm a resident of the East Bay. I stand with my Palestinian sisters and brothers, and also those Jewish sisters and brothers who truly care about peace and humanity. Bombing Palestine isn't protecting anyone. Israel is not protecting itself by doing so, and in fact, quite the contrary. Israel is killing itself, its own humanity, and its own morality. It's killing safety all around the world. Israel is spreading hate. To everyone who stays silent or acknowledges anything but the Palestinian struggle, you are not safe. And that's not because this resolution, once it's passed with God's will make you unsafe. No, the reason you feel unsafe is because if you are against this resolution, then you have allowed the media to control your heart and your soul. You have lost your own humanity, your own ability to think and rationalize and empathize with the human struggle, and you are not safe from yourself. May God protect Palestinian families. May God protect their native land and their lineages. May God liberate Palestine, and may God bless the Richmond City Council for taking an unprecedented stance on the right side of history. I full-heartedly support this resolution, and if you need to be convinced to vote yes, then vote in favor of
Time has
R1
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Jonah Gottlieb. Jonah, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Jonah Gottlieb, and I am an elected ADEM delegate for State Assembly District 14, representing Richmond, Berkeley, and other parts of Contra Costa and Alavina counties. As a proud Jew, I thank you for considering this resolution. My family did not flee anti-Semitic pogroms in Tsarist Russia just for their trauma and my tax dollars to be used for ethnic cleansing, genocide, war crimes, and occupation. Never again means never again, even if I need to stand up to members of my own community to prevent genocide. Anti-Semitism is real and dangerous, but Israeli apartheid does nothing to keep Jews in our community safe. We must understand that the occupation is the root of the violence in Palestine and reject the notion that we Jews need our own ethno-state with a massive military to survive. I truly believe that Jews can live side by side in peace with our neighbors. To claim, as Zionists do, that Jews are too different from everyone else to ever be accepted by our society is actually incredibly anti-Semitic. Please vote yes on this resolution, and thank you for your courage and solidarity.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wasim H. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Wasim. I am a case manager and outreach worker with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I want to thank the Richmond City Council for their unprecedented courage, their unprecedented solidarity in their support of this resolution. And I urge the City Council to vote yes on R1. I've been working daily with Palestinian youth, Arab youth, youth from all Black and Brown communities around the Bay Area who are speaking out first time throughout all the fear, through all the repression for Palestinian liberation, Palestinian dignity, and a free Palestine. There will come a day when Palestine is free, and we will look at this resolution and your brave stance, and we will be able to hold ourselves and our heads high, and those youth will look and say, that was my city council. Thank you guys so much, and please pass R1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Afshan Jalani, and then we will go back to Danya. Afshan Jalani, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, for bringing up this resolution forward. Your courage and determination to hold leaders responsible and accountable for this genocide and ethnic cleansing is not only important, it is vital at this time. Whereas Americans and citizens, we cannot stand by and watch this going on our watch. This is not a religious war. It's not about killing Jews. It's not about any animosity amongst religions. It's mostly an arms industry that benefits the manufacturers of killing machines. The underlying reason is that it benefits people who have no compassion for the residents, be it Hamas or Bibi Netanyahu.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Danya, and the following group of speakers after that are Dr. Iman Farajala, Hajer, Cindy Yab, Danielle, and Gisa. Danya, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, shalom. First and foremost, all praise to the Most High. The majority of the world is not with Israel as much as the Western media propaganda is working to make you believe. You cannot with a clear conscience believe that Israel is reacting in self-defense and not for its ultimate goal, which is to commit a genocide against the Palestinian people, which it has successfully done on a daily basis without accountability. Look at the map from then till now. Please remember that these unfortunate events happen so a greater cause can happen. This is to bring light to a situation that has been ongoing for 75 years. How dare anyone say that this is self-defense, watching residential buildings get bombed on international TV and basic human rights being cut off to millions. Please don't be fooled thinking this is the right stance to take. It starts here. Islam and Judaism do not condone what happened on October 7th, nor for anything that happened for the past 75 years. But what is reprehensible and hypocritical is to stay silent or siding on the side of injustice. Stay strong. Yes to R1. Never again for anyone. Please urge a ceasefire.
It's expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Iman Farajala. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Dr. Iman Farajala. Okay, Dr. Iman Farajala, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll come back to that person. The next speaker is Hajer. Hajer, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, everyone. I just want to bring up that a lot of the baseless claims that are being spread in the media is also being reiterated here. 40 beheaded babies, women raped, cutting of limbs, none of which have been backed up by real evidence. It's fear-mongering and it makes for great headlines. I find it ironic that the same crimes which they claim they are victims of have been perpetrated on the Palestinian people. I have seen things which my eyes cannot unsee. Babies with their heads blown off, children missing limbs, whole families wiped out. The children of Gaza have their names written on their arms so they could be easily identified when they get killed. As a mother, my heart breaks for these children. The mayor said at the beginning that he wishes that this meeting will bring hope. Let's bring back hope to the Palestinian children. Let's
Time
vote
has
yes.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy Yab. Cindy, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, good evening. I wanted to start off by saying that I am the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. So my family has experienced real genocide. I understand what it means when people don't speak up and when Jews are slaughtered for no reason other than they're Jews, regardless of whether they're religious, regardless of the color of their skin, but just because Adolf Hitler, joined by the Grand Mufti in Jerusalem, had a plan for eliminating the Jews from Palestine. And I want to say, shame on Richmond, no to R1. I just can't even believe this anti-Semitic vile nonsense, because I want to read something to you. Allah is the target, the Prophet is model, the Quran, its constitution, jihad.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Danielle. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Danielle,
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I come to you as a Gentile named after a Jew. I went to Jerusalem last year, eager to see the land of my namesake, Daniel. Instead, I saw how fierce the Lion of Israel actually is. What is the end goal for Zionist Israel? According to the Torah, the Holy Land is much bigger than you think. It reaches from the middle of Turkey all the way down to Saudi Arabia, from Palestine to Iraq. Check Genesis 15, 18 through 21, and really consider what that would look like. Whose lives matter in the Zionist state? In Exodus 23, 31 through 33, Jews are commanded to drive the people out of these lands, and no one but the Zionists are allowed to stay. I'm a Muslim now because both the Torah and Bible have become self-serving to the rich and powerful, not for true believers who are held accountable. All over Palestine, I witnessed many orphans, the downtrodden, hopeful joy, and community I've never even imagined. I witnessed strength and human resilience everywhere. We are all witnesses to the reality of Israel's savage and barbaric history and its practices today. Humanity stands with you, Palestine, starting here in Richmond, California.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Gisa, and then we will try Dr. Iman Farjala again. Gisa, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a Muslim taxpayer resident of Bay Area. I condemn this genocide and the innocent killing of children in Gaza. Kids have all the right to live, and my heart cries for the innocent loss of lives in Gaza. I condemn any tax money being used to wage war. I would rather want our tax money to be used to increase the salaries of school teachers in the Bay Area. I see teachers protesting there every day on the curbside for small increase in their salary, whereas I hear billions of dollars being sent to fuel war in Gaza. I stand in solidarity with Palestine, with humanity, and yes to the resolution. And thank you for very much for bringing this up. Thank you for listening to our voices. We are against this war. We don't want this blood on our hands. We don't want this blood on our hands. We want to stand with humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Iman Farjala, and the last group of speakers will be George Cleveland, Tatiana Kersner, Nishat Ali Khalaf, and Lou. Dr. Iman Farjala, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi and good evening, everybody. My name is Iman. I'm a psychologist. I have been working with the whole Bay Area as a psychologist that serves Arab population and also Muslim population. But I just want what matters to me to tell you that I was born and raised in Gaza Strip. I had to mourn 10 people of my own family this week that was killed by the Israelis. Before even when you called me the first time, I was just receiving a video of one of my relative funeral while his kids around him, mourning him. I mourn my family, but also I mourn myself because I'm hardworking American who pay taxes, and with my own taxes, my family is being killed. To those who are saying no to this resolution, I ask you, how do you put your head on the pillow and sleep while genocide is taking place?
Thank you. The next speaker is George Cleveland. George, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is George Cleveland. I live in El Sobrante. My mom lives in Richmond. You know, I've been listening to a lot of the comments and a lot of people talking about paying their taxes, and that's not a part of this resolution at all. I'm surprised it isn't, but I think that would have taken more courage from the city council because that might jeopardize federal funding. Another thing about the resolution is put there by the mayor and the vice mayor, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the whole city council supports it as a whole. It just they happen to introduce the measure. Also, you know, all the people that have supported, but a few, none of them have condemned the Hamas bombing. None of them. And that's just wrong. You're complicit if you don't condemn that. And for those folks who said that basically Israel is an illegal state, I have a proposal for you. I'm going to get the names of the 31 Americans that were killed in the Hamas bombing, and I'm going to send them to you, and you can tell their friends and family that their lives were lost in vain because they lived in an illegal state. Do you take me up on that offer? I don't think you have the courage to do so, but there you go. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tatiana Kersner. You'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Kersner. I am Jewish and I'm scared. I want to cry. So many anti-Semitic quotes tonight, so many lies. This resolution is not safe for Jews. City Council, are you ready to be accountable if something happens to the Jews in your city after passing this resolution? Please study history of Middle East. Spend 100 hours educating yourself. You will be surprised what you will learn. From the river to the sea, Palestine should be free. You know what it really means, right? There are lots of Arab states. There's only one Jewish state. Please keep it safe. I understand your intentions with this resolution. You want to make history. Unfortunately, you will probably regret later on. Most Americans want to be proud. They want to be human. They want to help oppressed people. They think this is how they help the world. In reality, by not letting Israel to defend itself, Americans can only help eradicating Israel and Jews. This resolution is horrible for peace and horrible for
Time has
Jews.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Nishat. Nishat, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, first of all, I want to thank Richmond City Council for being the first city to do this. I am so, so proud of you. You know, I really didn't want to be one of the last speakers because it's a really big responsibility, but you know, I'm not very eloquent, but I would like you, before we end this, to remember everyone else who spoke in favor of this resolution. You guys are amazing. Everyone who spoke, you were standing up for the truth when there's so much pressure, you know, against this. If there is a genocide going on and people treat it like a word, it's not a word. People are dying. And all those people who said it's a one-sided thing, yeah, it's a one-sided thing because only one side is dying. I feel really sorry for all the people in Israel who have been killed, but you know what? This is a completely, you know, unequal balance of power and pressure. Thank you, Richmond City Council.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ali Khalaf. Ali, you'll have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ali Khalaf, if you'll unmute yourself, you have 1 minute to speak.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, I just want to generally say, do we even know what's clearly going on here? Because, you know, just like what happened at 9/11, and by the way, I'm Iraqi, and I've suffered through many things that happened through 9/11. And, you know, people theorize WMD and so on and so on, but it's so much emotion that's going on towards the media. People are unsure what's really going on, so they lash out to what they're feeling. But this is a sign of arrogance. This is not a sign of intellect. We have to understand what's clearly going on and to make right choices and not repeat history, such as just like the Holocaust, 9/11, and so on, many years later. And to really question is really, it's just so crazy to me that how the Israeli has such advanced military equipment while Hamas is a civilian organized. That's what I gotta say. Free Palestine.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lou, and the last speaker. You will have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I grew up in Richmond and now teach in Richmond. I remember the day the Richmond City Council voted to make our community a sanctuary city, which made me feel safe and proud of my city. I was in the Richmond auditorium hearing the love and prayers from our Palestinian neighbors today. And today I'm advocating, not only today, but always I'm advocating for Palestinians to live and be free of genocide. I pray for those fighting for human rights and for the lives of Palestinians. Palestinians, you are not alone. Community, listen up. Be on the right side of justice from the river to the sea. Again, thank you all for staying there all the way to the night, for our council members for being brave, for my community. I love you. Stay strong. We are strong and we're going to get through this. Again, Palestine, we love you and we're here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker. There are no more speakers.
That was the last speaker.
All right. I want to thank everyone who's spoken. There were many voices in anger, some with hatred, but most with the seed of hope. And I want to thank all of you who hold that hope for a better future for everyone. There's been a lot of positions. Some people say that this resolution is anti-Semitic. It is not. There has not been one single word that says that we are against the Jewish people. If it sounds one-sided, it's because it voices a narrative that has been ignored. When people state that the pro-Israeli narrative is one-sided, that is ignored. So we need to bring these narratives together, just as we need to bring our communities together. And this narrative held in these chambers show that we can come together and find a path together. We know that we are for the community. We are for love and building together, not destroying. That's why we want the ceasefire. That's why we want that's why we want a ceasefire and why we want safe passage of humanitarian aid to Gaza. When I think of all the money that has gone into bombs, into bullets, into guns, into tanks, and if we put all that together into a package of humanitarian aid, where would we be? We need to spend our money wisely. We talk about climate change. So how does war figure into climate change? It doesn't. This is more than a war. This is an economy that's based on building weapons. And once we realize that this economy is killing the earth, we must change and start building an economy of growth, of brotherhood, of togetherness, and stop destroying things and start building them. So with those words, I would like to turn it over to the council if you would have anything to speak. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone who made comments today and all people who wrote to us. And sorry I couldn't respond to all the emails. I have spoken with many of you, including my Jewish friends in the city of Richmond and the Bay Area. I truly understand your concerns especially how the tragedy of the Hamas attack has instilled fear of being targeted just because of your Jewish identity. I am a pacifist and strongly oppose violence on both sides, and strongly condemn war crimes by both Hamas and the Israeli government. It is our understanding of each other's pain and grief that brings us together around our common humanity. I hope for a fear-free life for Jewish people around the world, and a life free of occupation for all Palestinians. It's essential to underline that there is no place for anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, or any form of hate in our diverse city of Richmond. As your representative on the City Council, I am committed to ensure that Richmond remains a safe and inclusive city for everyone.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to just everybody who came out to voice your opinion and let us know where you're standing on this issue. I have loved ones that are Muslim, and many friends and others who are Jewish. And even before October 7th, the years that built up to October 7th, this conflict has devastated them here at home. My loved ones who are Muslim are just literally seeing the eradication of their people, and my loved ones who are Jewish are being targeted by Nazis and anti-hate groups as a reason to justify the hate towards them, and it is not their fault. Can we all just agree that killing and slaughtering of innocent community members, of children, is wrong and not justifiable? When I hear about all the children that have died in Gaza, the children that have been killed in Israel too, I'm literally looking at kids around me saying, damn, that could be them if that was here. To draw, not comparing the situation, but mainly to illustrate a point, in 2016, we had somebody elected to the presidential office that did a lot of things that targeted our undocumented community, our Muslim community, and our people of color community. And I never supported the actions of my government that implemented those strategies at his lead. And I refuse personally to be held accountable for leadership that I didn't support to begin with. If we're gonna hold people accountable, if we're going to condemn what's happening, let's condemn the people that are perpetuating and promoting the slaughter. I am appreciative that we did name that in those amendments, because when I talk to folks here in the community who have relatives in Palestine and are trying to figure out how to get them out so they don't die, if they haven't already died, I can hear the pain and suffering in their voices as they're in this helpless situation over here in this community. And when I hear the stories of people telling me of their families who are in Israel, who they're just wondering if they're still alive because of this conflict and wanting them to be alive, or even lost people already. The citizens are the ones that are suffering the most, and the folks who are leading the effort are not looking at each other as people. And the citizens are the ones that are getting hurt. The families and children are the ones that are getting hurt. Watched the New York Times video of that church I think what, it was built in 1883, and just hearing the testimonies of individuals saying that we came here because we thought this was going to be a safe place, that yes, a war is happening right now, but they couldn't hit here, talking about the kids and were playing just earlier in that day, smiles on the face, not a care in the world, even though they've been displaced from their homes, even though they've watched a bunch of people die, and then all of a sudden an airstrike comes. All that history, that historical monument, that sanctuary, taken away. We should not blame the Palestinians for the actions of Hamas. People are not their leadership. Folks in leadership make decisions at their own discretions, and people are the ones that end up suffering the consequences. And what Hamas did to those citizens of Israel is unconscionable. It needs to be condemned. But the people of Palestine, the Arab community, the Muslim community should not be blamed because of the actions of a group who decided to not care about others' humanity. Similarly, we should separate, actually, the actions of the Israeli government versus the feeling and sentiment and people who are fighting for peace, who want to see an end to a conflict. Israelis and Jewish American citizens should not be punished for the actions of their own government and military. Let's just agree that the slaughter needs to end, and that the killing of lives and community members of children are unconscionable. The ends do not justify the means whatsoever if that is what you're doing. I wonder what's going to happen when I wake up in the morning and when I hear there have been more airstrikes that have taken away more residentials, people who have run away just seeking shelter. So here and now, I want to say that slaughtering of innocent people who are trying to live their lives and avoid this conflict is wrong. Using this conflict overseas to fuel hatred for race, for whatever hatred you're holding against a certain group, and acting on that hatred is wrong. Let's just view each other as human beings that have beating hearts, brains, family, loved ones. Let's relate from a human perspective that we don't want to see people die, and find another way to resolve our differences that doesn't end in slaughter, and stand with those who have been feeling oppressed. And I will raise up the issue that I heard that actually really stuck with me when I was talking to folks about this issue. Folks want to be able to talk about what they're experiencing, what their people are impacted by, without being compared to a terrorist organization. 6,000 people have almost died, and 2,000 of those folks were children. What Hamas did does not justify those killings, and we should not justify the killings perpetuated by Hamas and the kidnapped individuals that need to come home to their families right now. I'm grateful to see that folks have already been released. The rest of them need to be released too. So in conclusion, for those who are in leadership that are allowing this slaughter to continue, let's hold them accountable for the decisions that they are making that is leading to the loss of life and displacement and hatred that's perpetuating the hatred that folks are fueling. Hold those folks accountable, and let's stand on the side of peace and stand on the sides of citizens who just have a right to live with food, water, shelter, and medical supplies like everybody else. So thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
It's a really long night. It's a tough night. I wanted to start off by saying thank you to the over 200 people who spoke tonight. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, even if your thoughts were not in alignment with everyone in the room. I think that is the beauty of Richmond. That is the beauty of this place, that we can hold that kind of space and we can actually hear each other, even if we don't agree. I also want to really thank all the people who really sat with me over the last week, back and forth, go deep, especially my sister from another mother. She knows who she is, 30-year-long friendship with someone who really helped me go deep and be thoughtful and help me understand how some of the wording in the original resolution could be triggering for people of Jewish descent, because I wasn't understanding. And she really broke it down for me. She herself is a very radical Jewish woman with many family in Israel who are Israelis, had just come from Israel, she does theater, she had just come from the place where the rave attack happened. She was working there and had friends there that sent her pictures of the bodies and everything that was happening. I want to say that I also thank the mayor and the vice mayor for adding the amendments. So I think it is important as we lean into justice, as we lean in to being courageous, that we make sure not to forget any part of our humanity. And remember that people are hurting. And I've been to Ramallah. I've been to Gaza. I've been to Golan. And when you see what's happening there, you cannot unsee it. You cannot unsee it. It was like a shock to the system. I could not believe what was happening, what I was seeing with my eyes, what I was listening to, the stories that were shared with me, the families that I got to spend time with. I'm so grateful that they took the time to help me understand first person what they were living through. I don't think people in the US truly understand what's happening. I do not. The dominant narrative is that we are only to care for Israelis. There is no room, we should never care for anyone but Israelis. And that's a serious problem. We'll never, ever get anywhere if the only people who are allowed to be human are Israelis. Many, many people have brought up tonight that at moments like this, during the civil rights movement, moments like this when people were able to stand up and actually start to stand against apartheid in South Africa, when people took the very, very long road to end hundreds of years of slavery, that it was not popular. It was not comfortable. There were wars fought to stop those things. It was divisive. The Civil War is still divisive. But at some point, somebody has to say, I love you and you're wrong. What you're doing is wrong. And I cannot not say it's wrong anymore. I think we're at that point in Richmond. I hope we're at that point in Richmond. I hope other people find courage in our actions. I hope we find the right resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to echo the sentiments from my colleagues. Councilmember Robinson, I was looking forward to your comments because you're always so eloquent and very thought out, so thank you for that. I want to thank everyone as well for coming out. It has been a difficult couple of days, almost a whole week. What I immediately did when I saw the agenda come out was start reaching out. And I'll tell you more about that here in a moment. I want to start out with saying that I stand with the Palestinian community and the Israeli community, our Muslim and Jewish community. I seek to bring everyone together in a community for peace. Let's not stand in silence. Let's uplift our voices, every voice that seeks peace. Let's call out the atrocities that Hamas has done on the Israel community and the atrocities that the Israel government has done on the Palestinian community. During a time of war, we should be calling for unity and peace. We should start in our city, protecting our community, making sure that our residents don't feel afraid to live in our city. I've received over, I lost count, maybe about 800 emails and calls. Out of all of them, not one was against standing up for Palestine. We have to uphold the equal worth of all humans, call for peace, call for continued unity of our residents in Richmond. Many stated that they were afraid for their well-being due to this resolution. And I thank my colleagues for listening and for adding some amendments to the original wording. And to be clear here, I am not here to speak for the Jewish community, and I am not here to speak for the Palestinian community. Rather, I hope to be able to speak alongside the two communities. I visited one of our Muslim mosques. I visited one of our mosques and one of our Jewish temples. I spoke to the rabbi and I spoke to the imam. They both stated that they were frightened with all that was going on around the world and in our cities. They both asked for additional police security, especially during the time of prayer, for which I asked over a week ago proactively to help keep our community safe. And they both said they were open to talking to each other to help bring our communities together. Our community should not feel afraid and definitely should not be afraid in their own city and neighborhood. The city council should not definitely be the reason to cause this fear. Let's make this resolution actionable, not just a piece of paper that will get signed and filed away. For example, can we add a couple more whereas and say that we commit to bringing both communities together to heal and bring peace to our community? Let's add a call for peace and ceasefire that will work to personally commit time, money, and resources to help the people affected by this. What actions do we want done to help move our community together and forward to actually help the Palestinian people in this time of enhanced crisis? I stand with the Palestinian community and the Israeli community, our Muslim and Jewish community. I seek to bring everyone together in our community for peace. I traveled to Israel and Gaza last year, and I met with leaders of both sides who want to work on peace together. And there is a way, and we should help lead that way. Both sides want peace and to be able to live together as humans. Last night, I attended the Human Rights Commission because they brought forward an emergency resolution. You heard it earlier today. You probably don't remember it. It was several hours ago, actually, earlier yesterday. But I think there's an opportunity in the resolution to help continue bringing the voices together, to help bring us continuously together and working together. So I'm not sure if it's time to make motions or not, but I would also ask my colleagues, I think there's still more comments, but I would also ask my colleagues to see if we can work together either with the Human Rights Commission and also alongside our Palestinian and Jewish community leaders to bring back to the council a more together resolution. Because right now, there's so much fear out there. So with that, I'll pause my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start out by thanking all the public speakers. We heard a lot of voices tonight, and that is what democracy is all about, hearing those voices on all sides of the issue. And one of the things I heard from the speakers is, why are you bringing this resolution forward? Well, the reason we're bringing it forward is twofold. There's actually a number of reasons, but I'm going to stress two of them. One, of course, is to end the hostilities and to have an immediate ceasefire. And also, we need to end the 75 years of displacement, oppression, and occupation of Palestine. We need peace, but we can't have peace without freedom. So these two things go together. Now, the other reason that I want to stress as to why the mayor and I brought this resolution forward and why the council is raising their voices in support of it is because there is a blackout from the mainstream media. The voices of Palestinians are not being heard. Only the voices of Israelis are being heard. So we need to make our voice heard so that we can make it clear that there are far larger casualties that Palestinians in Gaza are experiencing, far larger than the horrific experiences of the Israeli community that was also hit with attacks as a result of this overwhelming conflict that continues to this day. The carpet bombing that the state of Israel is doing is continuing as we speak on the people of Gaza. We felt it was essential that we not put our heads in the sand. And it is also essential that we not ignore this ongoing crisis in Gaza. So this resolution is a breakthrough of that mainstream media blackout. And we need more breakthroughs because this is a long time struggle that has been going on and has now reached a height, and we need to keep the pressure up so that we keep breaking through the blackout and that we keep drawing people together to stand for the rights of Palestinians and the rights of all. But until the rights of Palestinians are addressed in this conflict, we will see more hostilities. I want to also say that we are not alone. There are massive demonstrations happening all over the world, many of them Jewish-led. We heard many Jewish voices today come out in favor of this resolution. So we may be the first city in the nation to pass such a resolution, but I strongly believe we will not be the last. And let me just end with a quote by Martin Luther King, who's a hero should be a hero to everyone. He said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." And tonight we are bending that arc just a little bit further. So let's keep bending it. Let's keep drawing people to understand this issue, and let's keep raising our voices for justice for all. Thank you all for...
Thank you. Much thanks to everyone who's spoken. And all of you were much more eloquent than I could ever possibly be, and I thank your words for that. It's often said that perfect is the enemy of good. So I have to admit that it would take forever to get the perfect resolution. But we have to start somewhere. And I suggest that we start now, that we start here with what we have presented. So do we need to read the entire resolution so that everyone knows what it is we're proposing?
Can I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
Earlier, you had mentioned that we would be able to make amendments to it, and I wasn't sure how that process, is it a one big motion? Do we get to add other amendments?
Well, the process is the way the process always is. We make a motion. After we make the motion, people raise their hand and, propose amendments. If the amendments are taken, they're taken. If they're not, then you're able to make a substitute motion.
Can I start with one motion?
I think I would like to make the motion for supporting this resolution with the amendments as stated. Mr. Mayor, if you want, I will read it, but I don't know if at this late time, if we should do it.
No, and we have already read
The amendments.
The amendments. So
Yeah. So I move the resolution with the amendments, and this resolution is calling for solidarity with the people of Gaza. I believe, is that the title of it? Let me get the right title here so we can have the right motion. All right, we all know what it's about, but we want to be consistent here. All right. I move the resolution affirming Richmond's support and solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza, along with the amendments that were stated earlier.
All right. Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay. A motion made by McLaughlin, seconded by Robinson.
May I make a substitute motion, or may I add to the motion?
You may suggest amendments.
I suggest an amendment. I would like the title to see if we can add "and condemning the killings, kidnappings, and torture of all innocent civilians in Israel and Gaza." So that would be one of the amendments to the title. And then that we at least condemn Hamas for the killings in October 7th.
As the maker of the motion, I think we want this focused. We have amendments in here that shows that we are mourning the loss of all civilian lives, those that were perpetuated by Hamas and those that are those ongoing atrocities that are committed by the state of Israel. So we have that in the resolution, but the bulk of the resolution and the purpose of the resolution, like I said, was to bring out the voice of Palestinians that have been blacked out by the mainstream media and that are needing to be heard because of the extreme oppression and ongoing harm that is being done to the people of Gaza. It's in here, isn't it? The last. I think the last final, be it resolved, is that the city of Richmond advocates for the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes its leadership may commit, and that peaceful diplomacy is the only way to achieve this safety and dignity. I think that says it pretty clearly. I think so too.
So your amendment is not accepted? So are we ready for a vote? Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Cepeda.
While the intent is there, however, it's missing that we're sitting down with our community, and I support a free Palestine. However, my vote is no at this time.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
given the topic, I was wondering if we can adjourn the meeting of all those innocents lost in this conflict.
Amen. So be it. So this meeting will be adjourned in memory of all the lives that have been lost. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
It's good morning.